since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire. Let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 127, The Decisive Battle That Determines the Fate of the Empire. 7. A decisive battle for the fate of the Empire. 7. The moment Jennifer was knocked unconscious by Eliza also took the victory by slightly cutting off the arm of Count Cashew, who was opposing her. Surrender. The Count knows very well that you have no chance of winning. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't lost yet. Count Cashew did not admit defeat and increased his momentum by raising all the mana in his mana hole, but when he saw Isabella and others trying to surround him, he was shocked and stopped his movements. Ugh. Let's wait and see, you traitors. In the end, Count Cashew turned his gaze to some of his direct knights and left the battlefield with them. Kurimu fired an arrow filled with the power of the spirit, but as if he still had some strength left, he blocked the arrows aimed at him. We defeated everyone and returned to base point when Count Cashew fled. Other knights in Heinrich's army who were not directly under his command surrendered to Juno, and Juno accepted their surrender, filled them all with magic spheres that were mana seals, and instructed his knights to escort them to the main base. Woo, thank you for coming, Sister Mary, Kurimu, and Miruku. I wasted so much time with Viscount Amin that I almost put Eliza and the teacher in danger. It's okay. But maybe it's because of that I was able to catch Master Jennifer safely. Isabella comforted who was blaming herself, by patting Jennifer, who was wearing her magic suppressing arm, with her foot. Anyway, it was terrifying. No, I only felt this level of magic power from Miri, who was running wild. How can a human have this level of magic power? That's right. No matter how much of a genius Master Jennifer is, there is a limit to human magical power. It makes no sense for the four of us to attack and level the playing field. Even Kurimu was thrilled by Jennifer's magical power and shivered for a moment, as if she had goosebumps. Cluck, cluck, cluck. That's probably because that bitch Jennifer extracted the life force from the boys. Count Lichtenauer. Are you okay, Master? I guess you've come to your senses. Eliza and Mary ran to Lichtenauer, who was coughing and waking up, and helped him up. Count Lichtenauer. But you are extracting life force. Is that possible? I don't really know if it's possible with magic, but Jennifer said a while ago that the secret to becoming young while fighting God was stealing the source of mana that people have. It is presumed that it made the body young and also amplified the magical power. Isabella tilted her head at Lichtenauer's answer. But, Master, there was a way that he was a bit biased towards men, but not to that extent. Why did it become like that? I'm curious about that too. I've always been a bit selfish and self-righteous since I was young, but I wasn't the kind of person who would commit such evil acts. If I had been, I wouldn't have gotten married. Mary next to him smiled sinisterly at Lichtenauer's stern appearance. If you just look at her sleeping, she looks gorgeous. But even though she is divorced, I have seen her wife look younger. Do you have any regrets, Count Lichtenauer? There is nothing like that. We met and got married through the introduction of His Majesty, but we had no love for each other. Oh my. Mary. You know that Count Lichtenauer is dating one of Prince's maids, right? She's right. Was she Mariah? She was tall and quite a pretty maid, but she's huge in age, isn't she? Mariah is now 23, so she's almost 30 years older than her. When the topic suddenly changed to his love story, Lichtenauer kept clearing his throat. Your Highness, this is a battlefield. There is no time to stay like this. Juno also seemed to come to her senses after hearing Lichtenauer's words, and asked Lichtenauer to escort the suppressed Jennifer and Viscount Armin to the main camp, then raised her head and looked at the battlefield. Isabella, please use a loudspeaker spell. Mary, you can use the wind spirit to make me fly higher. Wow, I've exhausted all my magic power, but really you really can't do it without this, sister. Huh. Giggle. Instead, should I give you something steamy tonight? Brother, me too. I didn't tell you that I was preparing for war these days, but I missed your dick so much I understand. It's been a while since I'll do a lot for you both tonight, so don't worry about that. Just do it quickly. At Yuno's urging, Isabella cast a loudspeaker spell and Mary attached the wind spirit, and Yuno's body soared high into the sky. Woo, this should be enough. Anyway, it looks like our main base suffered some damage. Heinrich's army also suffered quite a bit of damage. Still, I'm glad that the left and right armies of both armies are fine, since there was a promise made to the Imperial Army's corps commanders before the battle, who did not want the Imperial Army to suffer damage that could lead to annihilation, decided to surrender the enemy soldiers. Therefore, raised his voice by carrying mana around his neck to convey his words to the entire battlefield. All soldiers, listen up. I'm Juno Alexander Windridge von Borken, the third prince of the Borken Empire. Count Cashew, Viscount Armin, and Magic Tower Lord Jennifer, who were Heinrich's army's trump cards, were defeated by my hand. When Yuno's cry was heard that the two masters and the archmage were defeated, Heinrich's army began to murmur. What? Are you saying that all the masters were defeated? And also the Magic Tower? Isn't that a lie? Count Cashew is the second strongest master in the empire. No, I saw Count Cashew returning to the base looking like a mess a while ago. Moreover, it seems that Viscount Armin and Jennifer haven't even returned. Certainly, the roaring noises that had echoed throughout the battlefield just moments ago had completely stopped, so the soldiers of Heinrich's army began to hear Juno's words with increasing credulity, especially the soldiers who served in the 1st, 4th, and 5th Corps will know well what I did to occupy Streve. How this Juno sacrificed himself for the empire. You will know that too. I will do this. Is this someone worthy of betraying the empire? Is this a traitor to the empire? At Yuno's shout, the Imperial Legionnaires stopped fighting and only looked at Yuno. Naturally, the Prin's army also stopped fighting and looked at Yuno. I, Juno, swear on my name. The one who betrayed the empire is not me or brother Prince, but Heinrich, who is currently calling himself emperor. He assassinated my father, Carol III, who led the empire to great heights and took the throne. He is a true traitor to the empire. Continued to speak as the imperial troops were making noise. What is the current state of the empire? What does the empire led by the corrupt Emperor Henry look like? Crazy for power. He handed over the plain of Zenon to Tacito to attack his brothers, and as a result, a serious food shortage occurred throughout the empire. Harvest season. Even after all this time, the people are starving, refugees are popping up here and there, and the Imperial Army is not receiving proper supplies. Think about whether you are loyal to that corrupt emperor, or to this Borken Empire. The failure of the Imperial Army to receive proper supplies was more largely due to Mayor's army's bluster, but the soldiers of the 1st and 4th Corps, who had to march with only one half of the regular rations each day until a week before arriving in the eastern region, they began to respond actively to Yuno's speech. What the prince said is correct. We will follow His Highness from now on. The Emperor Henry, who handed over Streve, which we occupied with blood and sweat, for free, is a real traitor. We must follow His Highness and attack that corrupt emperor. After all, what motivates soldiers is food. You will have to pay the price for neglecting the most important supplies. Heinrich, smiled at the sight of the 1st and 4th Corps and accepted their oath of loyalty. Several lower-ranking commanders who saw the incident tried to stop it, but the soldiers' spirit as they began to run away was brutal. In the end, the 1st and 4th Corps standing on the left and right wings turned their spear points in the opposite direction at speech, while the Capital Corps and 3rd Corps in the center turned their heads back and forth in embarrassment. The 3rd Corps, which came down here from the eastern front without much difficulty thanks to the Windridge Army's control of the Lian Kingdom Army, and the Capital Corps under Emperor Heinrich's direct control received intensive supplies even during difficult times, so Juno's speech did not make much of an impact. So it was the tip of the spear. I couldn't believe the ally who turned it the other way. Hey guys. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Don't we all have to work together to defeat the enemy? If we push the center of the enemy just a little harder, we can win. Despite the words of the Capital Corps and the 3rd Corps that tried to persuade them, the spear tips of the soldiers of the 1st and 4th Corps did not waver at all. Now our army has no master or archmage. So how are we going to deal with His Highness the Master? You guys haven't had any battles in the past 10 years. So you don't know the difference between an army with a master and an army without a master. If you want to die, die alone. You idiots. This is the true path to loyalty to the Empire. The reason why the 1st and 4th Legions surrendered to Juno was partly because they clearly remembered Juno's majesty in breaking down the castle gate alone at Streve Point. Still, the soldiers of the 1st and 4th Corps did not attack the Capital Corps and the 3rd Corps, which had been allies just moments before. And the Prin's army also stopped its attack with Juno's connivance, so the Capital Corps and the 3rd Corps were able to safely retreat to the base. BR*ILLUSTRATION of Kiramu coming down from the sky to save Chapter 128, the decisive battle that determines the fate of the Empire. 8. A decisive battle for the fate of the Empire. 8. The heads of Baron Derian and his corps commanders, who were watching the mass surrender of the 1st and 4th Corps from the main camp, fell. It's over. It was unreasonable to ask the soldiers of the 1st and 4th Corps to attack His Highness in the first place. Furthermore, Count Cashew, Viscount Armin, and Jennifer have all been defeated. It has become difficult to turn this battle around. Wu military logistics staff. How much food is left? In response to Derian's question, one of the staff members answered that there was a week's worth of food left. Even if you exclude 1.4 core, it's only 3 weeks. No matter how much you save, we won't even be able to get halfway to Adria, and we'll all starve to death. We have no choice but to surrender as we promised with the 3rd Prince at first. But even if I can convince the 3rd Corps, I won't be able to convince the Capital Corps, which is directly under His Majesty's majesty. What should I do if I don't agree? If you're going to return to Adria without food, well, I should tell you to try it. The Corps commanders and staff, who judged that the war had already turned, began discussing the terms of surrender. Meanwhile, a messenger came running into Derian's barracks. Commander, Count Cashew has returned. Move here. 1 o'clock is urgent. That's good. If Count Cashew convinces you, the Capital Corps will follow suit. I guess so. If it's about control over the Capital Corps, Count Cashew's words will work better than mine. They expected that Count Cashew would persuade the Capital Corps to surrender, as he fought Juno directly on the front line. However, as soon as he entered the barracks, Count Cashew started talking nonsense, embarrassing his corps commander and staff. It's an all-out attack. We are launching a final offensive, mobilizing all our soldiers. Those traitors must be wiped out immediately. Calm down, Count Cashew. An all-out attack is impossible in the current situation. The 1st and 4th Corps turned around, and the Capital Corps and 3rd Corps also barely escaped. I will personally come and wipe out those traitors. So stop whining and prepare for an all-out attack. A courageous aide approached Count Cashew, who was shouting loudly, to persuade him. No. That is a suicidal act that will lead to the deaths of all the soldiers. Fluffy. However, the courageous staff member's head was cut off by Count Cashew's sword, and the corps commanders and staff looked at him with dizzy eyes. There was a spy here on the staff. There must have been a lot of people like this within the 1st and 4th Corps. So it must have been the ignorant soldiers who betrayed His Majesty. Count Cashew wiped the blood on the sword with the corpse's clothes, and pointed the sword at the corps commanders. Are there any more traitors? If not, quickly return to the corps and prepare for an all-out attack. I understand. Under Count Cashew's insistence, the corps commanders and staff headed to their respective corps, and Count Cashew grumbled for a while and left the barracks, saying that he would personally command the Capital Corps instead of Baron Derian, who was also the commander of the Capital Corps. Watching that scene, Commander-in-Chief Baron Derian, who remained alone in the command barracks, was lost in thought for a while, and then stood up, as if he had made up his mind. Get the messenger ready. Where are you trying to send it to? In general, Corps communicated with each other using communication magic tools, so the staff at the command center asked where they were being sent. The 1st, 3rd, and 4th Corps, and will be sent to Prince. This is information that cannot be sent using communication magic, so be aware of this and prepare it quickly. A letter containing Baron Derian's plan was sent to each corps, and the commanders of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Corps sent a message to Count Cashew that they would participate in an all-out attack since they had succeeded in reassuring their corps. The army is finally functioning properly. They appointed a commoner turned ranked nobleman as commander-in-chief, and this is what the Imperial army has become. Count. But the enemy still has 3 masters left. There are also princesses who defeated Jennifer. What do you plan to do about it? When asked by his subordinate who escaped the duel with him, Count Cashew only snorted, "There is nothing to worry about. Count Leech-Tenor is seriously injured and will not be able to move. Moreover, the number of our troops is still more than twice that of the enemy. If that bitch named Deliza comes out, I will definitely defeat her, so you will lead the troops and fight against the traitor Juno and the wizard. If you block them, you will be able to win." In theory, it was entirely possible, but even though it was a tactic that was sure to result in countless deaths of soldiers, Count Cashew ordered it without any hesitation, and his subordinates nodded, as if it was natural. "Good. Raise the flag of general attack. Blow the trumpet of advance." Woo-woo. With a loud trumpet sounding loudly, each corps began to advance, and the Prince army also began to move to counter them and reorganize its defensive formation. Count Cashew, who was watching this, mounted his horse and went to the front of the corps, shouting powerfully using a magic tool with a loudspeaker spell, and giving another command, "Charge across the country." His voice, full of power, rang out on the battlefield, but at the same time, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Corps stopped their advance and raised the tips of their spears towards the Capital Corps. Because of this, the Capital Corps standing in the rear was also stranded, and the soldiers of the Capital Corps, who only believed the commander's words that what had happened on the battlefield earlier caused panic among the panicked 1st and 4th Corps soldiers, looked at Count Cashew with bewildered eyes. "To charge? What are you doing? I mean charge, that's it." "Count Cashew, our 1st and 4th Corps have decided to surrender to His Highness Yuno. No matter how much he is the corps commander, he cannot go against the unanimous will of his soldiers. The 3rd Corps has no particular connection to His Highness the 3rd Prince. But I don't want to be an incompetent commander who pushes soldiers into a position where they are sure to die." When the commanders from each corps came out on horseback and announced their intention to convert, Count Cashew threw himself down in seething anger. These traitors' war is not something a commander should fight alone. And someone like you who casually ignores the advice of his staff and considers the lives of his soldiers like flies should not become a commander. Count Cashew finally drew his sword as he saw Baron Irian coming out of the main camp and speaking as if admonishing him, "Shut up, traitor. For the crime of daring to say surrender after being the commander-in-chief, you deserve to die, HMPH. On the contrary, as the commander-in-chief, I could not have wasted the Empire's soldiers pointlessly. I should be proud of my surrender today. Yes. I'll see if you think so, even if your head flies off." Count Cashew attacked Irian with sword energy, and Baron Irian, feeling death as he looked at the sharp sword flying towards him, closed his eyes tightly. Kong, in that case, you should be beheaded first. "Count Cashew, have you forgotten that pointing a sword at the commander-in-chief is also considered treason?" Looking at Yuno, who jumped out from among his soldiers and lightly deflected the sword he had thrown, Count Cashew gave the order to kill Yuno first. When the corps commanders heard this and gave orders to protect Yuno, Yuno screamed, "The Imperial army must not move from its position now." The 1st, 3rd, and 4th Corps soldiers who were about to move, after receiving the order, instinctively stopped at the voice of Yuno, who began to dominate the battlefield in earnest, radiating strong energy. "What are you talking about? The Capital Corps must kill that traitor Yuno." Still, the Capital Corps moved little by little, breaking through Juno's momentum as the best elite of the Empire, and with the encouragement of Count Cashew, began to rush towards Juno. However, even as he watched the 10,000 Imperial troops rushing towards him, Yuno looked very relaxed. I guess this is good. They are also citizens of the Empire, so we shouldn't kill them carelessly." Yuno pulled out the log that supported the tent of the main command post and swung the huge log like a light club at the Capital Corps soldiers who were charging at him. Wee-ai-ai-ing kwarang wee-ai-ai-ing puhiok. Every time Yuno swung the log, a dozen soldiers flew into the sky and screams were heard from all over, and the fear and majesty instantly took over the entire battlefield. I can't. How do I get in there? I don't want to die yet. That's suicide. Even though Yuno controlled his swing enough not to die, the sight of dozens of people wearing armor flying up at once looked like death. so even the elite capital core soldiers were unable to move in fear. There really is no such thing as a one-man army, it's like a scene I saw on Streef. Tacito-kun was amazing for blocking that even for a moment. If in the future I try to turn His Highness the Third Prince into an enemy, please make sure to stop me. Unlike the Capital Corps, even the other legionnaires who surrendered to Yuno were equally thrilled by Yuno's appearance. They were terrified, but at the same time, they were excited to see this man named Yuno dominating the battlefield. Holy damn it. Damn it. The whole army, follow me. In the end, when Count Cashew led the horse forward, only then were the Capital Corps soldiers able to take a step forward, and still, believing that he would fight Yuno like a master, they followed him, and continued to charge Yuno. Ho. So you're still a master? Good. Count Cashew. Let's fight sometime. Ha. Yuno, who was trying to deal with Count Cashew, by putting down the log, and thrusting his fist into his fist, let out a futile sound. This was because a horse pulled by Count Cash passed by him and ran away into the plain. What? That guy? Wasn't he trying to attack me? The soldiers of the Capital Corps were also embarrassed and ran away with him, and the other half surrendered to Juno. So Juno gave an order to treat the 100 or so soldiers who were blown away by the logs and went to Viscount Leverkin with the surrendered corps commanders. Headed, Your Majesty, thank you for your hard work. But you were too reckless. You tried to deal with an entire army by yourself. Don't you know that, even if you are a master, it is impossible to deal with an army of thousands of people? Well, it worked out well in the end, right? And what's so scary about the guys you're so close to, that you can't deal with them? Isn't that right, Darian? Haha. Your Majesty acted well according to the situation just now. However, to do that to a healthy army with high morale, you would have to have 9 lives. I guess not. I'm confident even if the core is my opponent. Anyway, Viscount Leverkin, please officially document the surrender of the corps commanders. I'll go report today's victory to my brother. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. But, is it okay if we don't form a chase team? Baron Darian answered Viscount Leverkin's question. There won't be any need for it. Our army has very little food left. We only have 3 weeks supply at the base. What we are carrying will only last us about 3 days. Then, aren't you planning on robbing private homes or people? Stand. No matter how bad it is, the Imperial Army did something like that. Oh, even though Viscount Leverkin and Baron Darian's faces turned pale, Juno's face was full of composure. Your Majesty, we must form a chase team immediately. Otherwise, innocent people may suffer. Giggles. I've already sent it. There's one group that should have already arrived, right? Think carefully about where they would have gone. At Juno's words, Viscount Leverkin let out an exclamation, but Baron Darian, who did not understand the meaning, just made a blank expression on his face. Illustration of Miruku's battle outfit that flew in to save Yuno. Chapter 129, The Decisive Battle for the Fate of the Empire. Finish. The decisive battle that determines the fate of the Empire. Finish. Count Cashew and some of the soldiers of the Capital Corps who followed him were able to get some rest while preparing a late dinner after leaving the battlefield and marching until night. You damn traitors. I will definitely pay for this humiliation. Count Cash grinded his teeth, thinking of the corps commanders and the troops under his command, who had surrendered to Juno. 1,000 Seal approached Count Cashew, urging him to leave as quickly as possible, and raised an objection. Count, the soldiers have been fighting all day today. They need rest. Then there's nothing we can do. Are there any other problems? There are many problems, but the biggest problem is food. Since we went out with only the battle in mind, we only have 3 days worth of food for each soldier for emergency purposes. Currently, it will take at least 10 days to reach a territory that is friendly to our troops. Count Cashew's temper was such that he wanted to cut down the 1,000 seals, screaming that the soldiers could not endure starving for a few days, but since he was disappointed with the small number of troops at the moment, he held back his temper and gave instructions. We'll find a nearby village. We will commandeer food. But if we requisition food from the people, now that the harvest season has passed, they will have to starve completely until we compensate them. And even if we try to compensate them, it will take time to return from the capital. The people of the rebellion are all traitors. Is there any need to pay back to traitors like that? Take away all the food they have, and if they rebel, select a few people and kill them as an example. No matter what, you can't plunder the people of the empire, no matter how much it was a rebellion. Count Cashew eventually drew his sword when the Thousand Seals, who were repulsed by the idea that the legions of the glorious empire were plundering the people, refused to follow his instructions. Wasn't it you who said food was the problem? Bring the food right away. If you don't solve the supply problem by tonight, I'll kill you. One of the Thousand Seals, who was very frightened by Count Cashew, who was shouting loudly, pointed to the place with his finger, as if he had seen something. Ship, Count, look over there. It looks like the chase army has arrived. What? It was better. Looking at the dust clouds rising over there, the size of the enemy is estimated to be around 3,000 to 4,000. And since Windridge Castle is running from the opposite direction, it seems like they have requested a pursuit force from a nearby territory. I would rather have them. How about throwing it away, HMM? Are you confident? Although we retreated because of betrayal, we are the most elite capital corps. Besides, don't we have Count Cashew? The flattery of the Thousand Seals saved his pride a little after losing against Eliza, and Count Cashew, who decided that it would definitely be better to return with a little achievement rather than returning like this, patted him on the shoulder. Good. I'm overly loyal, so I got angry at you for no reason. Anyway, let's annihilate those guys to secure food and reduce that guy's strength a little more. Yes. Count Cashew smiled as he saw the Thousand Seals answering energetically and stared straight at the enemy running toward the capital core. It will be difficult, but cheer up everyone. We will subdue them and return to Adria. And we will come back here and cut off the heads of the traitors who betrayed us. Wow, the legionnaires, who were finally preparing a meal after fighting all day, turned their eyes to the enemy, who had interrupted their precious mealtime point. But in the meantime, the sun had completely set, and instead of the footsteps of the infantry, the sound of horses' hooves pounding the ground was heard, and their faces turned into contemplative thoughts. The heavy cavalry led by Cordelia, who was at the forefront, attacked them through the darkness. The shock waves created by the huge horses and armor began to crush the defenses of the capital corps, likely crushing the shield soldiers who had only thought about the infantry's charge. Lord, heavy cavalry? How are the Tacito forces here? You know, you idiot. Did you have an affair with Tacito? Due to the nature of the military system of the Balkan Empire, which does not operate separate heavy cavalry, the commanders mistook the cavalry led by Cordelia for the Tacito army. It's cavalry. Start anti-cavalry tactics. Throw away your shield and sword to make it easier to move. The charge will not last long. Use the spear and hook to knock the enemy off his horse. Indeed, being an elite, the soldiers of the capital corps, under orders from their commanders, quickly changed their weapons to dislodge Cordelia's cavalry that had penetrated into the camp, resulting in fatal results. The heavy infantry led by McMorin attacked the capital corps, which had abandoned its shield and sword. Koya, it's the enemy. The infantry has attacked because the camp was completely collapsed by Cordelia's cavalry. The battlefield turned into a melee point. The legionnaires of the capital corps had to engage in melee fighting with long spears, hooks, and other long-armed weapons against cavalry without properly receiving orders from their commanders, and the heavy infantry led by McMorin showed off their matchless skills against such enemy forces. In addition, as the soldiers fought in a chaotic manner, the torches that had provided some light to the battlefield went out one by one, and as complete darkness came, the rangers' arrows began to pierce the necks and heads of the Imperial soldiers. Shoo. It's an enemy archer. Find out where they are shooting from. I don't know. It's too dark to determine the location. How on earth do they aim in the dark? Damn it. Eventually, in the dark, the capital corps soldiers began to be massacred indiscriminately. In a situation where only the screams of our troops could be heard from all directions, even fleeing soldiers began to appear, but not a single one of those fleeing soldiers succeeded in escaping as the light infantry led by Jared blocked the rear of the battlefield. Surrender. I will not kill anyone who puts down their weapons and kneels. I will allow those who surrender to retain their status as legionnaires. Anyone who runs away cowardly will be executed unconditionally, so surrender honorably. Only the voice of Yuno's army could be heard on the battlefield, and when they felt that the war was completely tilted, the Imperial army knelt one by one, and among them were the hundreds of thousands of commanders and the thousands of commanders. However, there was one man who could not tolerate them. Koya, how dare you surrender? These bastards who are members of the core under the direct command of His Majesty the Honorable Emperor. How can they surrender? If you don't want to die by my hands, get up right now. Count Cashew, who set fire to the command barracks and illuminated the battlefield, swung his sword with a terrifying sword and slaughtered the legionnaires who were kneeling point, but his sword had to stop not long after. Kuung 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 kuung. The sound of footsteps echoing through the battlefield had a weight that was incomparable to that of a warhorse, and in the darkness, only bright red eyes were staring at Count Cashew, so he fired his sword energy towards the eyes glaring at him. Point Kong. However, the sword he threw bounced away too easily. CRRRRM. A commander kills his own soldiers. You are not qualified to lead the soldiers or to be a knight who protects the weak. Troll. Count Cashew widened his eyes in surprise that it was a troll that had deflected his sword energy. Wow. This is ridiculous. How could a troll use my sword? Why? Is there a law that says our Ajin can't block your sword? Mac Morin attacked from the front, but Count Cashew was unable to move his body carelessly. This was because his enormous lifelike force was suppressing his body. Damn. I can't believe that a troll is a master. But that guy is clearly at the level of master. Moreover, his level is similar to Minajin and Count Cashew glared at each other for a moment, then swung their weapons at each other without even thinking about who would go first. Kwang. Kaung. Kang. Axes and swords clashed, and a huge explosion shook the air. The axe and the sword, both filled with mana, were swung sharply towards each other's necks, and as the distance increased for a moment due to the impact, the sword and the sword quickly flew away, aiming for each other's lives. The two soldiers, who were watching the battle between master and master, completely stopped the fight and just watched. They couldn't see the duel during the day because they were quite far away from the battlefield, but this time, since the fight took place in the middle of the battlefield, they watched the duel between Ajin and Count Cashew with fascination. Damn, I'm being pushed. The level is similar. The duel was boiling at first, but Ajin's superiority gradually became more evident. Count Cashew had not yet recovered from the duel with Eliza during the day, and had not yet recovered from the shock of being betrayed, so he felt himself being pushed back by the opposing troll master both physically and mentally. But I can't back out of here either. What kind of defeat is this? Following Tacito's Duke Tarun, I was defeated by that damned girl named Eliza. But before the duel with the third prince, I turned up my tail and ran away before I could fight. If I run away from here, I can no longer be considered a master. I can't even do it. Count Cashew closed his eyes for a moment and held her sword tightly, gathering all the remaining mana in her body and preparing for the final blow. Ajin, who saw this, also felt that the other person was preparing for the final attack and tensed her body to prepare to receive his attack point, and as soon as Count Kish's eyes finally opened, he quickly flew towards Ajin. Chiang. In an instant, Count Cashew's body and Ajin's body overlapped, and light burst out at the same time as his sword and Ajin's axe collided. And after a while, red blood began to gush out from the nape of Ajin's neck. Hey troll, you seem to know how to speak human language. What's your name? Crumbling. Ajin, the chieftain of the Deep Forest clan who follows Yuno, the wife of the Great Miri. He is called Ajin. Good. Ajin, how did my sword feel with that neck? CRRRRM. If it had been just a little deeper, you could have cut my head off. You are not qualified to be a commander or a knight, but your sword was quite good. At Ajin's words, Count Cashew smiled and grabbed his stomach, and red blood began to flow out of his stomach. Cough. Your axe was pretty good too. Damn. I never imagined I'd die here. Hey Ajin, tell me. I will listen to your last will. Ugh. Tell your master, the third prince, congratulations on your victory. And I ask you not to mess with my family. In the end, Count Cashew's upper body fell to the floor before he could finish speaking, and at the same time, his breath stopped. CRRR. I will definitely pass on your will. If you were my lord, I wouldn't even harm your family just because you were an enemy, so don't worry. Count Cashew. When Count Cashew expired, all the soldiers of the Capital Corps surrendered. Point Mir instructed McMoran and Jared to disarm the legionnaires and headed to Windridge Castle with 3,000 prisoners in the body of Count Cassow. Point as Juno's army annihilated the remnants of Count Cashew, Henry's invasion targeting the allied forces of Prince and Juno ended in vain. Point now, the only troops left to Henry were the 8th and 9th Corps, to keep the Kent rebels in check, and Prince became convinced of Juno's ascension to the Emperor. Yun defeated Count Cashew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 130, Jennifer's Bitch Training. 1. Jennifer Bitch Training. 1. When Juno returned to Windridge Castle, a welcoming party led by Duke Windridge and Prince, who had returned from the Eastern Front after hearing the news of the great victory, was waiting for him. You worked hard, Juno. You are truly magnificent. The sight of you defeating Viscount Amin, defeating Count Cashew, and then jumping into the middle of the advance alone, and defeating a legion-level army was truly horrifying. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Third Prince. The sight of Your Majesty roaming the battlefield today was like seeing a warrior from a legend. At the praise of Prince and his subordinates, Juno blushed and slapped his hands. Woo, did I do something? I just kept the opponent's master in check. In fact, shouldn't it be said that all the hard work was done by the soldiers who received the attack in the center of the battlefield? Duke Windridge's eyes were filled with emotion at Juno's humility. He, someone who just became an adult, is so deep-hearted. I really can't believe that my tomboy daughter gave birth to your highness. Your mother was a tomboy. I would appreciate it if you could tell me that story later. Grandpa, while flirting with the idea of teasing Uriah later, Juno headed to the Windrage mansion with Prince, the Duke of Windrage, and his subjects, and the soldiers, who were the protagonists of the day, ate a grand dinner prepared at the training ground where they usually trained. Enjoyed the victory. A little while later, deep into the night, after annihilating the Capital Corps and entering Windridge Castle, key members of Juno's army, including Mayor, entered the Windridge mansion. Due to the size of the mansion, Arjun could not come in, but he headed to the training ground, saying he felt more at ease with the soldiers upon hearing the story. Juno sent food prepared by Kiramu and Miruku to Arjun and his soldiers who had rushed here, to make them happy. When all the public officials gathered, a grand banquet began in earnest with the music of musicians at the head table, where Crown Prince and Crown Princess Eunice should have been sitting. Juno, Eliza, Isabella, and Mary were sitting in beautiful dresses, and behind them, Kiramu and Miruku were wearing unusually neat-made outfits, showing off that they were the protagonists of the victory. There was Prince, who was smiling, while looking at Juno and his women, stood up, raised his glass, and began his speech. Now, there is still a long way to go before we can take down the corrupt Emperor Heinrich, but with today's victory, we can say that we have taken the biggest step yet. At Prince's speech, all the nobles in the banquet hall raised their glasses high, and Juno spoke, while looking at them, as the old saying goes, well begun is half done. Now we have done half the work. We will lower Henry's banner from the gates of the Adriatic, and only the flag of this righteous Balkan Empire will fly there. Everyone, please give us a little more strength until that day. By overcoming the current crisis, our Balkan Empire will move forward to greatness once again. Make the Balkans greater. Asmir, McMoran, and Jared shouted out the slogans of Juno's speech at the start of the war. All the nobles clinked their glasses and shouted along, make the Balkans great again. This is so catchy. Did you say Commander Mayor? Who came up with this slogan? Haha, it was the last slogan of His Majesty Juno's speech to the army when he started the expedition. But the phrase was so good that even the soldiers chanted it before fighting. Is that so? It's a slogan that arouses patriotism, so it's probably very effective for the soldiers as well. I think your majesty made it really well. As voices praising Yuno were heard from all over the banquet hall, Yuno became even more embarrassed. In the end, unable to overcome his shame, Juno refused to meet the visiting nobles and was about to have a drink with Eliza when a voice mocking him was heard in Juno's ears. Hey, is it okay for a plagiarist to be praised like this? Should I just change my last name to Juno Tromp? Teacher, are you feeling okay? Since the voice was Count Lichtenauer, Juno jumped up. It's okay. The therapist said there was nothing major wrong with the body. Still, due to the nature of lightning magic, there is a high possibility of damage to the mana hole. Are you okay with that? It is said that Kuramu and Miruku provided emergency treatment using spirit magic, but the body damaged by lightning magic seemed to require more treatment. So Yuno inquired about Lichtenauer's condition. You're so quick to ask. If the teacher gets hurt, the disciple won't be able to come running and worry about it. He's drinking with the rich guys. Either the disciple from the previous life or the disciple from this life. Ugh. TSK Juno and Eliza blushed at Lichtenauer's words, while Isabella and Mary burst into laughter. Okay, what are we going to do next? Wouldn't it be better to take advantage of this momentum and advance to Adria right away? I'll have to talk about that with my brother, Viscount Leverkin, and the staff, but I'm planning to take a break for about a month. As a result of the massive increase in troops, by absorbing the Imperial Legion, the supply of supplies and weapons has been restored. You will need to prepare once. You will need time to coordinate the tactics of the Legionnaires and your allies. And you will also need to check if there are spies within the surrendered Imperial Army. I'm sure I don't know much about the military field. I've only learned how to use a sword my whole life. But you, who I thought was even more stone-headed than me, are quite sharp here, aren't you? Haha, actually, I didn't study in high school, so if my family was good Seoul University would be easy. Damn, haha, just kidding. Haven't I been taking classes with Eliza since I was little? If I didn't study, at least Eliza scolded me a lot. If I didn't want to be nagged, I should have done it to some extent. Oh, you were still so sleepy. Giggle, that's right. Whenever I sneak into your brother's class, he's always sleeping on his desk. Anyway, it's still enough to act like a human being. But why are you asking about my plan? Lichtenauer smiled bitterly at Juno's question. What are you planning to do with that bitch Jennifer? If we advance to Adria right away, it would be right to execute her right away. But if not, he is expected. The Count still harbors feelings for his former wife. No, Your Highness Mary. How can you tell a divorced man that he still has feelings for his ex-wife? And I have a new lover. Eliza, Isabella, and Mary laughed heartily at Lichtenauer's slip of the tongue. And the girls, who had been talking about Lichtenauer's late love for a while, left, saying they would go to the bedroom first, and Juno started talking alone with Lichtenauer. Giggles. You always tell me to be careful with girls, but I think the teacher is the same. I heard you said that we are 30 years apart? Oh my god, my mom and I are only 14 years apart, you know. You idiot. I don't think it's incest, right? And you're trying to rub it in on me by having a relationship with the Empress and the princesses. Incest or theft are all crimes, right? Anyway, do you want to save Jennifer? No, not really. We didn't have any affection to begin with. We fought like hell every day because of that bitch's selfish personality. But I'm curious about why she suddenly turned so evil. In fact, except for the first night, we had never had a marital relationship, so it didn't matter that I was cheating on him with another man. But I wanted to find out why he changed. Then, teacher, you can try to push the mana yourself, right? I'm probably wearing a magic seal bracelet right now anyway. I'm sure you won't be able to resist, right? At Juno's words, an embarrassed look appeared on Lichtenauer's face. Well, I pretended it wasn't the case earlier. In fact, there was damage to the mana hole. It looks like I won't be able to use mana for about half a year. Yeah? What if you tell me that now? Are you sure it's okay? This guy said he was okay. It's not like his mana hole was broken or anything. He just needs to recover from the shock and he'll be fine. This is really certain. Yes. Well, when I was advancing to the Imperial Palace, I tried to ask the teacher to deal with Vice Captain Spear, but I was determined to do it myself. Or should I ask Eliza to do it? She also beat Count Cashew. Rich Tenor shook his head at Juno's words. It's still impossible for Eliza to deal with Spear. Cashew's skills are greatly reduced due to a chronic illness, and he was extremely careless, so Eliza was able to deal with him. Moreover, he was preoccupied with secretly attacking you from the middle, so it was useless. I put all my physical and mental energy into it, and I was shocked that the fatal blow was easily blocked by you. So Eliza won, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible. Oh, then I have to do it. Anyway, take care of yourself. I'll take care of Jennifer. Alright, let me do you a favor. If you really want to do something, swing the purse that's hanging on your lower back. That might make that handsome guy talking bitch open her mouth. Giggle. Oh, now that I think about it, I'd like to see that. When I see that bitch crying because she wants to be held by you, I feel like all the stress from all those years of being teased for having a small dick ever since the first night will go away. A little. You're drunk. Lichtenauer, who was already drunk, stood up and returned to his room, supported by his new lover and maid in charge. Smiled as she looked at the back of the respected teacher in her previous life and the servant in her current life, who was busy making fun of her. When they were alone, Pointy did not forget that his teacher was considerate of him in his past life, and he knew that he was loyal to him in this life as well. So wanted to fulfill his request. Alright. Teacher. Well, if that's your wish, I'll make it come true. I'll definitely make Jennifer Matapju beg for my dick apostrophe. Having made up her mind, waited until the banquet was over and then moved to the bedroom point. When opened his bedroom door and entered, Eliza, Isabella, Mary, Kiramu, Miruku, and Cordelia began seducing him in lewd positions with their pussies open side by side. Today, the pussy of your fiancé who defeated the master for you is throbbing because she wants your cock too. Who is the biggest contributor to today's victory? I have to fuck the genius wizard sister who fought with Magic Tower owner Jennifer first in her pussy sisters? Do you know that, if it wasn't for Mary, your brother could have been seriously injured? Mary, who quickly removed the binding magic, suffered the most. Mary is first. And brother, pour a lot of your cum into Mary's sister's womb. Do you remember what you promised to give? Didn't we just decide to have sex? Anyway, Mary's appearance was so disgusting that ignored her and continued to turn her head to the side. Master, do you remember that for today? Our pussy maid, a busty elf mother and daughter, were pouring all their energy into her elemental magic and taking charge of the soldiers' meals. So, you need to pour a lot of nice cum reward on me and my mum's pussy maid for all the hard work. Gee, Cordelia, your master's pussy night. I ran hard today to receive my master's cum. So, please fill the lustful whore pussy of Cordelia, the master's private pussy knight who has been lonely because she has not received cum, with hot cum. Seeing the 6 women desperately trying to seduce him using all kinds of lewd language, Yuno's cock instantly became fully erect, and he jumped onto the bed and began conquering each of their hot bodies one by one. Illustration of Cordelia, the pussy knight who seduces Chapter 131. Jennifer bitch training. 2. Jennifer bitch training. 2. I'm the master. I don't want to be in last place. Miruku's pussy feels better than my mother's pussy. Miruku's juicy maid's pussy is drooling a lot. It's anxiously waiting for the master's dick. Master, wouldn't you rather like Kiramu's soft pussy than Miruku? Kiramu's soft pussy is ready to serve your cock next to the 2 elves who were lying on their stomachs, spreading their buttocks, and glaring at Yuno's vagina. 4 women were already passed out, with semen dripping from their pussies. Kiramu and Miruku were pushed to the end, because it was discovered that they had seduced Yuno, and had sex a lot the day before the war, and they desperately tried to seduce Yuno so as not to end up in last place. I wonder which hole feels better. Yes. I've decided. Gulp. The faces of the elf mother and daughter, who had been waiting for her to be selected with great tension, were filled with joy and sorrow as Yuno took her steps. The master has come up with me who clothes. I feel good at the lustful mother maid Kiramu, even as her body flinched at the sudden climax. Kiramu's pussy flesh gently wrapping around her dick gave Yuno the ultimate pleasure. Ugh. It's Kiramu, of course. Kiramu's pussy is the only one that has a soft combination of squishiness and softness. I almost cummed right away. Aha, thank you so much. But I can't beat the master's cock. It turned the elf queen Kirimu into a female in an instant. This very comfortable cock is the best. Pew buck puck 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 puck. Every time Yuno shook her waist, Kirimu's huge breasts shook, and orgasmic moans came out of her mouth one after another. And her Kirimu's pussy was showing the level of pleasure she was feeling, with lewd juices gushing out between the joints every time her cock slipped inside her the dick that filled her pussy bent upward even more. It's pressing firmly into Kirimu's most pleasant spot. Kirimu's body trembled as she climaxed one after another as she felt the cock rubbing against her uterus and G-spot point. And while looking at her mother like that, Miruku inserted her fingers into her own lonely pussy and felt her mother's pussy. Mom, you're so cruel. I want to do it too. I want to have good sex with my master. I want to get my pussy pounded by my master's huge cock. Miruku, just wait a little. Mom will be gone soon. I'll be gone while receiving the master's thick cum. Chum. I'm coming. Kirimu, as Yuno began to ejaculate as Kirimu had said. Miruku noticed that her back arched like a bow and her stomach began to swell little by little. It's coming in. The master's plump cum is coming into my womb. The hot cum is violating Kirimu's womb, which is desperate to get pregnant. Mommy, it feels good. Master, please fill my womb with cum. Master, please quickly fill Miruku's womb with pleasant cum. Cute half elf pussy made Miruku's womb, who is in heat because she wants to get pregnant. Please fill it with plenty of fertile cum. Continuing her cum shot into Kirimu's womb, Yuno pulled out her cock as she finished her long drawn out cum shot, giving Miruku a kiss as she begged for her pregnant sex. Brit, as her cock slipped out of her pussy, Kirimu fell to the floor and fainted from her excessive orgasm, revealing Yuno's cock covered in her white semen and love juice. Miruku naturally took Yuno's cock, which still had a firm erection, and gave off a lewd smell and hot energy in her mouth, and began cleaning it. Churura up, chupuk, chupuk, clap clap clap. I finished cleaning the master's cock. So now, please give Miruku's pussy a nice pop to giggle. I understand, Miruku. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. It's okay. My master's good pussy made, Miruku, can do anything to make him happy, but I've been waiting a long time today, so you have to pump my dick really hard. In the end, the sex that night ended after Yuno filled Miruku's womb with her semen, and Yuno fell asleep while watching her wake up. Just like that, the monumental day of victory in the war against Heinrich passed, and Yuno and his party returned to their usual daily lives. However, there was one thing added to Yuno's daily life. Dungeon. 2 days after the battle, Yuno received a report that Jennifer had woken up. Illustration of Jennifer imprisoned with a magic suppressing bracelet. Then, Yuno smiled and headed towards Jennifer, accompanied by Isabella. After Isabella confirmed that Jennifer's magic seal bracelet was working properly, Yuno tore off her wizard clothes. HMPH. Are you as interested in my body as Heinrich? Well, if you're as handsome as you, Jennifer might give me some pussy at least once. Gaia. Every time Heinrich saw Jennifer, whose body was suitable for his walls, he asked her to come into his bed. However, Jennifer did not like Heinrich's face at all, and his comments praising her small breasts, which she had a complex about, were irritating. So Jennifer refused his request, making various excuses still, because it was Jennifer, the Lord of the Imperial Tower, who was one of the pillars that maintained his power. Heinrich could not say anything, and Jennifer was receiving more and more support by making Heinrich anxious, as if she would not give anything. So, Jennifer, who had guessed that her younger sister Juno would have similar tendencies to her Heinrich, secretly spread her legs and exposed her pussy to seduce Juno, but what came back to her was her Isabella. It was lightning magic. Ho, ho, master? What are you talking about, my husband? How dare you look at Isabella's husband? When Isabella's lightning magic hit Jennifer, she was unable to resist and could only scream, "Kyuhu, anything of the Empire." Ho ho ho. Are you still out of your mind? Are you still unable to understand the situation that master is in? Isabella lifted Jennifer up by her hair, gave her a few more slaps, and threw away the clothes she had brought. Anyway, the clothes you're wearing are now just rags that can't even be used as clothes, right? Change into these. This. Wow. Get out of there right now. Where are you telling me to wear clothes like this? The clothes Isabella gave her were straight jackets, and Jennifer refused to change them, lashing out at her. However, Isabella and Juno were not easy people to give up, just because Jennifer refused. Point thoroughly understand. You're crazy. How dare you treat the Empire's Magic Tower Lord like this? You guys giggle. Magic Tower Lord? Where is the Magic Tower Lord? Are you here on official business? Even though Yuno's palm continued to tap on her buttocks, Jennifer was unable to say anything to the truth he was saying, and ended up having to wear a straitjacket with her own hands as she gave into the continued violence. Ho ho ho. As expected. Master, you look better in those clothes than in the wizard uniform. I will take over your position as master of the Magic Tower, so you can now quietly spend the rest of your life in this prison. Still, I will try to live as a former disciple, so don't worry too much. Huh. Hino. You can't rot here like this for the rest of your life. That's right. I'll give you a pussy once. This is Jennifer's pussy that even Heinrich can't eat, so I'm anxious. No, I'll keep giving it to you if you want, so all I can say is that you stay here for the rest of your life. Please don't do it. Jennifer was holding Yuno's feet and begging, but she fell into despair as she felt her body being forced to move. Shut your filthy mouth. Yuno's delightful dick is only meant to be in my pussy. It's different going into master's slut pussy. Giggling, but it will still feel good. Of course, you can enjoy the pleasure that our Yuno's dick gives you. Compared to that, it's not even 1,000th of it. Isabella shoved her vibrating enchanted dildo into Jennifer's vagina and then covered her with a blindfold. Please. Please. This is weird. Boo-hooing as her vision was blocked and the vibration magic was activated. Jennifer felt a strange feeling of pleasure creeping up from her vagina. Here you will I'll be happy. Next, his mouth was covered with a ball gag. His arms were tied behind his back, and there was nothing Jennifer could do. After hearing the sound of the prison door being locked again, the only sound that came to her ears was the sound of the vibrator in her vagina vibrating, and Jennifer felt her senses becoming more sensitive. Moreover, the stimulation felt in her pussy became stronger as time passed, so she fell deeper and deeper into the orgasmic hell of her pleasure. Real illustration of Jennifer being left in prison wearing a straitjacket and with a vibrator attached. Chapter 132. Jennifer Bitch Training 3. Jennifer Bitch Training 3. 2 days have passed since Jennifer came to her senses in prison. But Jennifer didn't know how much time had passed, and she was just going crazy with the pleasure she felt from his pussy. I want to go the right way. I'll do anything. Poke my pussy hard apostrophe, since she couldn't see anything or hear anything except her vibrations. Her senses were becoming more sensitive, but the stimulation of her pussy remained constant. I want to touch it. I'm going crazy because I want to touch her pussy. Anyone is fine, so push this vibrator in with all your might. Her body was crying out for climax, and she was asking for more stimulation, but the vibe only vibrated at the entrance to her pussy. Her uterus was pressing down and twitching in heat, but with nothing touching it. Jennifer could only writhe and howl inside of her motionless body. Clap. Wow. Then, when the sound of the prison door opening reached her ears, Jennifer started crawling with her whole body in the direction where she heard the sound. Stop releasing me. Please. I want to go away. I think I'm going crazy. Wow whoop wow wow. But only unintelligible sounds came out of her blocked mouth. I can't even find the majesty of the Magic Tower Lord. Are you feeling good? The person who came to visit her was Mary. Although she wasn't Juno or Isabella, who had made her such a miserable mess, Jennifer felt joyful that someone had come to see her right away, and when she heard Mary's voice, she turned her butt in the direction she had come from and shook it wildly. Please push this vibe deeper. I'm feeling so tantalized now. Or at least free your hands, please. Please let me masturbate. You hoo up. You hoo up. Hoo up. If you say that, you won't be able to understand what you're saying, right? Wow. By the way, Jennifer, your breasts are small, but your butt is big. I had some business to do there, so it went well. No sooner had Mary finished her sentence than Jennifer felt a cool sensation on her bottom. It's cold. Is this water? Okay. Come to your senses, Jennifer. Somehow I can untie this bracelet and escape from Hara. Jennifer, who came to her senses a little when the cold water touched her, tried to scream to stop this immediately, but a scream came out of her mouth. Woohee. This was because the cold water that was touching his buttocks penetrated into his anus. How do you feel? How does it feel to have your asshole forcibly washed with cold water? But since you haven't eaten anything, nothing comes out, so it's not dirty. Ha ha ha. Backquote, I don't like this. I don't like this. Stop bothering me. It was extremely painful to have her anus forced open and cold water enter, but since her entire body was tied up, and she had no magical power, there was nothing Jennifer could do, so her anus had to be brutally violated by Mara's water spirit. As water filled her stomach through her anus, Jennifer found it difficult to breathe properly. Backquote, ugh. My stomach feels like it's going to rip. I want to come. I want to come. But I can't come here. Ho ho ho. Why are you holding back so much? My spirit is telling me that there is nothing inside. So you can come right away. Splat. Clang. Backquote, no. No. I can't take it anymore. Let me out. Let me out in front of other people. Apostrophe. After receiving her buttocks beaten by Mary, Jennifer ended up pouring out all the water in her stomach. Mary burst into laughter as she saw water gushing out of her anus like a squirt gun, and Jennifer shed tears at the thought of her being reduced to something less than human. Whoa. Who Jennifer, who had been deprived of food for 2 days, and had her vagina repeatedly violated, this time even her anus, was forcibly cleaned, and was breathing heavily at the sight of her miserable appearance. But Jennifer's ordeal was not over. Mary grabbed her buttocks, and opened her anus to examine her insides. Why, your pussy is such a slut, but your anus is pink and pretty? I guess you've never had sex using this area before. Backquote, who would have sex in a place like that? Unless it's a handsome boy. I won't open it. When Jennifer was teased by her Mary, she felt some of her strength coming back. However, that energy had to be used to scream when she felt the slippery sensation penetrating her anus. You pupe. Oh my god. You must be feeling good. Jennifer, your asshole is twitching wildly. Can you feel it? This is an artificial life form I'm developing. It was created by combining the cleaning solution that Diane had developed and failed, along with the water spirit and earth spirit, right? This guy will live in Jennifer's butthole and eat excrement, so you will never have to poop in your life, right? Mary shamelessly told Jennifer that she was conducting human experiments on her, saying that this was her first time using it on her own person. Woo up. Backquote, there's no need for that. Whose body are you using to conduct clinical trials? As Jennifer started shaking her head, Mary slapped Jennifer's buttocks hard to calm her down, then forcefully opened her anus and forced the writhing artificial creature inside. Rest assured. Still, Jennifer is the host, and if the host dies, this guy dies too, so this cute guy won't harm Jennifer. The writhing artificial life form went inside Jennifer's anus and completely disappeared, and Jennifer's anus closed, as if it had opened at some point, regaining its pretty chrysanthemum shape point. But Jennifer felt something writhing inside her anus. Backquote, blah blah blah. I don't like it anymore. Don't bother me. Please leave me alone. When Jennifer fell to the floor and began to whimper, Mary inserted the same vibrator that was stuck in Jennifer's vagina into her anus. Woohoo up. Now Jennifer's asshole has become a pussy, an asshole pussy. I'm so jealous, right? If the experiment with Jennifer is successful, I'll have to offer my asshole virgin to my brother. Ho 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 ho. Woo up. You boo up. Backquote, don't be crazy. I never wanted something so vulgar like that. Mary smiled in satisfaction as she turned on the switch on the vibe inserted into Jennifer's throbbing anus. I thought it would be very difficult to feel it from both the vagina and the asshole, so I specially soaked the vibe stuck in the asshole with plenty of nutritional fluid. You will be fine if you share it with the child I placed in it. Next time, I look forward to seeing you become closer to that child. Ho 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 ho. I'm so excited I'm shaking. Slam. With the sound of the prison door closing again, Mary disappeared, leaving behind an evil laugh. Jennifer, who was alone again, had to sob for a long time as the tickling and vibration felt doubled in both her vagina and anus, and the tantalizing pleasure became even greater than before. 4 days later. Jennifer was struggling with the crazy hunger that was tormenting her. Mary came to visit her once a day, pulled out her vibe, checked the condition of her artificial life form, and doused it with nutritional fluid. But although it provided nutrition, her stomach was not filled, and her stomach was in pain due to being squeezed. He was appealing for food. Even now, even though it had only been a few hours since Mary had given her the nutritional solution, she was rubbing her belly on the floor, trying to relieve her hunger a little, while listening to the growling sound coming from her stomach. I'm hungry. Please give me something to eat. I don't want you to put it in my arsehole anymore. But as time went on, her pussy and arsehole became more sensitive, so Jennifer had to suffer endlessly from both her hunger and her clumsy pleasure. Rattled. Good then, when she heard the sound of the door opening, Jennifer despaired at the thought that another painful time had come. What are you trying to tease me with today? Please stop. Kill me instead. How are you, master? I brought you a gift today. What a gift. It's probably just a toy to torment me again. But I wonder if they brought food this time. If Jido is human, he might be released this time. Jennifer was cursing Isabella in her mind, but deep inside she was also hoping for something just like that point. But as time passed, Isabella did nothing to her. Instead, a dirty sucking sound was heard, and a strong male scent began to fill the prison, so Jennifer was able to easily guess what Isabella and were doing. Hey, you crazy bitch. Are you making a person like this and sucking his dick in front of me? Well, but what is it? This smell. So fragrant. Better than any scent I've ever smelled. A smell rising from Yuno's cock intensely excited Jennifer. Her pussy was already gushing out obscene juices, and as the vibrator's increasingly intense vibrations tormented her pussy and anus, Jennifer crossed her legs and sobbed. Illustration of Jennifer twisting her body while receiving training in both holes. Chapter 133. Jennifer Bitch Training 4. Jennifer Bitch Training 4. And 4 days later, Jennifer was struggling with the crazy hunger that was tormenting her. Mary came to visit her once a day, pulled out her vibe, checked the condition of her artificial life form, and doused her with nutritional fluid. But although it provided nutrition to her, her stomach was not filled, and her stomach was cramping. In pain, she was pleading for food. Even now, even though it had only been a few hours since Mary had given her the nutritional solution, she was rubbing her belly on the floor, trying to relieve her hunger a little, while listening to the growling sound coming from her stomach. I'm hungry. Please give me something to eat. I don't want you to put it in my arsehole anymore. But as time went on, her pussy and arsehole became more sensitive, and Jennifer suffered endlessly from both her hunger and her clumsy pleasure. Rattled. Good then, when she heard the sound of the door opening, Jennifer despaired at the thought that another painful time had come. What are you trying to tease me with today? Please stop. Kill me instead. How are you, master? I brought you a gift today. What a gift. It's probably just a toy to torment me again. But I wonder if they brought food this time. If Jido is human, he might be released this time. Jennifer was cursing Isabella in her mind, but deep inside she was also hoping for something just like that point. But as time passed, Isabella did nothing to her. Instead, a dirty sucking sound was heard, and a strong manly scent began to fill the prison, allowing Jennifer to guess what Isabella was doing. Hey, you crazy bitch. Are you making a person like this and sucking his dick in front of me? Well, but what is it? This smell. So fragrant. Better than any scent I've ever smelled. A smell rising from Yuno's cock intensely excited Jennifer. Her pussy was already gushing out obscene juices, and as the vibrator's increasingly intense vibrations tormented her pussy and anus, Jennifer crossed her legs and sobbed. Hey, master, this is a gift I'm giving you. We can't eat it, because we don't have it either. Please be happy, because we are giving you something so precious. It's incredibly rich and nutritious. Isabella thrust Yuno's cock, which she had sucked with utmost care, into Jennifer's face and shook it, causing Yuno to ejaculate. A huge amount of semen spurted out and covered Jennifer's face, and the smell and taste of the hot semen coming through her blindfold and ball gag made Jennifer increasingly hot. What is this? I can't believe there was a man's semen this thick. All the men's semen I've received so far was fake. This is real man's semen. A Jennifer took a deep breath, smelled Yuno's semen, and worked hard with his tongue to taste a little more of the semen coming through the ball gag point, and Isabella looked at Jennifer and removed the blindfold that had been blocking her vision for the past week. What do you think? What does my little brother's cum taste like? This is the cum of a real male. This is the cum of a true male born to dominate females. And this cock is the true emperor's cock. All females the largest cock at the peak of the male that dominates. There was Yuno's huge erect cock, bigger than any cock Jennifer had ever seen. No, not even the biggest cock I've ever seen. Isn't even half as big as that. And this smell. Jennifer, who got even more excited as she looked at Yuno's cock, twisted her body to get even a little more stimulation. Isabella laughed at Jennifer and opened her pussy in front of her eyes and started having sex with Yuno. It feels good. Yuno. Fuck your older sister's pussy harder. Fuck Isabella, your bitch. Rape Isabella, the incestuous pussy that chose to be your younger brother's bitch. And fill my uterus with so much hot cum that it explodes. Cow, you are my sister. I understand. Today I will pour a lot of cum until your uterus explodes, so be prepared. Clothes. Thank you for putting your dick in clothes. I love it. My brother's biggest cock feels so good. She treated herself as if she were nothing, whether she saw it or not, and the sight of Yuno and Isabella having sex was like a beast point, but their sex seemed so pleasant, especially the sight of Isabella screaming in pleasure every time the huge cock went in and out was deeply ingrained in Jennifer's mind. I want to do it too. Not with a vibrator like this. I want to be fucked by that huge dick. As time passed, Jennifer's body became more hungry for sex, but she was still unable to do anything. In the end, Juno stopped having sex with Isabella only after he poured semen into her womb 3 times. Then she took the dog food bowl containing her dog's food, caught her own semen pouring out of her sister's pussy, and held it out in front of Jennifer. No, Jennifer. This is your meal from today. And from now on, I will give you this for all your meals, so enjoy it. Do you understand? Haha. When you come tomorrow, if your bowl is not empty or there are signs of it being thrown away, you will starve completely. I know how. After saying that, Yuno picked up the unconscious Isabella, lifted her up, and even removed her ball gag, and left the prison point. Although the blindfold was removed, and her vision was restored, and she was able to speak, Jennifer looked at the dog food bowl in front of her with blank eyes. Hey, this kind of thing is called a meal. I must be eating this kind of thing. Rumbling, she closed her eyes and tried to look away, but the sound coming from her stomach made Jennifer open her eyes. And as the scent of semen wafting from her dog food bowl entered her nose, her tongue instinctively stretched out. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. It looks delicious. This smell is so good. Before she knew it, her tongue had reached her dog food bowl, and she was trembling, almost unable to touch it. Oh no. If I eat this, there will be no turning back. Still, Jennifer managed to come to her senses before her tongue touched her, raised her body, and turned her head. I can survive without eating things like that. Come to your senses, Jennifer. You are not a dog. I'm Jennifer, the Empire's strongest genius wizard. In her prison, where no one was there, she spoke to herself and strengthened her will point. But a few hours later, her will began to waver again. As time passed, the air inside the prison was filled with the smell of Yuno's semen. Yuno's unique, strong male scent made Jennifer's body more sensitive, and along with the vibrator inserted into her vagina and anus, it continued to stimulate her erogenous feelings, reducing her stamina, and the hunger she felt became stronger. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to put my face in that bowl right now and eat. Furthermore, I'm sure I'll be able to feel the heavenly taste I felt earlier. Jennifer, who prided herself on being a genius wizard, lost her will and felt her tongue reaching for the dog food bowl again. As her body moved towards that place, the smell of her semen became stronger, and Jennifer's desire became stronger. Yeah, right. I eat this to survive. Furthermore, I definitely don't eat it because I want to. Furthermore, I eat this to recover my stamina and get revenge on those bitches. Furthermore, I definitely don't eat this because the smell of this semen is so good. After completing her self-rationalization, Jennifer's tongue slowly approached the dog food bowl and finally touched Yuno's semen that filled her bowl. Drink it. Drink the semen. There will never be anything this delicious in the world. I'd be happy to eat only this for the rest of my life. As soon as his cum hit her tongue, Jennifer felt a rush of pleasure tremble through her body, along with a feeling of extreme euphoria. And when she put a piece of dog food soaked in her semen into her mouth and swallowed it, the feeling of happiness doubled point as the sticky semen surrounding the dog food swirled around her tongue. Jennifer's eyes rolled back as she felt the strong male scent and extremely rich creamy taste on her tongue. Jennifer, who was unable to use her hands, buried his face in his dog food bowl and began to scoop up the semen-soaked dog food. It's amazing. Semen meal is amazing. My body is becoming satisfied. The sexual desire and hunger that were bothering me are disappearing. In the end, Jennifer licked the bowl thoroughly and emptied every drop of dog food and semen in the dog bowl and fell asleep, feeling full and satisfied for the first time in a week. Jennifer's semen meal illustration. Chapter 134. Jennifer's bitch training. 5. Jennifer bitch training. 5. From that day on, Jennifer did not have to feel hungry for a week. Yuno took turns taking her women and having sex in front of Jennifer, filling her food bowl with the semen pouring out of their pussies. The amount of semen was enough for Jennifer to eat until she was full, so she always felt full and extremely happy whenever she ate it. Yesterday, Jennifer said she was lucky because she ate well and moved to a prison room with sunlight, so Jennifer rubbed her back in the warm sunlight, savoring the smell of semen from her stomach flowing through her nose. The smell of cum rising from my stomach is fragrant and good. She watched Yuno's sex with women who stimulated Yuno's sexual desires with all kinds of lewd words, and had her words corrected every time Yuno poured his semen into her ice bowl. So Jennifer naturally became vulgar before she knew it. I was writing this word whoa. I'm happy because my back is warm and my stomach is full. I guess it wouldn't be so bad to continue living here, right? As she was dazed, Jennifer thought for a moment that she wanted to continue living here. This is crazy. What was I just thinking? That bastard made me feel weird. This is not me. Arg, get me out of here. Thump thump thump. Jennifer couldn't overcome her outpouring of self-destruction and rolled over, slamming her head against the wall. See, it hurts so bad. Hey, I'm bored. I need to masturbate. Jennifer, who had been tied up in a straitjacket for over 2 weeks, had finally learned the trick of moving the vibe inside her vagina and anus. Her unique trick was to pull the inner flesh of her pussy and anal sphincter all the way inside, press them as close to her uterus and G-spot as possible, and then push her stomach against the wall to transmit the vibration directly to the sensitive area. But although masturbation started to feel good, Jennifer's mood did not improve. If I continued to press my uterus with both vibrators, I could feel a gentle orgasm, but it was literally just self-consolation. Vibrating in my uterus. I like this. It's good. And I want to have sex. I want to be strong and proud. I want to get my female uterus violated by a male dick. Uterus. I want to be splashed with cum. As Jennifer continued to masturbate unsatisfied, her head was soon filled with Yuno's cock. Yuno, who came to feed her again today, brought to Jennifer's prison an elf with huge boobs bouncing around, and without any mercy in front of her, he pounded that huge dick in front of her and gave her a huge breast with rough sex like an animal. I sent away countless elves. A huge amount of semen poured out from the elf's vagina, which was screaming seductively while being impaled on a cock, and it was not enough to fill Jennifer's rice bowl and overflowed onto the floor. Jennifer, who was staring at it blankly, felt her body heating up and saw the semen flowing onto the floor. I had to secretly masturbate while licking up the semen. That shameful elf with big breasts must have tempted Yuno with those vulgar breasts. Those busty princess bitches, with that huge dick next to them, they probably couldn't resist and seduced Yuno and had incestuous sex with her every day. Bitches. And I want to have sex too. I want to be fucked like an animal with that huge cock. Jennifer was instinctively feeling jealous of Yuno's women point. Although her reason did not acknowledge it, her burning body burned her with pain as she felt that the cock that was supposed to enter her body had been taken away, and as if to prove it, Jennifer's pussy continued to spurt out lewd juices. It dripped down her thighs. In addition, the artificial life inside Jennifer's anus seemed to recognize her feelings and moved up to her stomach and pressed her uterus with a vibrator, causing Jennifer to climax, feeling the greatest pleasure she had ever experienced from masturbation. Britta, go away. Jennifer, go away. Please put that huge cock in Jennifer's pussy. The cock I've seen so far wasn't even a cock. So please, a real male's dick. Please stick your dick into my pussy. Before she knew it, Yuno had been upgraded from an enemy to Yuno-sama in her head point. Of course, after her excitement subsided, Jennifer would writhe her body in regret, cursing herself for begging Yuno to give her his cock. But the orgasm she was feeling right now was so ecstatic that Jennifer couldn't help it. There was a satisfied smile on his face point, and the next day, when Yuno didn't come, when the time came, Jennifer couldn't hide her nervousness. I'm hungry. When is this bastard coming? Don't you think you should come quickly and give me your cum? Her rice bowl, in which Yuno poured his semen yesterday, was licked up with her tongue and was almost like a dishwasher. Jennifer, who had been waiting so anxiously for Yuno, began to worry that Yuno was starving her again as the sun began to set from her window. Ugh, I don't like starving. I want to eat cum. Greasy, fragrant cum. Male cum that feels bouncy when you roll it in your mouth. When she thought of Yuno's semen, her body heated up again, so Jennifer started masturbating again. Since her entire body was tied up, the only thing she could do was masturbate, so she masturbated several times today and reached climax, and as she did so, her body became more and more sensitive. It feels good. Yuno-sama, please. Sink your cock harder into this vulgar girl's pussy, as she mumbled to herself and masturbated furiously, recalling the sex Yuno and the elf had yesterday. A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Did you be so hungry? I didn't know this. Do you want Jennifer to want my cock? Jennifer was so shocked that she flipped over and ended up rolling over and hitting the wall. No, you were so focused on masturbating that you didn't even hear me open the prison door. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Well, you didn't masturbate. Well, but why did you come alone today? Are you really going to put it in my mouth? Jennifer's face had an expression of extreme disgust, but her voice was full of excitement, unable to hide it. Is it really washable? It felt good just to drink the cum. But if I could suck that cock myself, if I could smell the rich male scent flowing from the cock. Gulf of saliva was flowing out of her mouth, and before she knew it, her tongue was sticking out and licking the air as if her dick was right in front of her. Well, I didn't mean to do that. As the owner, I have a responsibility to not feed you today. Why don't you get some service from Jennifer? If you suck it properly, she'll come. If you don't do it properly, there's nothing wrong with it. I know. Who is the owner? But I'm hungry. So I have no choice but to suck this dick and make it feel good in order to eat the smelly cum, right? Despite showing off her compulsion, Jennifer came in front of Yuno, crawling on her body like a caterpillar, opening her mouth wide and biting down on a dick bigger than her face at once. Smell. I wanted to smell this thick smell. I think I can go there just by sucking a dick. The male scent feels so good. Chew up. Chirp. 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 Jennifer had a lot of experience with men, but due to her status and personality, she never imagined that she would ever be able to suck a man's cock, and in fact, she had never had such experience, so her fellatio was sloppy. However, after feeling Jennifer's determination to do her best to satisfy herself and receive her semen, Yuno began to like her fellatio to some extent. Don't set your teeth. If you keep scratching, they'll pull out all your teeth. Me. I'm sorry, it had been a long time since her skin became like steel, so it didn't hurt Yuno at all to be scratched by her teeth, but it was true that it was bothersome, so Yuno corrected Jennifer's fellatio one by one. I can finally use it. Now I can use it on my throat too. Get ready. To the throat. How do you write it? Stand? No way. As she suspected, Yuno held Jennifer's head and pushed his dick into her as hard as he could. Boo 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 boo. Phew, I like the throat. The mouth and pussy aren't that great, but the throat and pussy are good. Yuno started pistoning, as if Jennifer's throat had truly become a pussy. Jennifer's airway was compressed, and her breathing became labored as her throat was clogged with Yuno's huge cock point. In the end, she could only breathe in through her nose when Yuno thrust his cock into her, and exhale only when he pulled his cock out, so she buried her nose in the base of Yuno's cock, filling it with his male scent. I had to inhale the smell. I can't breathe. It's painful. But why am I feeling better and better? My body has become completely strange. Now my body wants this. As the cock was stuffed down her throat, her pussy was squirting out a torrent of lewd pussy juice, and she was experiencing an orgasm, and Jennifer realized that her body was truly accustomed to Yuno's cock and semen. I'm going to come now. I'm pouring it myself, so drink it all. When her Yuno looked at her face and told her that she was going to come, Jennifer nodded, sucking his cock as hard as she could. Then, Yuno let go of what she had been holding back for a little while and began pouring out her semen. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling Yuno's semen pouring forcefully into her mouth, Jennifer reached her climax and her body trembled. AHH. Smelly cum is coming in. Cum that is more delicious than anything in this world. The cum of the male who trained me to be a female is pouring into my mouth. Gulp gulp gulp. Jennifer swallowed Yuno's semen desperately, as if she wasn't going to miss a single drop. But no matter how much she had been taught, there was no way Jennifer, still a novice, could handle Yuno's huge pouring of semen, and she ended up spilling her last sip all over her bottom. Cough. Cough. What? Did you spill the cum that your master gave you to feed you on the floor? Huh. Jennifer frowned as she heard Yuno yelling at her, who so naturally called her master. Who is whose master? But you gave me such delicious cum. It was my fault for spilling. However, her eyes were looking at the spilled semen, as if it was a waste, and she eventually started licking up the spilled semen on the floor. But you still know how to be polite to your owner? Now, open your mouth, and see how delicious you enjoyed it. Be back. Oh my. Why are you making me do this? But since you gave me delicious cum, this much, and maybe I'll even have sex with Zhao in response to Yuno's request. Jennifer opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue as hard as she could, raising her anticipation for sex. The semen still remaining on Jennifer's tongue mixed with saliva and spewed out obscene sounds. Her eyes were begging for more semen, as if it wasn't enough, and her pussy was spewing out a lot of obscene smelling pussy juice. Yuno, watching Jennifer's appearance with a satisfied smile on her face, felt that the final step of turning her into her own bitch was approaching, and raised her body. Illustration of Jennifer getting her mouth examined after volunteering. Chapter 135. Jennifer bitch training. 6. Jennifer bitch training. 6. Yuno unlocked the straitjacket that bound Jennifer one by one. Why? Why are you letting me out? Didn't you keep me locked up here? In response to Jennifer's question, Yuno completely removed her straitjacket and even removed the handcuffs that had bound her. See ya. Are you really going to let me go? Me? Then I don't have to eat shit anymore? Now you won't be able to eat that delicious cum. Yuno smiled sinisterly as she looked at Jennifer, who was looking at her with pitiful eyes even as she released her restraints. I'm not letting you out, but I'm thinking of going for a walk, because I'm afraid my body may be stiff, since I've been tied up here for 15 days. Walk. To Jennifer's puzzled face, Yuno nodded and took something out of her arms and threw it on the floor. But wouldn't it be fun if I just went out? Now, put it around your neck with your hands. Jennifer's eyes began to shake, because what Yuno threw to her floor was her dog's collar. Do it quickly. There's no time. Ugh. Are you really trying to treat me like a pet dog? But I want to go out for the first time in a long time. I'll let you suck my dick. So what is this? Jennifer was experiencing humiliation and submission to who tried to treat her like a pet dog, and the pleasure that came with it. Point of course, she wasn't acknowledging that fact, but the pussy juice flowing like a waterfall between her thighs spoke of it. Listen, Jennifer, when you wear that dog collar, you can't talk, you can't walk on 2 feet. You literally become a dog. Do you understand? Why do I have to do something like that? Even though I've been reduced to nothing now, I'm the best magician in the empire. Slam. Jennifer fell to the floor due to the intense pain that resonated through her buttocks and the exhilarating pleasure that rose up. Why is a dog speaking human language? Jennifer, from now on you are a dog. You are my pet dog. Understand? I understand. Here. Slam. This dog keeps talking in human language. What should I do from now on? Hey, you bad guy. He did this to me. But maybe this isn't that bad. Woof, woof. In the end, a dog sound came out of Jennifer's mouth, and only then did smile with satisfaction. Of course, if the dog listens well, I'll give him a reward, right? When he's wearing that collar, I'll give him some semen for dinner. If he's good at being cute, I can even fuck you in the pussy. Woof, woof. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing you can do, right? I'm not doing this because I want to be a dog. I'm acting to avoid starving to death. Yes, that's right. I'm doing this to receive that pleasant cum. After completing her self-justification once again, Jennifer shook her but vigorously as if she were a real dog. Let's go out. Jennifer, I guess you're happy to hear that you're going out for a walk with your master? I see you twitching your butt. Woom. Seeing her like that, put her leash on Jennifer's dog collar around her neck and dragged her out of her prison. As she came out of the prison in the corner of Windridge's residence, the cold wind swirled around Jennifer's naked body, awakening her spirit slightly. Right. I'm naked now. Stand. Are you really going for a walk like this? I guess not. While wearing only a straitjacket in prison, she naturally exposed her vagina and anus to and his women. Jennifer, who realized that she was naked, curled up and tried to hide her naked body. Jennifer, you look embarrassed because it's your first time going out for a walk. It's okay. What's wrong with a dog going for a walk? But I'm naked right now. Slam. Didn't I say that doggy dogs shouldn't talk to people? If they keep losing their senses, I won't give them food. Kinking whimpering from the pain coming from her buttocks, Jennifer eventually slowly crawled out on all fours, following lead. Still, Jennifer felt her body getting used to it little by little as she slowly relaxed the muscles she had not used in 2 weeks by crawling around the garden behind the official residence. It's still cool. Prison wasn't bad, but you also need time to get some air like this. A dog wouldn't be so bad, since it could eat its owner's cum rolling and rolling back. Jennifer, what are you talking about? You are not puppy. You are Jennifer, the Empire's greatest archmage. I'm Jennifer, a rare magic genius. Smiled to herself as she watched Jennifer hurt herself again, unable to overcome her feelings of self-destruction, and then slowly approached her. Hey, is our bitch in heat? Why is she acting like this? Let's just be still. Then, shall we try to comfort her? Jennifer stopped struggling at words. Stand. Are you really going to have sex? Are you going to stick that big cock inside me? That sex that seemed incredibly pleasant. Can you do it? Even at this moment, the vibrator was vibrating in Jennifer's vagina and anus, so she opened her vagina, sticky with pussy juice, in front of with anticipation. Still, it's a bit awkward to put your dick here. Master, I'll just soothe you with your fingers. Jennifer was disappointed because it wasn't 6, but as soon as fingers touched her pussy, Jennifer felt a rush of pleasure throughout her body. Pushy. What is this? Is that a finger? Even though she only touched it with her fingers, Jennifer squirted as she orgasmed from the extreme pleasure. Thinking had done something. She looked behind her, but just smiled and removed her finger from her pussy for a moment and just watched her dirty deed. So Jennifer asked her to do it again. I can't believe it. What happened to my body? I might be mistaken. So if I try it again, it might be different. As fingers penetrated into her vagina once again, Jennifer realized that what she felt was not her illusion. I feel crazy. I feel like my body is on fire. Furthermore, I want to have sex. Please do something to my body. Her pussy, which had been sensitized by the vibrator for 2 weeks, responded to Yuno's touch and became extremely horny, continuously pouring out her pussy juice. Jennifer, unable to control her hot body, rubbed her body against Yuno's legs and begged for sex. King Ugh, looks like our Jennifer has grown tired of her fingers. But for now, just hold back with her fingers. I'll make you harder, though, so it will be a bit of a consolation. Yuno removed the vibrator from Jennifer's vagina and her anus, and inserted her fingers deep into both holes, scratching her cervix and G-spot at the same time, and pressing her uterus from her anus. Here you will have, Jennifer. I think that's a monkey, not a dog. You wanted does it right. When Yuno scolded Jennifer, who was letting out a cry that was almost like a scream, and started thrusting her fingers even harder, Jennifer barked, even shedding tears. Whoa. Woof. Woof. I love it. I love Yuno's fingers. Master's fingers feel so good. Before she knew it, Jennifer was calling Yuno her master in her heart, and as she tasted the pleasant climax of his fingers, she collapsed from complete exhaustion. Oh, what if my dog barely gets this far? But since he worked hard, I'll give him a reward. Now, my dog likes his master's cock, so try to suck it hard. Yuno sat down on her garden bench and pulled down her pants, exposing her dick point. Even though Jennifer was shaking from exhaustion, when she saw Yuno's cock, she barely raised her body and crawled in front of him and took the cock in her mouth. That's right. My dog is doing well, right? You have to remember what I taught you earlier and suck it, right? If you don't, I'll pull out all your teeth. King. GRRR. HAA. Master's cock is delicious. The smell of the cock feels so good still. Yuno knew that Jennifer's stamina was at its limit, so she watched her mouth for a while, but after enjoying it, she poured her semen into her mouth. Boom. Boom. Burst. 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 Jennifer felt her body burning even more as she gleefully accepted the barrage of semen pouring into her mouth. I want to be fucked by this cock. I want to receive cum with my pussy. Master's thick, hot cum. I want to receive it with Jennifer's dog pussy. King looking at Jennifer, who was whimpering with her pussy spread beneath her feet. Yuno felt the presence of the maids approaching from behind her and pulled up her pants. However, Jennifer could not sense anything because her magic was sealed. Even though Yuno pulled up her pants, she still could not give up her expectations and continued to whine until she saw the maids coming towards her and Yuno. Her body stiffened. I got caught. I thought no one was there, but I showed this to someone else. Your Majesty, the night air is chilly. Are you okay? You shouldn't catch a cold while playing with your dog until late at night. This is my first time seeing a dog. This is my first time seeing a dog with red fur like this at the official residence. But it's such a cute dog. The two maids approached Yuno and Jennifer, but they saw Jennifer as a puppy, and she asked Yuno if she could pet Jennifer. Yuno politely declined her maid's request and sent her maids away, saying that she would play for some time and then go back home. Woof. Woof. How did you see me as a puppy? I don't have any magical power. Oh, really? Jennifer looked at Yuno as if she had noticed something, and Yuno nodded as if she was correct. Yes. There is a recognition blocking spell on your collar. So anyone who wears this collar will see you as a cute puppy, so you can go for a walk with peace of mind. Jennifer. I have really become a bitch. My master's bitch. After drinking my master's cum like this, I have become a bitch who can have sex with my master someday. Jennifer lost consciousness as her tense body relaxed and her heart warmed. What? Did you faint? Well, I couldn't move for 2 weeks, and then I moved too hard, so I guess I just fainted. But I'll take you for a walk every day starting today, so don't worry, Jennifer. TSK. Juno took Jennifer back to her prison and laid her down, and from that day on, Jennifer lived happily ever after as her bitchy illustration of Jennifer begging Juno for sex while taking a walk. Chapter 136. Jennifer bitch training 7. Jennifer bitch training 7. Since the day she first started walking, Jennifer has been waiting for the time to go for a walk every day. He spent the day masturbating, and whenever the sun went down, Juno would come to her prison and take her for a walk. During walks, Jennifer was always able to suck Juno's cock and drink the semen that spurted out, and then Juno rubbed her pussy and anus with his fingers, giving her a level of pleasure that was different from any climax she had ever felt before. Jennifer enjoyed her walks very much. Are you a little late today? You're sure he's not coming, right? Master, Jennifer wants to go for a walk. I want to take a quick walk and suck your cock. As soon as she heard the sound of the prison's outer door opening, Jennifer stood up happily. If I go out for a walk today, my master will give me cum. Delicious cum. Bitch, Jennifer's favorite master's cum, so I should suck my master's cock happily today as well. Woof, woof. Welcome master, thank you for not forgetting Jennifer and visiting us today. As soon as she heard Juno come in, she quickly put her collar around her neck, so Jennifer made puppy noises from her mouth to welcome Juno. As Juno entered her prison, she smiled with satisfaction as she looked at Jennifer, gently shaking her butt towards her. TSK. Where has that initial hostility gone? If it's like this today, Jennifer, seeing Jennifer greet me so warmly makes my cock feel a bit bad. So, before we go for a walk today, would you please suck my master's cock first? Woof, woof. The master got an erection after seeing my body. If that's the case, then of course I have to deal with it as the master's bitch, right? Jennifer, who smiled brightly at Juno's request, pulled Juno's pants down with her mouth without even using her hands, as if she were a real dog, and stuffed a large erect dick into her mouth. Chew up. Master, how do you feel? What are this bitch Jennifer's cocksucking skills? Of course, you'll be satisfied, right? Jennifer had been sucking Juno's cock every day while walking repeatedly for a week, so she wanted to give Juno greater satisfaction. So she took out the vibe inside her vagina and practiced sucking his cock, even when she was alone in the room. And now Juno is I now have a satisfactory level of fellatio skills. What was expected? Jennifer, your cocksucking skills have improved a lot. Be a good girl. When Juno was satisfied with her fellatio and stroked her head, Jennifer was so happy that she felt her love juices flowing from her pussy. Master. Thank you. The owner's happiness is Jennifer's happiness. Because Jennifer is a master's bitch, as Jennifer did her best to perform fellatio while climaxing, Juno soon ejaculated. Jennifer drank all of Juno's semen without spilling a single drop, showing off her extremely skilled skills, and stuck out her tongue to scoop up the semen that Juno had ejaculated. I confirmed to Juno that I drank everything. Good job, Jennifer. But today, your dick isn't dead enough to take one foot out. Can you take it out one more time? Woom, woof, woof, woof. On the side, clap 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 back. As much as you want. Just give her commands and Jennifer can suck your master's cock anytime, anywhere. After enjoying Jennifer's mouth and pussy for a while, feeling Jennifer's tongue gently licking and kissing her glands, Juno ejaculated into her mouth once more. Since she had absorbed the energy of the world tree, Juno had been ejaculating nearly 1.5 L of semen every time she ejaculated, so Jennifer's stomach was filled with 3 L of semen. And when all of that moisture was absorbed into her body, Jennifer, she immediately felt the need to urinate. But okay, shall we go for a walk now? Jennifer, let's go. Woof, woof. Hey, I feel like I need to pee. Well, I already sucked my dick today, so it won't take long. Seeing her Juno leaving the door of her cell, dragging her leash to go out for a walk, Jennifer couldn't bring herself to tell her that she wanted to go to the bathroom, and she suppressed the urge to go to the bathroom and let her Juno go for a walk. However, unlike usual, Juno went out into the garden and went for a walk outside her residence, so it was becoming increasingly difficult for Jennifer to hold back her urine. The wind is particularly nice today. Jennifer, don't you feel good to get some fresh air too? Kick. Kick as the weather became quite chilly after the harvest season and the wind blew strongly. Jennifer, who was not wearing any clothes, felt her body getting cold. As her body cooled, Jennifer naturally began to feel the urge to urinate more strongly, and even her legs were shaking as the urge to urinate became stronger due to the vibrations from the vibrator inserted into her vagina and anus. I need to pee. But if the master doesn't give me an order, since human speech was strictly prohibited while wearing her dog's collar, Jennifer could not say she wanted to go to the bathroom and continued to whine, hoping that would notice her condition. Jennifer. She's shaking her legs. She looks like she needs to pee. Should I go pee? King. Jennifer was delighted with Yuno's offer and licked Yuno's feet. After all, you are the master. You understand my situation so well. I'm glad I became your master's bitch. Let's see. A place where Jennifer can pee. Yes, she can pee there. Jennifer stiffened for a moment as she looked at the direction Yuno pointed. This was because it was a place where 5 legionnaires serving under Juno gathered to stand guard after the legion surrendered. While guarding his barracks, it was obvious that the soldiers would definitely recognize him if they saw him. But what does it matter? Anyway, if you wear this collar, you'll just look like a red-haired puppy. Until now, she had been seen by the maids countless times in Yuno's garden, but they all treated her like a puppy and loved her. So Jennifer confidently crawled next to Yuno. Your Highness, Third Prince, what brought you here? Security is on full alert. Thank you so much for trusting us, the soldiers who surrendered, and even entrusting us with guarding the official residence. Yuno pointed to Jennifer while being greeted by guards who showed respect to her. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, I went for a walk with my dog, and she kept whining as if she needed to pee. I'll let her do some business for a while. Haha, that's a really cute puppy. Yes, I understand. If you let him urinate on the pillar, we'll fetch the water and clean it up later. Thank you for this. Jennifer, you can do your business here. Didn't I teach you how to urinate last time? Last time in prison, Jennifer was severely scolded for wearing a dog collar and urinating like a human, so she was taught to urinate like a dog. Oh my. Jennifer is a female dog, but this is a male dog peeing. Still, if the owner is satisfied with this, Jennifer can do as much as she wants. Therefore, as instructed by Yuno, Jennifer confidently lifted one leg and released the urge to sleep that she had been holding in. SHHH. The bladder door, which had been forcibly closed for a long time, opened, and urine poured out of Jennifer's vagina like a fountain. AHH. It's refreshing after all. I like peeing outside. Looking at Jennifer, who was about to urinate with a very happy expression, Yuno pressed the switch she had hidden in her pocket. Beep. Then Jennifer, why are you here all of a sudden? Jennifer. Oh, no, and with that figure. What are you doing? When the soldiers recognized her and panicked, Jennifer was so embarrassed that she tried to stop urinating. However, Jennifer's urine, which had already begun to spurt out, did not stop, and she continued to spurt out strongly, clearly showing her obscene appearance to the soldiers. Look. Don't look. I mean, don't look. Look at me. Jennifer, what are you to me? Answer me. I am in front of the soldiers. Jennifer dropped her body as she looked at Yuno. Jennifer declared as she let out one last powerful stream of urine from her cunt. Jennifer is the master's bitch. She is a perverted bitch who likes the cum that the master feeds her more than food. Woof. Jennifer screamed her ass off, forgetting she was even wearing her dog collar, and was so traumatized by having declared herself a bitch in front of her soldiers, who recognized her, that her pee stream stopped. I soon fainted. I didn't expect you to faint. But anyway, you had a hard time. Jennifer. Yuno picked up the unconscious Jennifer and stroked her head. His Highness the Third Prince. What is this? Are you raising Jennifer as a puppy? Hey, if you don't mind, can we take care of you and raise it for a while? Even though I look like this, I was famous for raising dogs well in my hometown. Yuno smiled as he saw the soldiers showing their lust while looking at the magic seal bracelet hanging on Jennifer's arm. Cuck, is that so? I guess you guys should pay me something in return. Yep, of course. We'll give you anything we can. Really? I'll gladly accept the price I want from all of you scumbags. Yuno showed off her fierceness with a single smile. Huh. What is that? Huh. Why? Don't you say. Properly, the soldiers were taken aback by the sight of Yuno, but their heads had already been cut off by Yuno, and Yuno called Miruku and ordered him to dispose of the bodies of the 5 of them. Ah, master. They were rapists, but didn't you kill them too easily? Even though they raped civilians during the march, they were 10 leaders of the Capital Corps, so they just gave a warning and moved on. I don't want to dirty the boy's dick by cutting it off with my own hands. Well, killing it this way or that way is the same, right? Okay, by the way, it looks like Jennifer's bitch training is going well. Giggling. Have you finished potty training already? Yes. But someone said that they caught him urinating in front of people. They giggled so that he could punish them tomorrow. What punishment will you give me? That's a secret. Look forward to tomorrow. Just let me know. Even though I'm the master's pussy maid, I will do all the errands for you. Miruku quickly disposed of the soldiers' corpses using the earth spirit and clung to Yuno. I understand. I'll take Jennifer to jail and have some serious sex next to her. That's it then, right? Shite. I'm sorry you didn't tell me, but if it's sex with the owner, I'm very welcome. Do you need to fill Miruku's uterus full again this time? It was Miruku who received Yuno's semen this morning, but sex with her Yuno was always good, so Miruku was able to enjoy intense sex with Yuno in Jennifer's prison. Fur female dog urinating in the open illustration. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 137. Jennifer's bitch training. Finish. Jennifer bitch training. Finishing. The next morning, Jennifer woke up and got up as the sunlight entered the prison and dazzled her eyes. Jennifer, who was absent-mindedly enjoying the warm sunlight for a moment, frowned as she remembered what happened last night when she felt a vibration in his lower abdomen. Yesterday, I saw the image of a bitch in front of Sol Dearcy. Don't know what happened, but the fact that he urinated on her like a dog and declared her a bitch in front of other people caused her such a mental shock that she even fainted. Jennifer bit her lip tightly and took in all his thoughts. Jennifer gave up on everything because she thought it was obvious that by today the news that she had become Yuno's bitch would have spread throughout the barracks, and that it would soon spread to the eastern region, including the Windrage region, and further to the entire empire. It's okay. I have to live as my master's bitch now anyway. I'll live as my master's bitch Jennifer forever. So it doesn't matter if I look like that. Jennifer, who had been controlling her mind all morning, received an unexpected visitor as the sun was approaching noon. Hannah, the elf maid who had been having sex with Yuno, came to her prison and, revealing her own name as Miruku, summoned her water spirit and began to wash Jennifer. She was afraid that her master would not like her because she got a lot on her legs when she peed yesterday, so she obediently agreed to wash it. But Miruku removed the vibrator and artificial life form from her vagina and anus and placed a red scarf symbolizing the Empire's Magic Tower Lord. When I started putting him in a wizard's uniform, he started to struggle and resist. Why are you putting this on again? I'm the master's bitch. Why am I wearing these clothes again? Oh my, I don't know either. It's the master's order, so I'm just following it. So, please dress calmly. Jennifer eventually stopped resisting after hearing Yuno's instructions and had to obediently follow Miruku's instructions. However, the negative thoughts in her head continued to eat away at her, and Jennifer continued to become depressed. No, it can't be. There's no way my master would abandon me now. If you're fully dressed, please follow me. The master has ordered me to bring Jennifer. Yes, I understand. Jennifer headed to her official residence with Miruku and followed her lead into Yuno's room. Not only Yuno, but also Isabella, Mary, Eliza, Cordelia, and Kuramu, all the women who had sex with Yuno, were waiting there, and a sumptuous feast was prepared in the living room next to it. Master, I'm here. Why did you call me? Yuno did not answer Jennifer's question, But instead, Isabella and Mary on either side of him opened their mouths and answered pointy, "Thank you for your hard work, Master. You have had a hard time, right? We will release you today. How are you? Are you happy?" Instead, "We can't just release you, so just make mana swear that you won't attack us unless we attack you first. If you break this, you will be unable to use magic forever, Master, so it doesn't matter if we release you from captivity." Jennifer was dumbfounded when they told her that she would be freed from captivity. This so suddenly. Yes, of course. It was Yuno's decision. "I'm not sure, but they say it's a set of human words. I'm not sure about the details." Only then did Jennifer receive a shock to his head and barely managed to recover his body, which almost fell. "Ahh. Yesterday I was peeing and got scared and spoke human language, so my master is punishing me. Master, please forgive me. Please forgive Jennifer for speaking human language on a bitch topic." Mana swore that she would not attack first as Isabella ordered. Tears continued to pour from Jennifer's eyes. In the end, the magic blocking bracelet that had been on Jennifer's wrist for the past month was released, and she was finally free, but Jennifer did not move. "Congratulations, Jennifer. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've put you through. Even though we won't be able to see each other again in the future, I hope you live happily." Jennifer, who came to her senses after hearing Yuno's words, created a dog collar with magic, put it on her neck, then fell down in front of Yuno and started barking like a dog. "Woof, woof, woof. Black 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 black." "No, Master. Please. Please don't abandon Jennifer. Please don't abandon your bitch Jennifer. From now on I will never speak like a human being. If you want me to bark like a dog forever, I will. So please." Yuno helped her up as she looked at Jennifer crying in front of her and crying desperately. Jennifer then had expectations, thinking that Yuno would forgive her, but the words that came out of his mouth betrayed Jennifer's expectations. "I have no idea why you're acting like this all of a sudden. Jennifer doesn't deserve to bark like a bitch like that. I've prepared a meal for you, so why don't you eat together one last time?" After taking off Jennifer's dog collar, Yuno took her to her living room, sat her down, and served her a meal. A sumptuous meal began with Kiramu and Miruku naturally attending, but Jennifer could not taste any of the delicious food she had eaten for the first time in a month. "No. It's delicious. But this isn't the taste I want. What I want." Jennifer stopped eating and looked at Yuno's bulging lower body. Her nose, which had become sensitive in prison, was able to detect the strong male scent coming from Yuno, even though he was wearing pants, and as soon as she recognized the scent, Jennifer's pussy began to get wet. "I want to suck my master's cock. I want to suck my master's smelly cock and drink the thick, plump cum. And I want my master to praise me for doing a good job, and to caress my pussy and pet me." Finally, unable to resist her desire, Jennifer tore off the clothes she was wearing and knelt down in front of Yuno with her naked body. "Master, please don't abandon bitch Jennifer. I can't live without you anymore. The most delicious thing for bitch Jennifer is your cum. The happiest time is when she is sucking your cock. Now I'm a bitch who can't live without my master. So please don't abandon me." Well then, shouldn't I get a separate suit from someone who spoke to me yesterday without my permission? "Jennifer, I don't need a dog that started talking to me in surprise because it was seen by other people." As soon as Yuno's words fell, Jennifer transformed her body with her magic without any hesitation. Dog ears sprouted from her head and a dog's tail sprouted from her buttocks. And after completing her transformation, Jennifer pulled out all of her own teeth except for her fangs and opened her mouth to show her Yuno, "I will compensate you with this punishment for disobeying my master's orders. After all, I'm a bitch who only lives on my master's cum, so there is no need for teeth like this. It's pretty, Jennifer. You can keep doing it like that from now on. But why did you leave the fangs when I sucked your cock? My master liked it every time I lightly touched it with my fangs, so I left it on purpose." All of her teeth were pulled out, but thanks to the correction using her magic, there seemed to be no need to worry about not being able to understand her. If Jennifer wants it that much, fine. Jennifer, you are my bitch forever. Woof, woof. Jennifer was so happy that she even shed tears, and Yuno put her dog's collar back on. Watching this, Kiramu placed a bowl of dog food on her table and poured some of Yuno's cum that she had taken into her vagina in the morning, and Jennifer drank it greedily with her happy face. It's delicious. As expected, I like the master's cum the best. I don't need human food anymore. I'm the master's bitch. Whenever I'm hungry, I suck the master's dick and drink the master's cum. Because Jennifer is a bit clucking at Jennifer licking Yuno's semen so happily, Isabella made a suggestion to Yuno. Master Jennifer has decided to completely become your bitch. How about using her pussy today? It seems like Master's bitch pussy wants that too, and is dripping with juice. Really? Jennifer? Try it in human terms. Are you sure you want that? Yes. I like it. I like it so much. Please use bitch Jennifer's dog pussy. Please fuck Jennifer's horny bitch pussy with the owner's biggest male dick. As if she really wanted it, Jennifer got down on the floor and opened her pussy to show Yuno the inside of it. Woof. Woof. Do you see me, master? Can you see Jennifer's pussy throbbing for her master's cock? Please pound that huge cock into my horny dog pussy. Master, seeing Jennifer like that, Yuno's dick became huge and erect, and Yuno's dick was slowly inserted into Jennifer's pussy. Kegly gang. Kegly gang. I'm in. Master's largest male cock, it finally came in. I love it so much. My pussy feels like it's going to fly. I've never felt this way. Jennifer thought she had gotten used to Yuno's cock by biting and sucking it every day, but the pleasure of having it inserted into her vagina was on a completely different level, and after a month of training, Jennifer's sensitive vagina, which went away at the touch of a finger, reacted violently when Yuno's dick entered. It gave her such pleasure that she felt like she would faint. Bitch pussy. Still, it's pretty tight, right? I can use it from time to time if I feel like it. Queeing. Woof. Please write as much as you want. Jennifer is the owner's only bitch, so please fuck her whenever you want. I will prepare Jennifer's doggy pussy anytime, anywhere, so you can wait by the owner's side and fuck her whenever you feel like it. Although she could not convey it in words because she did not have Yuno's permission, Jennifer tried to convey her feelings by squeezing her pussy tightly, and her Yuno sent her to climax dozens of times, finally making her ejaculate. Ready? Take it, Jennifer. Today, instead of your mouth, I'll fill your pussy with cum. Take it just as good as when you take it with your mouth. Woof. Woof. Quain. Whining Jennifer whimpered and was hugged by Yuno, instinctively yearning for her kiss. At first, she tried to abuse her as if she were her enemy, but during the month of training, Yuno also became very attached to Jennifer, so Yuno started to make her come by kissing her on the mouth. Boom. 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 Kaya 228,888 SKEU. Kuiyung differently with a womb. It's good. They're happy. Master's semen. It's hot and thick. It's warm. And, what is this memory? As her uterus was filled with Yuno's semen and a red uterine tattoo was carved on her stomach, Jennifer felt a memory of another person appear in her head. Jennifer? Are you okay? Calm down. Yuno, who was calming down Jennifer, who was struggling due to her excessive pleasure, suddenly shook her head, and she grabbed her head and made eye contact with her. Junho? Mr. Junho. Stand. Surely, madam, besides Urea, the only person in this world who could call herself Junho was her teacher's wife. So Yuno looked at her with a look of disappointment on her face, and silence began to flow in the living room, where they were alone. Chapter 138. The truth about Jennifer's training bitch. Jennifer's backside illustration. The truth about Jennifer's teaching assistant. Jennifer's memories came back, and she instinctively realized that the master holding her was Junho from her previous life point. Although her face was completely different from the one she knew, Jennifer thought it was clear that Yuno was her Junho, judging by his reaction. Are you my wife? Yes, that's right, Mr. Junho. No, master. What is this? Jennifer was confused as the memories of her past life and the memories of Jennifer in her current life mixed together in her head point, and seeing Jennifer like that, Yuno headed out of her room. Just relax for now. Is there someone I can call over? Who are you calling for? Master, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Even though Jennifer still calls herself her master, when found out that she was his wife from her previous life, couldn't treat her like a bitch either. So she became the client for this project and Jennifer's former wife. I called my husband, Rich Tenor, and after a while, Jennifer, her owner Juno, and Lich Tenor, Jennifer's ex-husband in both her past and present lives, gathered together. There was an awkward silence, and for the first time, Count Lich Tenor spoke. HMM. This is so strange. Life is so strange. The relationship that made us husband and wife in the previous life is also in this life. That's right. I'm so sick of it. No, how does this happen? I didn't want to see this in my previous life, and I never dreamed I'd be married to someone I don't want to see in this life either. Lich Tenor got angry at Jennifer's words and stood up. No. What are you talking about like that? To put it bluntly, is there anything I didn't do to you in my past life for this life? But you always cheat on me. Did you think I didn't know? Jennifer was not at all discouraged by Lich Tenor shouting. Ha. What I couldn't do for you? There's a lot. He is the husband who can't satisfy even his wife in bed. Ugh, really? He even wears that small dick as a dick. It's so manly. What are you talking about? What's wrong with my stuff? Phew. If you were small in your last life, isn't it bigger in this life? What are you going to do with something that is just the size of your thumb, both in your past life and this time? HMM. How important is size? After all, a man's ability is his face and stamina. Huh. Compared to you, my master is just like a man. Really? Jennifer looked at as if she was so loving, and leaned on his shoulder, and when her story suddenly came up during the couple's argument, looked at Lich Tenor in embarrassment. Seer. Teacher, this is. However, Lich Tenor was no longer paying attention to Juno and continued arguing with Jennifer. No, you hated Junho so much in your previous life, so why do you like him so much in this life? HMM. Junho was a bit ugly back then, right? But now my master is so handsome and even has a big dick, so I can't help but like him, right? HMPH. I just like that handsome face the same way back then and now. Be careful, Junho. If she continues like this and someone even more handsome comes along, she's going to run away. Phew. Really jealous? What kind of jealousy? I divorced you, and I already found a new love? A true girl who can't even be compared to you. Giggles. Is that girl satisfied with your tiny dick? Or is he too embarrassed to show his dick, and we haven't had sex yet? Lich Tenor suddenly became speechless at Jennifer's words, and Jennifer's eyes widened when she saw him like that. What? Is this really true? Didn't you really have sex? Cough. The Lich Tenor of the world is so embarrassed that he has such a small dick that he can't even have sex with a new bride. Lich Tenor's face turned red, and he cleared his throat repeatedly. What kind of place are you looking for at this age? It's all just a slutty woman like you. While I'm at it, let me ask you, why did you go to the extent of sacrificing someone's life to get younger? Even though she had a somewhat selfish personality, she wasn't that vicious of a bitch, right? In response to Lich Tenor's question, Jennifer tilted her head, as if this was her first time hearing this. Huh? Why did I go so far as to sacrifice someone's life? I'm not that bad of a bitch. No. You clearly said that when you fought me, you used life drain to make boys happy and became younger, and as a bonus, you gained incredible magical power, right? Me. Oh, isn't it? I've definitely developed a magic that makes me immortal, but at Lich Tenor's words, Jennifer suddenly lost consciousness while holding his head point. Juno approached Lich Tenor, who was at a loss as to what to do when he saw Jennifer, and calmed him down. Teacher, I think Isabella, Mary, and Kiramu will have to explain that to me. Actually, I was only a teaching assistant, so I don't know what theory it was based on. They said it was up to the three of us to take care of it. Picked up the fainted Jennifer and laid her on the bed, then called Isabella, Mary, and Kiramu and asked them to explain the training they had given Jennifer so far. HMM. Now, I will explain to you about Master Jennifer's rehabilitation process. First, we completely bound the teacher's magic with a magic seal bracelet. Then, Kiramu and Mary extracted the magic using elemental magic and started analyzing it. As a result of analyzing the magic power, Jennifer's magic power was full of turbulence. It seems that it penetrated Jennifer's heart and brain when she first tested the magic she had developed. Its properties are similar to the turbulence energy that previously took over the master's head. It was similar, but a little different. The magic that took over my brother's head had no effect on the opposite sex, but in Jennifer's case, it was enough to completely distort her soul. As a result, she would have developed more and more life drains, and the situation would have worsened. Leech Tenor smiled dryly, as if he finally understood the three people's explanation. So we created a spirit to purify it. After starving for a few days and the phlegm came out, we inserted a spirit that used purification magic and detoxification at the same time into Jennifer's anus. Of course, the purpose of torture was also somewhat there was one. Anyway, Mary continued her words, saying that evil deeds must be paid for, and I made her eat only my brother's cum. Not only is my brother's cum rich in nutrients, but it also has a purifying and healing effect because it is full of the energy of the world tree. By consuming my brother's cum every day, my condition improved. It went further and further. Juno and Lichtenor frowned at the choice of words that were so explicit, but Mary shamelessly continued speaking, as if nothing had happened. Of course, this resulted in Jennifer relying more and more on her brother. Did you also feel that Jennifer's personality was becoming kinder? Yes, that's right. At first, he was a bit obnoxious, but after some time, he became very obedient. But I thought it was all because I was a good teaching assistant. Giggle. Of course you'll have a big dick too. Is your dick a normal dick? It's the dick that fucked all three girls' pussies, including my mom, my sister, and me. Giggle. That's right. And it's inevitable that your body will become more and more lewd in the process of purifying the tainted energy, right? I relieved it properly with the vibrator and your dick. Otherwise, Master could have really gone crazy, right? Anyway, Jennifer's body was completely purified while being held by her master, and at the same time, her memories of the time when she was corrupted would have disappeared. If she continues to be held by her master from now on, Jennifer's condition will be fine. As the stamina has disappeared, some of her magic power has also disappeared. You may have lost, but you will be able to maintain about a quarter of your younger body and increase magical power. I guess I'm stronger than you now, Master. Jennifer stood up, as if she had heard Isabella's confident words. Q, don't be so foolish. Your Highness Isabella. It's not to the point where we can catch up with you yet. Of course, the Imperial Magic Tower Lord will have to retire. Everyone stood up in surprise at her voice. Jennifer? Are you out of your mind? Master, did you hear everything? Looking at them like that, Jennifer let out a deep sigh. How can you lose your mind when you're talking so loudly? I heard it all. And I also remembered that I took the lives of many children. Sigh. I guess I'll have to find the children's parents later and at least compensate them. No matter how much you've been rehabilitated, you still think about what's convenient for you. Is it okay if I compensate you? I need to sincerely apologize. Honestly, would it make them feel better if I knelt down and apologized to them? If you think realistically, it would make sense to compensate them. All the boys in Ridge gave me were children kidnapped from the ghetto or sold into slavery, so that would be better. But Juno caught Lichtenor, who was about to get angry again, and calmed him down. Anyway, Jennifer, are you really going to retire from your position as the owner of the Magic Tower? A quarter of your amplified magic power is gone, but you're maintaining all the existing magic power, right? No, if anything, since you had sex with the master, your skills will have improved even more. At Kiramu's words, Jennifer smiled brightly and jumped into Yuno's arms. Isn't it obvious? Jennifer swore to become your bitch. From now on, I will pray for the rest of the soul of the children I sacrificed, and I will pay for my sins by becoming your bitch and serving you as a pussy for the rest of my life. So, Master, from now on, you will be my bitch Jennifer. Please take care of me. The others looked shocked as they saw Jennifer smiling in Yuno's arms. I don't think that's punishment. I'm not sure if you can get paid for it well. I guess I should be satisfied with the fact that I have another powerful force next to my master. It's a little disappointing that there are more opponents to compete with for my master's cock HMM. I don't like the idea of that rotten bitch staying next to Yuno. But if this is Yuno's choice and my master's choice, then as a knight, I should follow it. In this way, Jennifer completely became Yuno's bitch, and from that day on, he began receiving Yuno's dick in earnest, and spending happy days as his bitchy illustration of the back of Yuno's bitch. Jennifer chapter 139. Yuno comes rapid attack. 3. Yuno's rapid advance. 3. Let's go back in time and 10 days later. Prince's army was victorious over Henry's army on the Eastern Front. The news of the crushing defeat of Heinrich's army and the cleanly washed body of Count Cashew, along with the surrender recommendation document sent by Prince and Juno, were delivered through space travel to the capital Adria Point. The first, third, and fourth corps surrendered without much resistance, and since Maya completely surrounded the retreating capital corps, and not a single soldier succeeded in escaping. They only received news of the corps defeat through Prince's recommendation to surrender. I was able to hear, of course. The ministers were somewhat aware of the defeat due to communication being cut off for 10 days, but they never thought they would be defeated so horribly, and the surrender of 3 corps was such an enormous event that they had a hard time figuring out how to overcome it. Came point naturally. A cabinet meeting, which also served as a countermeasures meeting, was convened, but the ministers were unable to say anything. Point first, not only was there no solution, but Heinrich was rampaging around with his sword, drawn in the cabinet hall. These incompetent bastards. They are completely incompetent. Does it make sense for the commander-in-chief to surrender? In the history of the Balkans, there has never been a commander-in-chief who surrendered to the enemy. Let's destroy that damn family immediately. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Baron Derian is an orphan and has no family. Moreover, he is not married yet, so his wife's family what? Who was it that recommended Derian as commander-in-chief? Why did you recommend a man who is not trustworthy as commander-in-chief? All the nobles fell in fear at Heinrich's anger. The responsibility for this defeat was that he would have nothing to say, even if the commander-in-chief's head was blown off, and because of Henry's personality, he was ready to destroy even the 3 families of the person who recommended him, so it seemed like if he even said a word, his head would be blown off right away. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you saying I just picked one of you? If no one recommended him, then I guess I can choose any one of you and cut off his head. A nobleman gathered courage and stood up in response to Heinrich's sad spirit. Oh my god. Your Majesty, please forgive me. He was Count Belmer, one of the nobles who stood neutral during the Plain of Zenon. He was a person who put personality aside and looked at people based on ability, so he thought that Henry, who defeated Prince, was worthy of the throne of the Emperor, so he followed Henry from then on. Point. And since Derian also thought that he had that ability, he recommended him, and when he came back from the victory, he used his recommendation as an excuse to lure him into his faction. Point. However, at this very moment, it was Count Velma who was shedding bloody tears inside and regretting her decision to focus on her abilities. Oh, that's right. It was Sir. Is there a reason you recommended Derian? Did you take a bribe or something? Huh. He was a man of great standing who rose from a mere soldier to a corps commander. I recommended him to you. Your Majesty. Your Majesty was so fond of him that he even gave you a promotion, saying that such talented people were rotting at the time. Squeak. However, before he could finish his words, Count Belmar fell to the ground with his head cut off, and Henry kicked Count Belmar's body down and ordered it to be removed from the place. Then the Emperor doesn't listen to the evaluations of the corps commanders through your own mouths. But does it seem like he should find out for himself? If he made a recommendation with such a rotten attitude, he would have been quietly punished, but he is making ugly excuses when the head of a nobleman was seen being blown off in the state council hall again. The palace fell into silence. Okay, what should I do about this difficult situation? If anyone has an idea, please speak up. Heinrich pressed for an opinion, but the nobles, who had witnessed their heads being blown off right in front of their eyes for making a mistake in recommending a person, had no way of expressing an opinion, and Heinrich exploded with anger again. Point. In that atmosphere, Chancellor Marquis Dietrich smiled and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, God has thought of a way. Oh, Prime Minister, you are the only one I have. You can't even be compared to scum like me. So what is the solution? First, citizens who have served in the Imperial Army are forcibly conscripted to form a corps, but Even if that were the case, wouldn't there be too few troops? Besides, compared to active duty, combat power would be seriously lowered, wouldn't it? That's right. But we will make their spouses serve along with them, and if they have children, we will hold them hostage. Then, the women will be able to stab people with spears, so the troops will be strengthened, and they will fight desperately to protect their children. The combat power will be no less than that of active duty legionnaires, HMM. Then the military will be resolved. As the Prime Minister knows, we are currently severely lacking in advanced forces. There are 3 masters over there, including Leech Tenor and Unanum. Moreover, this time we have the Magic Tower Master, Viscount Amin. We've lost 3 people, including Count Cashew, and now only Captain Spear is left. That's also something I've been thinking about. The Marquis Dietrich announced what he thought, and opposition from all the other nobles poured out due to his ridiculous remarks. But Henry once again took the lead, in cutting off the head of a nobleman who opposed his opinion, and praised the Marquis. Dietrich. Bridhaha, of course it's the Chancellor. The only person who thinks about this Vulcan and Henry's future is the Chancellor. On the other hand, those scumbags are really no help. What do the guards do? Take those scumbags out right away. Chase him. Don't let him set foot in this palace again. Yes, your majesty. The nobles were driven out of the palace by the guards under orders from Heinrich Point from then on. Only the Marquis Dietrich and the officials who had followed him since the time of Princely entered the cabinet meeting to discuss state affairs. Naturally, the state affairs were in disarray, and among the expelled nobles, one by one, those who were worried about the future of the Balkans and switched to the camp of Prince and Juno began to appear, while the capital Adria was in disarray due to the manipulation of state affairs by Chancellor Dietrich and his associates. Prince and Juno were preparing their army to advance to Adria from the eastern front. Viscount Leverkin. How have the supplies been prepared? The number of troops has suddenly increased by 30,000, so there is no way there won't be a problem with supply. Don't worry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The preparations are perfect. The seed Siriusent can be grown even in fields that have finished the harvest season. Moreover, they can be harvested until next year's planting season, so it is truly an innovative crop. Thanks to this, it was easy to purchase a lot of food from farmers. HMM Viscount Leverkin. Still, stock up on more food. Viscount Leverkin tilted his head at Juno's command. Even now, we have prepared 4 months worth. With the stamina of our army trained by your majesty, it is certain that we will be able to travel to Adria in about 40 days. That is also a schedule assuming that we will fight some small-scale battles, and if we are defeated, we will return here. We also took into consideration traveling to the eastern part of the country. But what about here? Yes, I know that you have worked hard to prepare, but we are not going to occupy another country. Currently, the empire is suffering from an extreme food shortage, and there are many refugees. Wouldn't we encounter them on the way to Adriatic? If so, they must also consider the fact that we have to go while providing charity. At Juno's words, not only Viscount Leverkin, but also other staff members looked at Juno with respect. And Prince was watching that with a satisfied face. Okay, you know, you are doing well. If you continue in this state, no one will oppose you. When you take the throne as emperor Juno decided on the route of advance by listening to the opinions of his staff, not only in terms of his troops, but also in other military aspects. With the addition of the opinions of the corps commanders who had surrendered, the advance plan became more and more perfect. In addition, Juno won the hearts of the legionnaires by participating in their training during the day when he was not training Jennifer. After resting the surrendered legionnaires for a few days, the prince's army was treated as harshly as when first training, but since they were basically active imperial troops, they were able to quickly adapt to Juno's rigorous training, and Juno said that the legionnaires' stamina had improved to some extent. When he thought about it, he held a sports competition including Prince Kun, and won the hearts of each winner by giving them various rewards and a banquet. As some time passed, the Prince's army and the legionnaires were able to unite around Juno. And a few days later, Prince's army and the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Corps surrendered to Juno and followed him. and a large army of 40,000 men, including the Tessida army directly under Juno, dispatched troops towards Adria, the capital of the Balkans. Juno's army advanced into Adria, meeting almost no resistance, and winning the hearts of the people, by rescuing countless citizens of the empire. Some lords who shuddered at Henry's tyranny and the Council of State actively cooperated through agents in their territories, and some even led their own troops to join Juno's army. Of course, some lords loyal to Henry waged a guerrilla war aimed at supplying Juno's army, but since the public sentiment was already completely on Juno's side, information on the location of Henry's army was constantly reported to Juno. Since there was no army that was as easy to attack as the guerrilla army, which lost public support and did not receive the cooperation of the residents, Juno's army advanced very easily and succeeded in advancing to the vicinity of the capital Adriatic in 1 month. 10 days faster than expected. Lever-action illustration of Urea created as a test. Chapter 140. Adria Battle 1. Adria Battle 1. When Juno's majestic army reached the outskirts of Adria, the whole of Adria was naturally put on alert. Is the return of the 8th and 9th Corps that went to attack Kent still far away? Secretary Marquis Garcia, standing under the throne, trembled and answered Henry's question. Originally, this was something that the Minister of Defense or his subordinates would have to answer 4. But since Henry kicked out all the nobles except for a few of his favorite ministers from the state council, only a few of his subjects remained, leaving the royal palace empty. Yes, unexpectedly, we received a message that it will be difficult to return on time due to the rebels in Kent not responding to the truce negotiations and persistently demanding. There is still 15 days left, but the pursuing army continues to chase, and that too. They say they don't know if they can protect it. Really, they are all incompetent. I, the emperor, am I trying to lead and develop this Balkan country, but these subjects are nothing but useless people, so they are holding me back while I try to run. Your Majesty, please fix it. If Your Majesty the Emperor shows his might, those traitors will soon curl up and retreat back to the east. The Marquis Garcia, who was barely calming down the enraged Henry, became angry when he saw the Marquis Dietrich entering the palace. Prime Minister, how are the preparations going? Your Majesty is very concerned. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The formation of the citizen army has already been completed. Your Majesty's subjects volunteered to arm themselves. However, in case there were traitors in the mix, we organized them mainly from citizens with children and took hostages. Haha. You are the Prime Minister after all. Even if I had 100 useless nobles attached to me, they wouldn't even be compared to you. And I guess you are ready for the polite thing I mentioned last time, right? Yes, Your Majesty. They have already arrived in Adria and have completed preparations. Well done. If you get over this crisis, I will kill that guy Prince and that guy Juno, seal the Windridge spirit to your territory, and put you on the dukedom. I'm the Emperor. Your Majesty. Heinrich, who had already lost his anger at Dietrich's words, chuckled and headed to his harem in search of his new mistress when Chancellor Dietrich also left the room, saying he had to finish his preparations. The Marquis Garcia, who was left alone, walked towards his mansion, feeling a feeling of anxiety filling his heart. Next day, Juno's army appeared in front of the Adriatic gate. The morale of Juno's army, which numbered as many as 40,000 men, was sky high. The Imperial Army legionnaires, who pride themselves on having grown into much stronger soldiers than before thanks to their hellish training. The Prince Army, who fought on the Eastern Front to rival such legionnaires. And the legionnaires, who are proud of having the highest level of elite, even though their numbers are small. Since all the soldiers of Cyrenaica territory had gathered, they were confident that they could win, no matter what enemy came. In addition, Adriatic Castle only had low walls that were not suitable for defense, and fortification facilities such as spires were not prepared for defense. Since Juno had absorbed the entire capital core, there was no army left for Henry, and it was obvious that there would be only about 1,000 Imperial Palace defenders at most, so they looked at the battlefield with extreme optimism and raised the tip of their spears towards the Adriatic Castle. Prior to the full-scale battle, Baron Adrian led his horse to the castle gate, to announce the Yun Army's declaration of war and inform the citizens to prepare. Listen to Henry II, you traitor who murdered the previous emperor and took the throne illegally. His Highness Prince, the rightful crown prince of the empire, has brought his troops here to restore justice to the empire and regain the throne. So, you kneel immediately, surrender and ask for forgiveness. If you do that, His Majesty the merciful Prince has said that, out of respect for your brotherly love, he will forgive you by honorably committing suicide on the tomb. Despite his declaration of war, which was full of provocative phrases, there was no response from the gate. Baron Derian, who was nervous, expecting to hear jeers or arrows flying at the defender standing on the castle wall, continued speaking as he felt his blood drain. Citizens and defenders inside Adria, listen. We know very well that there are currently no troops inside Adria that can withstand our army's forces. So, don't throw away your precious lives in vain. And defenders, please quietly open the gates. In that case, the fight can end peacefully without anyone dying. And the citizens inside Adria, please stay in your own homes. Our troops will also be careful not to attack citizens, but if they wander around on the streets, they may be mistaken for assassins or enemy soldiers. You may be harmed, so please wait at home until this situation is over. Baron Derian's words rang loudly throughout the city of Adriatic through Isabella's loudspeaker magic point. Not long after his voice was heard, the gate opened, and Baron Derian, who thought his defenders had fallen for his words, smiled brightly at the thought that the gate had opened earlier than expected. But the smile quickly disappeared from his face. The castle gate opened, and armed soldiers were coming out inside. Baron Derian, who was worried that the army's morale would fall if he was attacked and lost his life, retreated to the main camp. Meanwhile, soldiers were constantly flowing out of the Adriatic gate, and the size of the army had already reached 50,000, surpassing Juno's army. Ah, no, where did so many soldiers come from? Apparently, the scout cavalry led by Lord Cordelia reported that the 8th and 9th Corps are tied to the Kent rebels. Baron Derian was embarrassed to see such enemy soldiers, but soon he discovered something strange in Heinrich's army, and ran to Prince and Juno at the command post. His Majesty. His Majesty. Prince looked pitifully at Derian, who was trying to catch his breath from running so fast, and patted him on the back to calm him down. Baron Derian, you can calm down and speak slowly. We have already heard that Heinrich mobilized an unidentified army. There must have been a hidden trick that we were not aware of. He may have hired many mercenaries, but that's not it. A member of the enemy. Baron Derian explained that most of the members of Henry's army consisted of citizens of Adriatic, and the leaders of Juno's army, surprised by his words, all headed to the front. What Baron Derian said is true. Most of the soldiers on the front line are made up of Adriatic defenders and Imperial Palace defenders. But after that, they all appear to be ordinary citizens. There are even women mixed in. I guess they bundled them up with their husbands and sent them out. Then, they would have to protect each other, so they wouldn't be able to desert and run away. You're mobilizing citizen soldiers in a civil war that wasn't even an invasion by a foreign enemy. This is ridiculous. What on earth are the nobles in the capital doing? Not stopping Heinrich from doing such a thing. Heinrich, you bastard. Are you sure you would do something like this? I would have shown you some mercy if you would kneel down and apologize to your father right now. Seeing Prince, the corps commanders, and nobles venting their anger, Juno clapped his hands to brighten up the surroundings. Come on. Getting angry now won't change the situation. Let's first come up with a plan to overcome the current situation. Mayor, how is the morale of the soldiers? Woo, that's not good. Artished in a Canna army, whose base is the Monster Mountain Range, and the 3rd Corps, whose base is the eastern part, have no acquaintances or family here, so it doesn't matter at all. But the soldiers of the 1st 4th Corps and the Capital Corps are extremely shaken. There is in particular, the soldiers of the Capital Corps are anxious to check on the safety of their families right away. If a battle breaks out in Adriatic Castle, they are willing to desert, even if it means deserting. Upon hearing Baron Derian's report following Mayor Size came from the staff, of course. If we risk an all-out war, we can crush them regardless of our military superiority. Public opinion will explode that the citizens were massacred, and the cause of our military, which stood up to punish the corrupt Emperor Henry and establish justice in the empire, will be greatly weakened. Mayor opened his mouth as he saw Prince groaning and holding his head. If an all-out war breaks out, Heinrich knows well that the citizen army will suffer a crushing defeat. Nevertheless, the fact that he sent the citizen army out must be seen as having some scheming. What's the plan? Yes. If we send a messenger, there is a possibility that they will propose a short-term decisive battle over there. Now that Count Cassius has died, Count Spear, who can be called the strongest master in the empire currently, excluding Count Liechtenauer, is there, because it remains. But Count Cashew was also defeated by us. Will they propose a short decisive battle? Mayor continued to answer Juno's questions. I would probably name His Highness Juno instead of Count Liechtenauer. I spread the rumor that the person who defeated Count Cassius was Count Liechtenauer, who came under His Highness Juno's command. Everyone nodded at Mayor's words. Of course. Since Juno is the core force of our army, I guess he thinks that if Juno falls, both Count Liechtenauer and Princess Eliza will leave. Yes, that's right. Of course, there is a possibility that we will not propose a short-term decisive battle, and it will turn into an all-out war. But in that case, we also have a plan to propose. If you propose a short-term decisive battle to reduce unnecessary sacrifices, we will also respond. Everyone nodded in agreement with Mayor's strategy, but suddenly one person stood up and pointed out Mayor's plan. Wait. Isn't there a possibility that Your Highness Juno will be defeated in the decisive battle proposed by Commander Mayor? Your Highness Juno, Your Highness is not yet at a level where you can guarantee that you can definitely defeat Spear. Spear is someone who has been with me for a long time. As a subordinate and colleague, I know his level very well. In fact, he is a much better swordsman than Count Cashew. He was Count Liechtenauer, and he tried to stop Mayor's plan out of anxiety that Juno might be defeated. Juno knew that Count Cash was the second in command of the empire, and had the experience of blocking his sneak attack with all his might in the last decisive battle, so he was thinking of an easy victory against Spear, who was inferior to Count Cash. But when he heard Liechtenauer's words, his face changed. It hardened. But, as it is, it's really just an all-out war, and then our plans will be completely shattered. So I think it's better for me to have an adventure here. Your Majesty. Juno approached Count Liechtenauer, who was getting angry, grabbed his shoulder, and quietly headed to the back of the command barracks. Sir, please trust me. No, please trust Brother Prince, the commanders, and my subordinates and soldiers who believe in and support me. I will not die easily. I will never lose, even for the sake of my women. Liechtenauer ended up laughing as he watched Juno emphasizing his women. You crazy idiot. Do whatever you want. However, Spear will not be easy. Although he is below me, he is a knight who has been protecting the guard knights with me for a long time, since I took over as leader, and is currently leading the guard knights. Because I'm the leader. But don't you know very well that I'm not easy? Well, with your current skills, you won't lose easily. Except for technical skills and sense, you are actually overwhelming me in every way. However, if it's a life-threatening battle, it's unlikely that we will encounter strength versus strength. You know it well, right? Yes, I know very well. And it's been a while since you've been with me properly, right? I've gotten stronger in the meantime. And you never know. I might even be able to persuade Director Spear to take our side. It exists, right? TSK. That stubborn guy will never betray. Since it is true that Heinrich was crowned emperor, he will remain as a knight of the royal guard fighting for the emperor until the end. Well, in that case, you have to use your skills to overcome them. Isn't the most important factor in persuading your opponent a strong force? If you can do it, that's best. Patting the back of Liechtenauer, who was still looking at him with untrustworthy eyes, Juno went back into the command barracks and told his staff to write a letter proposing a short decisive battle, and the letter was sent to Henry's camp through a messenger. Chapter 141, Adria's Final Battle, 2. Adria Battle, 2. The messenger who entered Heinrich's camp received an answer and returned faster than expected. And the content written in the answer shocked everyone in Yuno's camp. What? Or 3-person battle? No. What were these guys thinking when they made this proposal? Captain Spear must be the only master left on Heinrich's side. In the meantime, 2 new masters were born in the Knights of the Guard. Even so, don't we have 4 masters on our side? I don't know about Captain Spear, but there's no way we can deal with our troops with new masters, right? No. First, we have to get Ajin out of there. The enemies won't know about Ajin's existence anyway. No matter how familiar they are, Ajin is a giant monster, a troll. We can say that Ajin can speak human language, is highly intelligent, and is friendly to humans. I know this very well, but the citizens of Adria are not aware of that. Other staff members also agreed with Mia's words. Well, even if I'm Heinrich's advisor, if Ajin appears, it seems like the enemy will immediately start a public opinion war by saying they are trying to attract trolls and sacrifice the Empire's subjects as food. In that case, even if I win here, I may not have won. But even so, there are 3 people. Her Majesty Juno, Princess Eliza, and Count Liechtenauer. I have to be excluded too. When Juno sent a proposal to Heinrich, he sent a letter saying that I would be excluded from the decisive battle. In their response, they also sent a message saying that they would agree to the decisive battle only if I was excluded. Liechtenauer's answer made the staff's head hurt more and more. Then wouldn't it be okay if I went out? Even though it looks like this, Isabella, the genius wizard who almost defeated Master Jennifer, your highness. Then what if the enemy brings magic destruction equipment? When fighting against Jennifer, he suffered because he didn't know that Jennifer was participating in the war. If he had known in advance, just by having a little bit of magic equipment, the knight would be able to defeat the magician in close combat. Don't you know that you can win overwhelmingly? Isabella joined in, full of confidence, but she was sullen by Liechtenauer's temper and curled her tail. However, our knight power is overwhelmingly inferior to that of the Royal Guard knights. To send out regular knights, no matter how much we were trained by His Highness, it is inevitable that our levels are fundamentally different. When the command of Yuno's army was in trouble for the suddenly proposed 3-man decisive battle, the door to the command barracks suddenly opened, and a familiar voice reached Yuno's ears. Haha, I think I can solve that problem. Catherine. No, master. Considering the eyes of those around her, Juno called Catherine by her name, rather than her teacher, but Catherine ran to her lover, Juno, as if her surroundings had nothing to do with her, and gave her a series of kisses. How is my husband? I miss my young husband, so it's been really hard. No, I missed you too. But how are you here? Catherine just smiled brightly at Juno's question, and the answer was answered by a woman who opened the barracks door again and came in. My mother asked me to go because I missed my son so much. How can she not stop by even for a moment, even after winning on the Eastern Front? I heard she had a month to spare. If she asked Isabella, she could have stopped by for a moment by moving through space. Mom, are you here too? No. This is a war zone. A war zone. Our beloved son is going to a duel that could lead to his death. How can you not come? When I heard the news from Lord Liechtenauer, I was so shocked that my heart almost dropped. How did your mother raise you, and why would you do such a dangerous thing? Right. You know that Yuno is the only one who has a mother. Uria's nagging continued endlessly. Yuno, who was embarrassed to listen to her nagging in front of her numerous subordinates, had to persuade Uria to come and ask for her permission to wait for 30 minutes, then took Uria into her barracks. However, even inside Yuno's barracks, Uria's nagging continued. Mom loves our Yuno so much, but my son doesn't even think about her. How could he possibly think of his mom when he has 6 women around him? Oh, 7? You're the owner of the magic tower, Jennifer. You said you ate it? I really understand why Lord Liechtenauer was angry at you last time. Ugh. I think this is harder than the duel. Help me. Damn it, teacher. That's how you came out, right? Let's see. Yuno, who was now complaining about her woman, hugged her tightly and kissed her, and the nagging stopped in her mouth. Uria's body began to heat up due to her deep kiss. and she could not control her hot body, lifting her dress up to expose her vagina, and the deep kiss between her mother and child naturally led to hot sex point. As soon as Yuria took off her dress, her dazzling naked body was revealed to Yuno's eyes. Although Yuria was embarrassed, she spread her legs in front of her son, exposing the still virgin pink flesh of her pussy, and Yuno's dick instantly became erect and stuck out through her pants. AHH. I wanted this. I've been missing my son's thick and huge dick so much. TSK mom. She didn't want to see her son, she wanted to see my dick. Yuno also took off her pants and rubbed her cock against her mother's pussy, which was already dripping with lewd juices in anticipation of having sex with her son. Noir. Mom missed Yuno too. I also missed Yuno's dick. And I love you Yuno. My son who mom loves the most in the world. His cock and mom's pussy fuck me. Stick your huge, extreme cock into my mother's lewd incestuous pussy that exposes my son's cock and shake it. Yuno immediately fell for Yuria's lewd pestering point. Jilkiriakus. If this was where she was supposed to be, Yuno's dick so naturally penetrated deep into Yuria's pussy. Ah, this is amazing. My son's dick is so gigantic, it's the best. It was so hard to endure it all alone. Mom. What are you going to do? And scream so loudly when you come in after hearing mommy moaning outside. Her barracks were protected by Isabella soundproofing and security magic, but Yuno was grumpy as always. Because I don't care if they get caught, because I don't care if they find out that I'm my son's girl. Fuck me harder. Yuno, who hadn't had sex with Yuno in over 4 months, showed off her completely horny side, and Yuno felt so loved by her own mother. Giggle mom. You missed my dick, right? Yes, I missed it. So much. I missed my son's dick so much. And when I saw mom's pussy, I wanted to fuck her right away. I'm happy. I love you, Yuno. Her mother's love is only for you, because the person Yuria loves most in the world is our Yuno. Ugh, I'm going. Her mom's already gone. Yuria quickly reached climax as she felt Yuno's cock for the first time in a very long time, tightening her pussy point, penetrating Yuria's tight pussy with great force. Yuno's cock touched Yuria's cervix, and she continued to pound the place where she was born. Point crunch crackle, pussy juice spurted out in a lewd manner, drenching the lower part of the two. But Yuno and Yuria, who were already completely immersed in lust, paid no heed to it, and kissed each other on the lips, and continued the lewd kiss downwards. Chuo woo how I like this. I feel so good to kiss the uterus with a cock. Point as Yuria climaxed again, Yuno also began to ejaculate. Point the strong spurt of semen was not enough to fill Yuria's womb, making her belly swell like a balloon, and moistening her womb, which had been thirsty for her son's semen. AHH. I'm so happy as expected. Mom is so happy when she's being held by our son. She's so happy when her womb is filled with your cum. So, Yuno, you can never lose. Mom can't live without you. Because I'm a lewd mother who can't live without her son's dick. Looking at Yuria being hugged by her with a sad expression, Yuno hugged her tightly. Don't worry, Mom. There's no way I'm going to die leaving you with such a lewd mom. Yuno held Yuria's shoulder and continued speaking in a strong tone. Mom. No, Yuria. I will definitely lead this battle to victory and make you pregnant. After I become emperor, I will make you pregnant. Don't worry and wait for me. Do you understand? Yuria's eyes widened for a moment at her son's declaration that he would impregnate her, and she had tears welling up in her eyes. Yeah. I'll wait without worrying. So, please come back safely and get Yuria, your mother and wife, pregnant. Honey. Yuno almost got erect again when Yuria screamed, but since there was no time, she held back and suppressed her desire. Mom. Her husband is leaving, and she's just going to cry like that. Please see her off. Yes. No. Yes honey. Be sure to come back victorious. I love you. Receiving Yuria's kiss, Yuno strengthened her will to win. I will definitely win this battle and make her mother pregnant. Although I may not be able to make her an empress, I will make her the mother of the first person to conceive my child. Just wait a little bit, Mom. Yuno, who returned to the command barracks, sent a letter saying he would respond to a 3-on-3 decisive battle point, and after a while, with the two armies facing off, Juno, Eliza, and Catherine headed to the battlefield, and the final battle that would decide the fate of Balkan began. Illustration of Yuria's mother's kiss wishing for victory. Chapter 142. Adria Battle 3. Adria battle. 3. Jump, jump, jump. Juno, along with Eliza and Catherine, headed in the direction of Henry County Point. The three soon arrived at a place where the two armies were facing off, and Juno raised his voice towards Henry's army. As promised, I, Juno Alexander von Windridge Balkan, Eliza Sinclair de Leonhardt, and Catherine Aragon have come forward as representatives. Who is our opponent? As Juno's voice was directed, the center of Heinrich's army opened, and three people came out. Point as expected. One of them was Count Spear, who was the commander of the Knights of the Guard after Liechtenauer's retirement, but one of the other two was someone they had never imagined. So Juno and Eliza had to open their eyes wide. Sister Fiona, Princess Fiona. Why is she there? Looking at Eliza and Juno looking at her with surprised eyes, Fiona smiled her bitter smile. Well, I was sold as a mercenary in another country's civil war for the crime of misbehaving. My father, the king, a handsome man, accepted Heinrich's offer. Although I don't like it, I will follow the royal order that was officially given. There's no choice. It's a pity, but I won't overlook it. Sister. Fiona looks at Eliza, who raises her sword towards her. Ho. Eliza has become a lot more arrogant since we haven't seen each other. She's gotten so much stronger that she's talking so arrogantly, so I guess she'll have to take her test as a big sister. While Eliza and Fiona were talking, another man walked in front of Juno. Point. Haha, it's been a while since I saw you at Streve. Prince Juno. Juno tilted his head as he looked at the unidentified man who was pretending to know him. It was a face I felt like I had seen somewhere before, but it was because I couldn't remember it properly. What about you? Oops, I'm late for an introduction. My name is Moritz Flatry. Although I'm not good enough, I'm the commander-in-chief of the Tacito Kingdom army. Juno clenched his fists as he looked at the Duke of Tarun, who bowed in an exaggerated manner. You were the one who sent that huge sword energy flying at the gates of Streve Castle. The gift at that time was quite impressive. Haha, such a high compliment. I was worried that the gift wouldn't be enough, but I'm glad you seemed satisfied. Anyway, what brings the head of the Tacito military here to Adria? There are so many people out there looking for your head. Do you think it's worth 2 lives? As Juno said, the Knights of the Balkan Guard knights looking at the duel were glaring at their ally, Duke Tarun, with murderous eyes. However, even as he watched the knights gritting their teeth and suppressing the life that threatened to burst out at any moment, Duke Tarun's eyes did not seem to waver at all. Point. Haha, then what can I do? Anyway, I'm here at the request of your emperor. Of course, it is not free, so I obtained a treaty not to cross the Zenon Plain area currently occupied by our troops for 10 years. Tarun's words made Juno want to rush into the Imperial Palace and kill Henry, but he gritted his teeth and could barely resist it. You must know very well that such a treaty will become a piece of paper the moment the Emperor changes. Well, I guess I'll have to do my part to prevent that from happening. Then, wouldn't we, Tacito, be able to return to the Empire in 10 years? Haha, seeing Tarun bursting into laughter in front of her, Juno calmed down her boiling anger and instead smiled and provoked him. Well, we'll have to wait and see if that's possible. It seems to me that we should be more worried about whether a nation called Tacito will exist on this continent in 10 years. Tarun's forehead also twitched at Juno's words, which were full of provocation, and the two men put their foreheads together and began spewing murder at each other. How would you mind testing it today to see if that's possible? Risking His Highness's head. Duke Tarun, I guess I looked easy enough to test me with your skills. I need to let you know through your body that it was an illusion. Haha, it was a shame that I couldn't cut off His Highness's head in Streve, but I was able to achieve that today. I'm so glad. Tarun's hand went to the sword. Juno's fist was throbbing, and just as the duel was about to begin, a deep voice from behind stopped the two of them. I'm the third prince's opponent. So, Duke Tarun, please stop there. Lord Spear. When Juno recognized him, Spear briefly bowed to Juno. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Your Highness the Third Prince. It is a truly sad day to meet Your Highness, who I thought would be the guardian deity of the Empire. As an enemy, I too am incredibly sad. I never thought that the Lord, who was more just than anyone else and more knightly than anyone else, would be leading the Knights of the Guard under the immoral Heinrich. Despite Juno's harsh words, Spear maintained a calm expression. As a former royal guard, I only protect the imperial family and faithfully carry out His Majesty's orders. I guess there's nothing more to talk about. Now then, let's begin the duel. Who will come out first? At Juno's words, Fina raised her sword and aimed it at Eliza. Eliza, you said you were going to beat this older sister. But you won't end up ruining her now, right? Who can say anything? Don't cry because her older sister was harmed by her younger brother. It's nice to see that he's overflowing with confidence. But I'll have to see if his skills are up to paragraph. Ho 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 ho. Sisters Fina and Eliza, who were already engaged in a war of nerves, stepped forward, and Juno looked at them and took out a coin from her pocket. I will let this coin fall on the floor as a start of the duel. And, Eliza, after this battle, I will formally propose to you, so I must win. Understood. Eliza's face turned bright red at Juno's sudden words. Why you? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Who are you? Who would think that this is not a battlefield, but a garden behind a palace? Should I make a bed here? I don't think it would be a bad idea to do it seriously, right? You're noisy, sister. Juno, who had been watching with soft eyes as Fina teased her Eliza, wiped the emotion from her face and tossed her coin up, pointing. As soon as the coin fell to the floor, the duel began as the two sisters stabbed each other with swords full of sword energy. Chieng, a similar level of sword energy emanated from each other's swords, making a loud noise every time they clashed. Fina and Eliza both bit their lips, thinking that it would be difficult to easily suppress each other. However, as time passed and the duel continued, it was surprisingly Eliza who took the lead. Eliza, who had been steadily learning about the swordsmanship of each country under Lich Tenor since her childhood, became even more familiar with the royal swordsmanship of the Kingdom of Lian, and based on that, she took advantage of Fina's weaknesses. Who? Our Eliza. She's pretty sharp, right? I guess she became a master just by ignorantly increasing her mana. How much I suffered under master. It's a shame to say that, even as Eliza's sword continued to pierce her gaps, Fina effortless blocked her younger brother's sword strikes. Giggles. But didn't you spend more time clinging to your seat than rolling around under Lieutenant Lich Tenor? What? So, you're easily distracted during an attack like this, showing your weaknesses, right? Eliza, embarrassed by her older sister's lewd remarks, tangled her hands for just a moment, and Fina did not miss the opportunity. Chatting. However, Eliza also became a swordsman worthy of her title of master after sparring with Lich Tenor and Juno, so she was able to successfully defend herself, barely able to withstand her older sister's counterattack. Oh, can we stop that? But what if we do it this way? Willing even though Eliza blocked her own sword, Fina took her chance and hung on point. A splendid sword strike unique to the Kingdom of Lian was unleashed, and a sharp sword energy poured down on Eliza, as if coloring her entire space with flower petals, and at the same time, Fina's sword was also shot straight at Eliza, and Eliza gritted her teeth as the attack came from all directions. It's impossible to stop all of this. But if you hit it. Had Eliza forced most of her mana scepter into her sword. Wow. Eliza smiled for a moment at the pleasant resonance of her sword, then launched her body into a storm of deadly sword energy. Squeak, rustle, spot. Eliza did not block the sword energy pouring down on her with her sword, but did her best to avoid it. But as the sword energy passed through her body, she suffered numerous wounds. Give flesh and take bones. By doing this, I can cut down my sister's sword. My sister's sword, which momentarily consumed mana while trying to keep her sword in check, will not be able to defeat my sword. Even though her fresh blood was flowing, Eliza was able to strike Fina's sword with all her mana, with her face confident of victory. However, the sword energy in her sword collided with Fina's sword and shattered, and the smile on Eliza's face disappeared as her sword was shattered as well. How? You definitely have some free time. Did you think this sister gave it her all? Eliza defeated you without feeling the difference in level, even when she was sword to sword. In the end, Fina's sword touched Eliza's neck, and Juno looked at it and acknowledged defeat in her first duel. Eliza lost in the match, but won in breast size. Eliza on the left, Fina on the right. Chapter 143. Adria Battle 4. Adria Battle 4. Juno welcomed Eliza warmly as she returned with a tearful look on her face, upset over defeat. Hey Juno, I'm sorry. I was confident, but I lost. Eliza, you worked hard. Even though you lost, you fought well enough. Because Eliza fought hard, we can be strong. Okay, Eliza. After that, leave it to me and you. Looking at Juno and Catherine overflowing with confidence, Eliza nodded her head and hugged Juno strongly, calming her mind. Don't worry too much, Eliza. Even if I lose the duel, I will still propose to Eliza. Just because she lost, doesn't mean she won't accept the proposal, right? Are you really? This is the end. Seeing Eliza calm down little by little, Yuno started to tease her again, and Eliza puffed out her cheeks. But when Yuno kissed her cheek, her expression quickly changed to a flustered expression. Now it's Catherine's turn. Master Catherine, do you have to win and come back and accept your student's marriage proposal? What are you giggling? Eliza proposes even if you lose, but Master Lee only proposes to you if you win. I feel sad that this is discriminating against women. Oh, sister, haha. If Master loses, we will completely lose the final battle, so isn't there something we can do about it? Well, that's right. Now then, shall we go and have a taste of Tacito's handsome duke's sword? I need to get a marriage proposal from my student, so I'll destroy whatever sword you bring me without mercy. Catherine tapped her chin against her chin with a confident expression on her face. Her fist contained so much mana that her aura spread through the air, so much so that the faces of both knights standing behind her turned pale. However, Duke Tharoon's face was overflowing with composure as he slowly emerged from Heinrich's camp. Tharoon harshly drew her sword and rang out her sword name to neutralize Catherine's momentum. Then she walked in front of her and opened her mouth. Haha, I never thought Catherine Aragorn, the Balkan Fist Master, would be such a beauty. By the way, I heard she hasn't gotten married yet, but if she comes to Tacito, she might be able to introduce you to a good match. What's more, there's still room for me as a concubine. Despite Tharoon's provocative words, Catherine did not erase her single smile. It's unfortunate, but the owner has already been decided, and looking at your lower body, it looks like you have a lot of energy. What kind of concubine is a guy who can't satisfy even his wife? Tharoon's face instantly hardened at Catherine's words. How dare you make such a foolish move? What are you giggling? Are you really saying that your wife is not satisfied with your bed? I'm sorry I touched on your complex. Well, there are some women whose wealth and status are more important than their husband's stamina. So if that kind of woman were your wife, wouldn't it be okay? Shut your mouth. Or else. Catherine's mouth didn't stop looking at Tharoon, who couldn't control her anger. Well, many of those wives actually have sex friends. Their husbands are so busy with work that they sometimes come home, and when they ask for sleep, they just avoid it because they say it's difficult. If a man who soothes their lonely body and mind flirts with them, there are many cases where we give in to that temptation. Ho 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 ho, I will kill you. How dare you insult my wife Charlotte with such a vulgar mouth. In the end, Tharoon paid no attention to her starting signal and rushed at Catherine, swinging her sword. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Tharoon's sword exploded in anger and flew towards Catherine. However, Catherine dodged Tharoon's sword very leisurely, and yet her mouth continued to stimulate Tharoon. Huh. I just said there are women like that. I never said she was your wife. Oh, so you're saying this is a sign of doubt? There are many cases of men with weak stamina and small dicks like that. Die. Tharoon spewed out vicious sword energy and aimed at various parts of Catherine's body, but in his excitement, Tharoon's sword flew with a very simple sword path, and Catherine was not one to be defeated by such a simple sword. Catherine's body, which easily dodged her sword energy and deflected her sword, flew towards Tharoon. Tack. Catherine's fist, which succeeded in getting completely close to Tharoon's body with just one leap, was swung in fearfully. Wow. Due to her complete proximity, Tharoon's sword was unable to target Catherine, and her left fist went in, aiming for Tharoon's abdomen. Still, as the best of Tacito, Tharoon defended herself by deflecting Catherine's fist with her sword. Even in her anger, however, the blade of her hand flew out from outside his field of vision, and when the blade eventually struck Tharoon's wrist, he lost sight of the sword and had to step back. QOO, HMPH. Still, even though you're a master, you prevented me from getting my wrist cut off. It's a shame, you damn bitch. I'll rip your mouth off. Oh my, that won't work. If my mouth is torn, I won't be able to suck my husband's cock. Aha, I guess you've never had a wife do that for you? Well, what kind of wife would do that to a husband who couldn't satisfy her even once because she had weak stamina and a small dick? I would like to do it. What a bitch. Keep my Charlotte. At the sight of Catherine fighting, throwing out all kinds of shallow provocations, as if she was fighting in an alley, the other characters, except Juno, shook their heads at her, and the same was true for Prince and Richie Tenor, who were watching the duel from the main camp. Ah. No, Lord Leech Tenor. Was Master Aragorn the original person who fought so frivolously? Didn't you know? There was a reason why my ancestor, His Majesty, was against appointing her as the teacher of His Highness the Third Prince. I learned from her that year, and Her Highness the Third Prince. Phew, HMM. Well, Master Aragorn is not a knight. There is no need to fight fair and square. It doesn't look very good. But we are not going to do anything. We brought in a master from an enemy country. Because it's 100 times 1,000 times better than that guy Heinrich. That's right, your highness. At Prince's words, Leech Tenor and his staff nodded and focused their minds on the ongoing duel point. Meanwhile, Therun received a sword from the guard knights who were watching behind her in place of her lost sword, and continued running towards Catherine. Kara, I will never forgive you, bitch. In fact, there was a reason for Therun's anger: a small penis size, poor stamina that makes his legs shake after just 1/6, and premature ejaculation that prevents him from lasting 3 minutes after penetration have been his complexes since childhood. So he tried to overcome them by taking all kinds of elixirs, but his attempts always failed. It continued. Point therefore, even after her marriage, Therun never once satisfied her wife by sleeping with her, although his wife, Charlotte, the Princess of Tacito, showed him a satisfied and lovely face every time they slept together, telling him that he had worked hard. He often felt the presence of Charlotte comforting him alone after bed. And at some point, Therun stopped going home often, using work as an excuse. Point of course, her wife Charlotte was upset about it, but Therun loved her so much that he continued to avoid her. Catherine's provocation hit right at the heart of Therun, so he continued to charge at Catherine with an almost demon-like face. I don't know what it is, but that guy really seems to have a weak lower body. After fighting, I think my level is almost the same as Yuno's. It's only because I'm this excited. It's so easy. Jiggle. Catherine parried Therun's attacks with such ease. Little by little, she lost Therun's stamina and her mana. Oh. Never for 4 years. What are you talking about? Have you lost your stamina already? Hey. Are you trying to satisfy your wife with a body like that? A man is only able to be considered a real man if he can satisfy his woman in bed. It would be better to take off the things hanging from his lower body. What about it? It's useless, right, Kara? Let's see if you can keep your mouth shut after receiving this. In the end, Therun squeezed out all the mana in her mana hall and unleashed her secret sword skills. At that moment, Catherine felt as if the space surrounding her had stopped, and she saw Therun's sword flying towards her, filled with deadly sword energy. Is this Tacito's royal secret? But quang, with the sound of an explosion, a cloud of dust rose up, and Catherine was thrown away with blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. She must have been greatly shocked by taking the brunt of Therun's attack, and her complexion looked quite pale. However, when the dust cleared, Duke Therun's condition was revealed to be even more serious. Wow, the Duke of Therun, who barely avoided falling by supporting himself with her sword, spewed out fresh blood from her mouth, and Catherine threw her body away to finish him off. And all the Balkan knights, including Prince and the guard knights, watched Catherine with the hope of killing the leader of the enemy nation, Tacito. Here, regardless of the current enemy. Goodbye, Therun. When you are reborn, be a strong man from the inside out. However, light exploded from the necklace around Therun's neck, and Catherine had to step back for a moment under the powerful glare, and Duke Therun disappeared, leaving behind her voice full of resentment. I will definitely avenge this grudge. Master Aragorn. If we meet again, I will definitely tear your bitch apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Duke Therun's new form disappeared without a trace, and only a small magic circle symbolizing space movement remained. How is that Tacito's national treasure teleportation necklace? At Prince's words, the surrounding staff looked at the duel site, where Duke Therun had disappeared with surprised eyes. If it's a teleportation necklace, do you mean the necklace that allows the owner to move to a designated location every time he infuses mana into it. Yes. There is no other way to explain it. I guess I came all the way here because I believed in it. I was able to capture Commander-in-Chief Tacito here. But it turned out to be a shame. Viscount Leverkin approached Prince, who was clicking her tongue, and comforted her. Still, this duel is a victory for our troops. It is 1-on-1, so if His Highness the Third Prince wins, it is a victory for our troops. Yes, Juno will do it. Juno will definitely defeat Lord Spear and give us victory. Prince looked at Juno, who was supporting Catherine, with eyes full of confidence, and once again prayed to heaven for victory for his younger brother, who would ascend to the throne in the future illustration by Moritz Flatry, Duke of Tarun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 144, Adria Battle 5. Adria Battle 5. Juno patted Catherine on the back and gave her a light kiss as she smiled brightly with the joy of her victory before handing her over to Eliza. Catherine, you worked hard. Wow, you were my sister after all. You were truly amazing. Really? Ahem. Her older sister's skills are like this. If she gets her way, even Lahitina War will be no match for me. No, that's not it. Her older sister's level of obscenity is really embarrassing. I don't think she'll be able to tell me that she's going to have the same husband. What? Juno stepped forward, leaving the two women bickering behind her, and looked at Count Spear, who was looking at her. I was rooting for Master Aragorn, just as much as a moment ago. Furthermore, I was hoping she would slit Duke Tyrun's head, but furthermore, I'm a little disappointed with her. Haha, well, that famous national treasure ran away without hesitation, so I won't be able to cross the Empire for a while. Count Spear smiled lightly as he looked at Juno, shouting confidently, I hope so. Now it is our turn. Although it is His Majesty's order, please forgive us for pointing our sword at His Highness. I will ask you this for the last time. Will you surrender to our forces even now and join us in driving out Henry? Despite Juno's recommendation, Count Spear only smiled, and Juno sighed deeply and took the lead. Come first. The player will give way, then I won't hesitate. At Count Spear's concession, Juno quickly launched her body and closed the distance between her. Although he was surprised by Juno's fast breakthrough speed, Count Spear calmly swung his sword fiercely at Juno. Point wing. A sharp sword energy flew out with a harsh wind, but Juno clenched her fists and jumped at the sword energy. Point quang, with an intense burst of drinking. Juno's energy offset his sword energy, and Juno continued to run towards Spear without slowing down his breakthrough speed. Point a master of Viscount Amin's level would have tried to widen the distance by pulling back when Juno broke through, but Spear was no ordinary master. You're quite good. With a heavy voice, Spear's sword drew a strange angle. Point easy profit, like a poisonous snake stalking its prey. Spear's sword flew and looking for Juno's gap. Point if it was a normal sword, he would have parried it with his body, but his sword was of a different level. Point. Although it did not contain a lot of mana, it contained enough mana to pierce Juno's defense, so Juno gave up blocking with his body and turned his fist that was reaching towards Spear to the side to block his sword. Brit. However, at that moment, Spear's sword once again caused a strange change. Point suddenly, Spear's sword rose up Juno's fist like flowing water and grazed Juno's face, and a stream of blood began to flow from Juno's face. It's a shame. I aimed for the neck. I guess the power and speed of your fist was stronger than I thought. Spear repeatedly licked his lips in disappointment and once again took aim at Juno's weak spot. Whoa, he's not that easy either. Although he didn't come to the front and stayed behind his teacher, so he was ranked third among the Empire's masters, but he's a skill that can't be compared to Count Cashew or anything like that. Juno took a deep breath again and adjusted his posture, adjusting Spear's ability to a level higher than he had been thinking of. I will go again. This time it will be different. I look forward to it this time. Juno started to approach Spear first. However, Juno's approach was different from before, so Count Spear frowned. Juno thrust his arms forward and braced his defenses, slowly approaching Spear. No matter how much Spear tried to find an opening, Juno, who was focused on defense, could not sense any openings, so he had to forcefully swing his sword to create an opening. It's no use. If I only focus on defense, even Lord Liechtenor won't be able to penetrate me, but if you do that, you won't even be able to approach me. As if to prove his words, Spear stepped spectacularly, maintaining his distance from Yuno, and throwing sharp sword moves. The sword he flew couldn't even pierce Yuno's skin, but Spear continued to attack Yuno, as if he was trying to force an opening point. Wow. Yuno, who had been blocking Spear's attack for a while, suddenly stumbled. Because he was so focused on defending his sword, it seemed like he didn't see the rock beneath his feet, and Spear didn't miss that glimpse. Gap. However, Yuno's body flew into the air and his left foot drew a beautiful curve point. Whoa. Wow. Q-hu-ha. Juno's left foot, swinging in a half-moon pattern, struck Count Spear in the abdomen, and Spear received such a strong blow that he had to fall to the plane. Would you like to do more? Q-hu-hu assessment. You set a trap during a duel. You really learned a lot from Master Aragorn. Is that a compliment? A curse? What? Dude. Why are you insulting me? Because you learned well from me. From behind, he could hear Catherine getting angry, but Juno listened with one ear, let it out with the other, and glared at Spear, who grabbed his sword and got up. The blow must have been severe, and his legs were trembling as he stood up, but Count Spear's fighting spirit did not subside at all. Your will is really amazing. I used a spinning trick on my foot, so your abdomen won't be fine right now. If you don't get treatment right away, your life could be in danger. A knight does not back down from a duel, even if it means death. The Lord's orders are absolute. Yuno cheered as he looked at Spear, who was showing off his fighting spirit and energy once again. Spear, whose abdomen was already battered by Yuno's continued attacks, was unable to respond properly, and his body became increasingly covered in blood. However, at the same time, he was clearly blocking Yuno's fatal attacks, and was launching subtle counterattacks from time to time. So Yuno was increasingly feeling that it was impossible to make him surrender. Do we really have to kill a knight like that? How far will Heinrich's desire ruin this Balkan? Yuno really didn't want to kill Spear, but Spear didn't seem to stop unless he was killed, and Yuno gritted his teeth, because he was a strong person who could have ended up hurting himself, even though he was injured, while trying to just feint him. Forgive me, Lord Spear. Although we ended up as enemies, I will not forget you. The same goes for God. Your Majesty. Juno, who must have run out of energy, quickly moved his steps to take Spear's last breath as he fell to his knees, spewing out fresh blood from his mouth. Looking at Juno coming towards him, Spear mustered up the last of his strength and swung his sword with his right hand, but Juno grabbed his sword with his left hand, broke it, and tried to slash his right blade towards the nape of his neck. Easy profit. However, Yuno missed Spear's left hand, which was lying down with no strength, holding a dagger, and digging into his chest. Oh no. This is late. Damn it. Am I going to die here after winning everything? I don't like Yuria passed before Yuno's eyes as she sensed her death. Yuno. Are you leaving her mom alone? You said you would get her mother pregnant? She should watch her mother give birth to us. Yuno opened her eyes wide as she seemed to hear her mother's voice in her ears. Okay. I can't die here. You promised to get her mom pregnant. Her mother decided to give birth to my baby. Yuno's sexual desire to impregnate Yuria transcended his physical body, and Yuno's left fist began to move several times faster than his usual maximum speed. Higher. POW. Cough. Juno's left fist pierced Spear's heart. Naturally, his left hand fell to the floor, and a piece of paper fell out of his clenched hand instead of a dagger. Lord Spear. This. Haha. You are truly amazing, Your Majesty. I never thought you could completely defeat God like this. You have grown so wonderfully. Even though his heart was pierced, Spear had a kind smile on his face. No. You weren't trying to kill me, Lord Spear. How could God kill you? You are the future of this empire. You are the future of Balkan, who will lead the empire well in the future. God believed that you would overcome me. Only then did Juno realize that Spear was referring to himself as God. What is this wad of paper? This is the location of Emperor Heinrich's hiding place and secret passage. I swore allegiance to find out. Anyway, since I swore allegiance, I performed my duty as Emperor Heinrich's knight until I die. But now, God's line of duty is over. Even if I give you this information, I won't be betraying you. Spear coughed up his blood and told Juno what he knew. Really? What a stubborn person you are. For the last time, I ask you a favor. Your Majesty, will you accept God's oath of loyalty? Of course, Sir Spear. From now on, you will be my knight until you die. Hot tears suddenly flowed from Juno's eyes. Spear looked at it and shouted with all his might, Knights of the Guard. This is my last command as leader. Looking at Spear's final moments from behind, the knights also fell to one knee with tears in their eyes, and Spear, supported by Juno, stood up and looked at them. It was His Highness Juno who won the decisive battle, so according to the rules of the duel, I entrust the fate of this empire to His Highness the Third Prince. So from now on, the Guard Knights will follow His Highness the Third Prince. I will follow the leader's orders. As soon as the Knights of the Guard finished kneeling in front of Juno and swearing allegiance, Spear fell to the floor and died in Juno's arms. Damn it. If I had been a little stronger, I could have saved Lord Spear. Although the winner was Juno himself, Juno was angry at his weakness and rose up with the thought of becoming stronger and in anger that he would catch and execute Heinrich, who had caused this tragedy. Illustration of Count Spear falling after being attacked by Juno. Chapter 145. Adria Battle 6. Adria Battle 6. Juno carried the body of Count Spear and headed to the Knights of the Guard, and he glanced at the Knights Guard who were looking at him. Most of the faces I remember, but it looks like there are some new people I haven't seen before. A smile appeared on Juno's face when he saw the apprentices he had trained with as a child becoming knights and the senior horseman who had ridiculed them. Lord Jude, are you there? Yes, Your Majesty. I'm Colonel Jude, commander of the 8th Guards Knight Squadron. In particular, Juno remembered Jude, who had been particularly harassing his apprentices, and called him, handing over Spear's body to him. Go back to my base and pay my respects. I need to hold a formal funeral later as the commander of the fallen Knights of the Royal Guard. Yes, Your Majesty. I will follow your orders. Jude, who received Juno's order, left behind with Spear's body and headed to Juno's camp, and the remaining Knights of the Guard began to escort Juno. Juno, escorted by the Knights of the Royal Guard, headed towards Henry's camp with great vigor. We won the duel. Heinrich, as promised, come to the gate, kneel, surrender, and disarm the soldiers. Don't sacrifice the innocent citizens for your power. At Juno's shout, hope began to appear on the faces of the citizen soldiers. What? Is it okay for us not to fight? Thank God. How can ordinary people like us fight against such a strong looking regular army? I used to be a legionnaire too. It's been 20 years since I laid down my sword, but to be conscripted like this, wow, I'm really glad. However, a sound like a thunderbolt was heard in the ears of the citizen soldiers who were sighing in relief. Soldiers, advance. Subdue those rebels who rebelled against His Majesty the Emperor. What is it? I heard we lost the duel. Why are you suddenly telling us to advance? Aren't you crazy? Do you want me to sacrifice my life for the incompetent emperor who caused this food crisis by giving away the plain of Zenin for free? Moreover, the emperor who is rumored to have assassinated his predecessor. The noisy citizens began to refuse orders and sit down in their seats. This was because they saw that it was obvious that they would die in an instant if they fought, and that it was decided in advance that the winner of the battle would be decided through a duel, as their combat power was so different. You bastard Dietrich. Keep the agreement. You didn't send a letter with the commander-in-chief's seal saying that, if you lose a duel, you will surrender. Juno burst out in anger at Dietrich, who stood at the gate and gave orders. However, Dietrich, well aware that, if he surrendered here, his and his family's heads would be taken away, he tore up the agreement in front of Juno. What agreement? That thing doesn't exist anymore. The Empire doesn't negotiate with the rebels. That crazy guy. We don't want to die for you. We will surrender to His Majesty the Third Prince. When the citizen soldiers also vented their anger at Dietrich for shamelessly appearing, he instead smiled and clapped his hands. Command. What you have prepared. At his signal, several pale-faced soldiers appeared. Each child was held in their hands, and several citizen soldiers who saw it screamed, "Baby, auntie, give me my child back." you bastards. Despite hearing their screams, Dietrich grabbed her child and threw him down the castle wall. Although the wall of Adria was low, it was high enough to crush the child's body, and the child's parents screamed and fainted. The complexions of the other citizen soldiers also turned pale at the sight. Most of the soldiers here had children, and they had been conscripted here because their children were being held hostage, but they never dreamed that they would actually kill the children. I command you once again, raise your spear. You don't want to see your children die, right? Only then did the citizen soldiers slowly move forward, holding their spears high. Their faces were all angry, but they slowly began to advance, shedding tears as if they had no choice for the sake of their child. You crazy people. You're driving your own people to death. How can the prime minister and emperor of a country do something like that? Don't you guys have any shame? HMPH. I have nothing to say to traitors. It would be a bargain if I could protect the imperial family with the lives of such idiots. Dietrich, you bastard, burst into anger, but he could not do anything about the 50,000 strong army that was immediately approaching him. Of course, they were citizen soldiers that he could easily subdue if he ordered his troops to march and fight, but he did not want to fight with them who were forced to fight with his children held hostage. Retreat. All troops retreat from the Adriatic plain. In the end, Juno ordered the army to retreat, and Juno and Prince swallowed their boiling anger and retreated to a place about 10 kilometers away from Adria. That night, a meeting was held in Prince's military camp. That guy Heinrich. I think he's gone as far as he can go. I've known a man like that as my older brother for 18 years, and I'm embarrassed. Besides, what on earth is that guy Dietrich thinking? You're giving territory to Tacito and Leon. Prince tried to calm down who was still unable to cool down her anger. I'm angry, and I understand that you're angry, but now I have to think about how to overcome this crisis. That's right, Your Highness the Third Prince. Getting angry won't solve the situation. Okay, let's calm down a little. We have to think about the territorial issue. After we take down Heinrich from the throne, Azuria came forward to persuade him. Took a deep breath and calmed his mind. Phew, I understand. Anyway, what should we do with those citizen soldiers? They will never surrender as long as the children are held hostage. What if we surround it with our legionnaires and prevent them from moving, and then your majesty and the knights rush into the castle gate? When one of the staff offered an opinion, Maya shook her head. The enemy citizen army is in excess of 50,000. No matter how different the combat power is, it is almost impossible to surround with 40,000 of our troops without using terrain features, and even if the enemy tries to break through by one point, it will be quickly breached. I won't. Then how about baiting them? Pretend to engage in an all-out war, and then intentionally break down and retreat. If you do that, the enemy will chase you, and you will be able to break through the gate during that time. This time, it was Viscount Leverkin's suggestion, but and Maya shook their heads at the same time. If the enemy does not pursue, it will be a useless sacrifice. Also, no matter how pretend a battle is, there will be casualties. Casualties should not occur among citizen soldiers who are forcibly dragged out as sacrificial lambs. Viscount Leverkin patted his chest, as if he was frustrated with Juno talking about the truth. We are on the battlefield. In order to win, a minimum number of casualties is inevitable. Victims must come forward to the soldiers. Citizens are not soldiers. Prince joined Juno's words and took his side. Viscount Leverkin, Juno is right about this much. Don't forget for what reason we raised the army. We didn't raise the army for power or to take the throne. We must not forget this. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I guess I got a little excited. Prince and Juno generously accepted Viscount Leverkin's apology, but I don't see any other way. It's not like we can climb over the castle wall in a short period of time and rescue the children who were taken hostage. Juno's eyes sparkled at Viscount Leverkin's words. Viscount Leverkin. Let's talk about it again. Yes? What are you talking about? Isn't that what I just said? I'm saving the children who were taken hostage. Ah. Well, that was something I just blurted out. I apologize, Your Highness. No. Maybe that could be the way. Heinrich and Dietrich should show the power of the people at least once. Seeing smiling sinisterly, Prince, Viscount Leverkin, Uriah, and Maya all looked at him with anxious eyes. but their anxiety became real. The four of us, Master Catherine, Ajin, Jennifer, and I, will cross the Adriatic wall tonight. What? No. I can't allow it. Do you know how many guards are in the castle? Even if you are you, it's dangerous. Isn't it okay if we don't get caught? That's why we only go online. Don't you know how many security devices there are on that wall? Jennifer will be able to solve this problem, right? In response to Yuno's question, Jennifer, who was fiddling with the dog's collar in the corner, smiled and nodded. Well, and why are you taking Ajin with you? How are you going to hide your huge size? It's because you don't know how secretly and quickly Ajin moves in the forest at night. And inside Adriatic Castle, the buildings form a forest. Still, I would rather have Princess Eliza. Eliza is talking to Princess Fiona right now. Princess Fiona is unable to return because the Adriatic gate is closed. She is talking about how she hasn't seen her sisters in a long time, so you shouldn't interrupt her. Yuno's words, explaining step by step why they had to go, were already convincing the staff, including Prince, Mayor, and Leverkin. And if the four of us rush in like this, even if we get caught, we can get out safely. With only the master. Haven't you seen Jennifer's skills? Well, I understand. Instead, be careful. You have to be careful again. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely come back alive, even if it's just for the sake of my mother. Next to Yuno, Yuria put her hand down the table and squeezed Yuno's hand, even though Yuno was glaring at her, as if she hated her. Yuno also stroked her soft hand and looked at her. Shite. You can take me instead of Master Jennifer. Yuno, I'm out. Ho ho ho. Your Highness Isabella. It will still take a while for you to catch up with me. Master knows that, so you're taking this bitch with you. Hum. I'll catch up with you in no time, so just wait. Master, Isabella and Mary also resented Yuno for not taking them, but they still recognize the difference in skill between them and Jennifer, so they obediently let her go. So the 4-person commando team consisting of Juno, Catherine, Ajin, and Jennifer set out for the Adriatic Wall. Chapter 146, Adria Battle, 7. Adria Battle, 7. Juno and his companions headed towards the Adriatic walls at high speed. Without Jennifer, they had to go slowly, to muffle the sound of their footsteps, but even after being purified by Yuno, Jennifer's enormous magical power was enough to cast a flight spell on all 4 of them, so they flew through the dark night sky, and arrived under the walls of Adriatic Castle. Britta arrived. But you know you can't fly from here, right? Master, I know. Jennifer. They came down to the back gate, where security was not as tight, and looked around. Fortunately, it seems like all the guards have been deployed towards the citizen soldiers. I can't feel any sign of them here at the back gate. Krung. Then I will climb up, and lower the rope. No, wait a minute. There is a guard magic on the castle wall as well. From now on, I will dispel each one by one. So just wait. I have to dispel, so that the alarm magic does not go off, so it will take some time. Krung. I understand. While Jennifer disarmed the security spell, Ajin guarded the surroundings, and Yuno and Catherine once again checked the intrusion route inside the castle. No matter how many children there are few places in the Imperial Palace where such many people can be hidden. They will be divided into the separate palace that my mother and I used, the separate palace that brother Prince used, and the Knight's training center. Due to Heinrich's personality, he lives in the main palace. Because we will never let commoner children in. But wouldn't security be quite tight in the Imperial Palace? No. The commanders of the 110 who were sandwiched between the citizen soldiers earlier and commanding them appeared to be the Imperial Palace guards. Since we sent personnel there, the Imperial Palace will be empty now. Okay. If it's the Imperial Palace, I'm very familiar with it, because I lived there for 6 years while teaching you. Don't worry, Yuno chuckled as he looked at Catherine raising her thumb. Haha, yes, I believe it. Anyway, I will search my mother's villa with me. So Catherine searched Brother Prince's palace and the Knight's training center. And if you find the children, you can bring them to the backyard garden. What will I find if I go there? A secret passage that Heinrich doesn't know about. How? Is there a secret passage that the Emperor doesn't know about? Of course. This is the secret passage I used to secretly go out of the palace when I was young. and I confirmed that it was not in the list of secret passages that Lord Spear handed over to me as he was dying, so it will be safe. Okay, Catherine nodded her head and checked her map in her head once again. Then Ajin, who was standing guard over her, opened her mouth, croon. Master, what should I do? Shall I search with Catherine? No, you must escort Jennifer, who disarms the security spell inside the Imperial Palace, and assassinate any guards stationed in the areas leading to the villas and gardens. CRRRRNG. Yes, I understand. As checked each other's roles, Jennifer informed them that the alarm magic had been lifted. Krung. Then can I go up? Okay. Do you see the glowing part over there? You just have to hold on to that and climb up. That's where it's marked that the alarm magic has been disarmed. Kring, I understand. Ajin quickly climbed up the castle wall, based on her skills in climbing cliffs and trees in the forest. Hey, who would think it's a big monkey and not a troll? Is that the speed that someone that big can do? Giggled Jennifer. You should give up the idea that just because you're big, you'll be slow, right? Was really tall before her body change, but she was super fast. Now she's a little slimmer, though. While they were chatting for a while, Ajin had already climbed the castle wall, and the rope came down. Carrying Jennifer, climbed up first, holding on to the rope that Ajin had given him, and finally, by climbing up to Catherine, they succeeded in breaking into the Adriatic walls. Fortunately, there were no guards on the castle walls at all point, although they heard signs of people coming from the spire in the distance. And his party decided that it would be impossible for ordinary people to detect them with their eyesight, so and his party went down the rope down the castle wall with peace of mind. Starting now is important. Jennifer, cast a spell on us that reduces the sound of footsteps. Yes, master. Just a moment. I will cast a noise spell. A little light appeared on their bodies and noise magic was activated, and and the others entered the Imperial Palace more safely and at a faster speed. Perhaps because of the war and famine that lasted for a long time, not even a single citizen was seen on the streets of Adriatic. Few, no matter how deep the night is, and even though there are people conscripted as citizen soldiers. I never thought the streets of Adria would be this quiet at night. As Catherine spoke in vain, seeing that the bar she always visited was closed. Juno patted her on the shoulder. It means that Inrich managed the country in such a mess. That's why we need to turn it around quickly. Jennifer, this is partly your fault, right? Slam. So Jennifer reflected and became the master's bitch. King, and his group, who had been lost in memories for a while, looking back at Adria, which they were visiting for the first time in nearly 2 years, hurried their steps again, and when they finally reached the entrance to the Imperial Palace, their steps naturally stopped. Oh my. There's not a single person in the city, and security is pretty tight here. Croon. Wouldn't it be okay to climb the wall here too? No, you troll. It would take me a long time to solve that security spell over there. How much time do you need? Jennifer's brow furrowed at Juno's question. I think it will take about 4 hours. Master, are we in trouble? It will be difficult to break in without breaking through the guards over there. Juno's face was filled with despair as dawn was about to begin in 4 hours. Now that I think about it, can't I go back and go through the secret passage you said you used? Even though Catherine clapped her hands and offered her solution, Juno's face did not relax. Okay, I don't know about the kids there, but it's hard for adults like us to get through. Needless to say, Ajin, what should we do? Ajin approached who was in trouble. Krung, in that case, I will step forward. Don't the enemies know that I, a troll, am still under Sama's command? If I disguise myself as a troll who escaped from the cage and caused trouble at the main gate of the Imperial Palace, the hostages will be safe and the enemies will be safe. It will be enough to attract attention. It would be too dangerous? Are you okay? Seeing worrying about her, Ajin patted her chest. There is no other way, right? And said earlier, the stealth of the trolls moving in the forest is beyond imagination. I will step forward and completely disturb the Imperial Palace defenders. If I move properly, all the defenders inside the Imperial Palace will inevitably come. There won't be. I understand. Instead, don't overexert yourself and escape before it becomes dangerous. If the Imperial Palace guards surround you, and even use magic tools. Even if you are a master, you may be caught. Krung, don't worry. Arjun tapped his chest again, as if asking him to believe in himself, and patted him on the shoulder and told him that she would believe in him. Okay, then let's get started. Now that Arjun is gone, Jennifer will be a little busier. Of course, we will quickly rescue the children and join them, so move as safely as possible. Bunk. I understand, Master. Don't worry. Jennifer first lifted the noise spell on Ajin, and when Ajin returned to her wild troll attire, hiding her axe inside her alley, hid in the darkness with Jennifer and Catherine. After seeing this, Ajin ran to the main gate of the Imperial Palace and let out her roar, announcing the start of her rescue mission. Kuo. Ajin's loud roar was enough to attract the attention of the defenders at the main gate of the Imperial Palace. Me. Crazy. It's a troll. Where did the trolls come from? They must not be allowed inside the Imperial Palace. Stop them. The panicked defenders tried to block Ajin with the shield he was carrying without proper armament, but his huge body easily broke the shield and even succeeded in breaking down the main gate of the Imperial Palace. Kwang. Kuo. Ajin's roar, which succeeded in destroying the main gate, rang out once again, and all the defenders standing guard at the main gate caught Ajin and chased him away. It's done. Arjun did a good job. Let's go in. Juno, Catherine, and Jennifer passed through the empty front gate at high speed and disappeared in an instant toward their respective goals, following the shadows of the dark palace wall. And Arjun, who sensed that Juno's presence had disappeared, began to pretend to be cornered by the defenders. Kick them out of the main gate again. We must never let them go to the main palace where His Majesty the Emperor is. This is a problem that could result in our heads being blown off. Everyone, please help. This troll guy's strength is no joke. Damn it. I put a rope on it, and we are being dragged. I put a spear in it, but it doesn't break through. Bring me a weapon against giant monsters. But at the same time, Ajin forced the soldiers facing him to continue to ask for support. In the end, everyone, even the garrison guarding inside, came and chased after Arjun, and Arjun turned around again and started heading toward the main gate. Damn. That guy is heading towards the front door. We have to quickly chase after that guy and kill him. If we don't, we'll be reprimanded tomorrow. The defenders began to chase Arjun out of the main gate, and thanks to Arjun's brilliant performance, and his party were able to safely complete the invasion. Illustration of Catherine's battle uniform invading the Imperial Palace *CATHERINE combat uniform erotic version chapter 147. Adria Battle 8. Adria Battle 8. When was at the Imperial Palace, she briefly breathed a sigh of relief when she arrived safely at the third villa where she resided. Good. I got in safely. If I could have gotten in this easily, Catherine would have gotten in without much difficulty. Catherine is much better at infiltration than me, so you don't have to worry about it. There were two guards guarding the entrance, but they were instantly knocked unconscious by Yuno's handblade, and Yuno entered the villa and expanded her spirit. Let's see, it must be here. That's right. I found it. Yuno's sense of humor quickly found the hidden children. As expected in advance, Yuno could sense the presence of about 2,000 children in Yuno's underground training center, so Yuno suppressed his presence and went downstairs as carefully as possible. I'm hungry. I miss mom. When are you letting us out? Be quiet, you guys. Even you guys can't help it. I'll let you go when the time comes. When I stuck my head out and took a peek inside, I saw about a dozen soldiers comforting children who had been taken hostage, and about 2,000 children with their limbs tied. Luckily, there don't seem to be any children under the age of 5. Well, they have to be over the age of 5 to listen to what they say. Still, seeing as they are comforting the children, they don't seem to be mean-spirited, unlike Dean Rich's soldiers. Don't kill them, just feint them moderately. I have to do it. Yuno carefully climbed up with his hands and feet attached to the ceiling. If caught, the children could become hostages. You have to fall on their heads and subdue them instantly. As she was going up, she made eye contact with a little girl, but when Yuno put her finger to her lips and made a gesture to be quiet, perhaps thanks to Yuno's handsome face, the girl realized that she was the one who had come to rescue her and turned her head. He nodded and gave me an understanding look point thanks to the child's cooperation. Reached the center of the ceiling without being detected and fell behind the soldiers without making a single sound point. Then, without giving the soldiers a chance to scream, struck the backs of their necks one by one and knocked them unconscious, completing the suppression in an instant. Point he. Looking at things like this, wouldn't I be quite useful even if I were an assassin? I heard that Catherine really taught me a lot of different things. Several children looked at who was inwardly praising herself, with shocked eyes and spoke to her. Who are you? Are you here to save us? What happened to my mom and dad? I miss my mom. I want to go home. When some children started talking, they finally noticed Juno's appearance and started screaming wildly. Quiet. Quiet. I'm Juno, the third prince of the Balkan Empire. I'm fighting against the evil Heinrich, who forced your mom and dad to fight and captured you like this. So, you must be quiet and help me so that you can protect your mom and dad. I can go see you. Everyone, will you be quiet? The children immediately became quiet when told them to cooperate if they want to see mom and dad. Smiled for a moment at the sight of the children and first released the ropes of the older looking children, and then he tied up the unconscious soldiers with the ropes. He then gave the soldiers weapons to the released children and instructed them to release other children as well. And as watched the children being released one by one, he prepared to move again and held the hand of the child who appeared to be the leader. You guys need to take care of your little brothers. Just release the other kids here. If you do that, I'll be back soon. Where are you going? Can't you stay with us? While stroking the heads of the children who were looking anxious, informed them that there were other children in the building next door, so just wait a moment and they would come and rescue them right away. I understand. I will release all my friends and younger siblings and wait quietly here. Your Royal Highness, just call me older, Yun Tian. It's hard for someone so young to pretend to be an adult. The children were even more reassured by Yuno's friendly attitude toward them, and seeing them like that, Yuno quickly headed to the Empress Palace. Yuno was able to quickly enter the Empress Palace because it was right next to it. Just like in her own villa, many children were held captive in the Empress Palace. Yuno, who quickly suppressed the soldiers there, quickly released the children and then joined the children of the three villas and headed to the backyard garden. Normally, this was a place where the guard knights would have been standing guard, but fortunately, the guard knights had all surrendered to him, so there were only a few garrison members standing guard, and they were all suppressed by Yuno's hand. Let's see. The secret passage I used. Yes, it's Harry wondered if the secret passage he was using had been closed, but fortunately, the passage still existed. Well, what kind of crazy person would take a close look at the back of the women's restroom in the Imperial Palace garden? I was grabbed by my mother and her maid and dragged forcibly to the women's restroom, and I found out that I was an unusual beggar. It was a little embarrassing to think about those times, but opened the passage and looked inside to let the children escape anyway. When there was nothing wrong, she looked at the children and explained how to move forward. Guys, if you go in here and look on the other side of the castle wall, you will see a brightly lit field in the field. If you go there and say that the third prince sent you, your mom and dad will be released. Do you understand? When the children nodded that they understood, pushed the child who had led the children all the way to this point into the passage first. Wait, what's your name? Centris. Okay, Centris. You have to take care of the kids. You're the leader. Okay, yes, I understand. Your Royal Highness Queen, I told you to call me brother as likely fed her honey chestnuts. Centris nodded her head once again, with tears in her eyes, and told her to leave and began to let the children escape behind Centris. Come on, hurry up. There's no time. Time was running out, because we had to escape thousands of children, but unlike ourselves, who had been very tall since childhood, the commoner children were very small, so we were able to quickly escape by pushing 3 or 4 people into the passage, and it took about 30 minutes. As Jennifer and Catherine brought in an additional 4,000 children, continued to let them escape as well. I could have everyone escape in about an hour, but it looks like the numbers are a bit lacking, so I guess I missed something. I don't really have a place to hide it. It was only then that it occurred to that there was one place missing. The second constellation. Why did I miss this place? Damn it, Juno, who thought that Henry, who ascended to the throne, would only use the main palace, had inadvertently left out the second palace, blamed himself and tried to run to the second palace. No, there's no time anymore. That's right, Master. It's dangerous. I counted the number and there are probably less than 100 children there. If that's the case, Master, you've done enough. Catherine and Jennifer tried to stop him, saying it was dangerous, but was stubborn. No. There's still about an hour left until dawn. I'll be right back in the meantime. Then me too. I'll go too. Master, no. If we all go together, there won't be much difference in search time. So Jennifer and Catherine, help the children escape from here. The garrison might notice and come. Do you really have to come here safely? I'll definitely wait here for you. If there are any children left, you have no choice but to come here, right? Jennifer, the master's bitch wizard, will be waiting for you with her secret trick prepared. I understand. Catherine, Jennifer, I will definitely come back within an hour, so just wait a moment. Comforted Jennifer and Catherine, who were worried about her, by kissing them on the lips, and then quickly ran towards the second villa point. After a while, arrived at the second villa, and clicked his tongue at the surveillance network, which was on a different level from the third villa and the Empress Palace. What is Heinrich hiding here? That's why he's placed so many defenders. The 100 or so guards the second villa were not tempted by Arjun, and maintained a strict surveillance posture. It may be possible to infiltrate, but if there are children, it is almost impossible to take them out. Should I give up? As was thinking about giving up, the image of the parents of the children who had fallen from the castle wall crying miserably came to mind, and had to grit his teeth. Shit. First, let's find out whether there are children or not. There will be a way somehow. Decided to enter the second villa, thinking that things were going to be difficult, and even succeeded in infiltrating carefully by following the shadow. Okay. If I show off my spirit here. However, Yuno's head was tilted as there was no sign of anything other than the presence of the soldiers outside. This can't be happening. Is there really nothing? No. If you think that way, the tight security outside doesn't make sense. There's definitely something here. In the end, decided to search through the second villa point. Fortunately, there was no security inside. Perhaps because there was tight security on the outside. Or maybe there's something in the troops that serve him, that he doesn't want to be discovered. Anyway, there's nothing in the bedroom. Shall we take a look at the office as well? Juno, who found no clues in Heinrich's bedroom, went into the office next door and looked around. Why are the books still on the bookshelf? With his personality, even if he ascended to the throne, he would have taken all the books he was reading, thinking that the bookshelf was suspicious. Juno began to search the bookshelf more closely, and as he did so, a financial theory book written by Heinrich caught his eye. That's the book he wrote, right? Contrary to his personality, he said that even Rachel would approve of him in terms of finance. TSK, it's a waste of talent. It's a waste. When I took out the book, thinking that if I hadn't been so greedy, I could have been the Minister of Finance assisting Prince, the bookshelves suddenly started to move to the side. What is this? After the bookshelf was completely pushed away, a staircase was revealed in the dark space, and Juno rushed into the darkness, convinced that this was the space where Heinrich was hiding. Illustration of battle attire for Jennifer, the female wizard who follows Chapter 148. Adria Battle 9. Adria Battle 9. Felt his feet touch the ground after falling almost 3 stories. Why is it so deep? What on earth? Did you hide here so tightly? I went downstairs, and only after walking down a long passage did I see the door. Curious as to what secrets were hidden inside the door, took a deep nervous breath, and opened the door wide. Ugh, the smell. What is this smell? There was a tremendous odor in the room, but since it was a basement with the lights off, could not see anything inside even with his eyesight point. Thought it must not be a trap, since he could not catch anything despite activating the energy, so he used mana to ignite a piece of cloth caught nearby, and threw it inside, lighting up the secret room. This is this? As the room lit up with light, Yuno couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the terrible scene he was seeing from inside the room. There were numerous corpses of children who had died horribly, along with all kinds of torture devices, strewn about, giving off a foul odor. Most of the bodies were girls, but there were quite a few bodies of boys, and the dry tears on the children's faces suggested that they had suffered terribly before they died. Heinrich, what has this crazy guy done? As Juno looked around his room, venting his anger at Heinrich, the culprit who had created this situation, a note that seemed to have been written down on his plan caught his eye. A quick look at the note revealed that the things Henry had planned and carried out to become emperor and the names of the nobles and merchants who had cooperated with him were listed. When Juno saw him, he had to become angry once again. Heinrich, even if brother Prince forgives me, I will definitely kill you. Very cruelly. I will make you pay for all your sins. Then, Yuno's ears heard the faint sound of a dying person breathing. Haa. Qoo. It's. As soon as Yuno heard the faint moan, she immediately calmed down her anger and flew towards the place where the moan was coming from. There, a small girl was holding her stomach, blood flowing from how many times she had been stabbed with a knife point. Although the wound was severe, not much blood came out, indicating that the bleeding had already progressed significantly. As proof of this, there was a pool of blood underneath her, and a dagger covered in blood, and next to her were several children in a similar situation, breathing with their last breath. He was scratching. Holy shit. I was so close to dying that I couldn't even feel it. Are you okay? Guys, come to your senses. If you lose your mind like this, you'll die. I need. Please. Help me. Yuno thought that he had to somehow save the children. So he took out all the emergency potions he had brought and poured them on the children's wounds. Smoke was billowing out, and the children's wounds could be seen healing. The children's expressions seemed relaxed as the wounds healed, and the pain stopped. But Yuno's heart became even more anxious, because their pale complexions did not recover, because they had lost too much blood. This can't go on. If we leave it like this, they'll definitely die. We need to get Jennifer and take her kids back to our base and ask her mother for it. The only people who could directly restore the vitality of nearly dying children were the saints of the Holy Kingdom of Johans and Uriah, who received the power of the World Tree. If you move while killing your presence, you have no choice but to move slowly. But then we don't have enough time. Those children could be in danger. Now that things are like this, I have no choice but to break through the royal palace guards head on, bring Jennifer and Catherine here, and escape with the children. Guys, just wait a moment. If you wait, I'll come right back and save you. Got it? You just have to hold on for a little while. Despite Yuno's question, the children had no answer, perhaps because they had already fainted. Seeing those children, Yuno gritted his teeth and quickly ran out of the main gate of the second villa and looked at the garrison guarding it. The Imperial Palace guards, who sensed that he was popular, recognized Yuno and rang an emergency signal. Emergency. It's the third prince. The third prince has invaded. Yuno looked at the garrison, which was quickly forming a suppression formation, with eyes full of anger. Due to the nature of the garrison, I understood that they had no choice but to serve Heinrich, who had ascended to the emperor, so I tried to finish it off by stunning them without causing any harm to the palace garrison members. However, you who guard the second villa are here. You guys knew all about the tragedy that happened, right? You can't just ignore it. Yuno drew mana with all his might from the 2 mana holes in his lower body, forming a huge fist. This was the first time something like this had happened to Juno, who had studied under Catherine, who pursued efficient combat, but Juno was now so furious that he could not see anything. Bring the magic tool. Activate the entrapment spell. The enemy is the master. Don't give him distance. The voice of Beacon Jang, who was commanding the garrison, was trembling. A huge light emanated from Yuno's fist, gradually increasing in size, and the life contained in it was so strong that even soldiers who did not know mana could feel it, so they fell in fear. I want to make you all just like the children inside, but be glad that I don't have time. So, just be gentle and accept the death I offer you. As Yuno's fist stretched out powerfully, the mana forming a huge fist was released. Kwahia. The huge fist created by Yuno spewed out, creating a huge dragon fist wind point. A huge dragon fist wind stretched forward and attacked the soldiers of the Imperial Palace Guard. The soldiers who witnessed Yuno gathering energy quickly responded by layering their shields, but the dragon fist wind tore apart the shields and bodies of the soldiers who blocked the way in one go. It continued to gush out. Wow, after a while, the dragon fist wind created by Yuno stopped its momentum and turned into a gentle wind. However, there were no longer any soldiers blocking Yuno's path, and only pieces of meat that had been torn into pieces and turned into blood clots were the only thing that showed that the Imperial Palace Guard was here. I feel refreshed, but this is not the time. Let's hurry. After destroying the garrison, Juno quickly moved to where Catherine and Jennifer were. Thanks to the explosion sound of Yuno's power, emergency signals were going off all over the Imperial Palace, and additional garrisons could be felt gathering. But fortunately, it seemed that it was not only the garrison that heard the explosion. So Jennifer and Catherine ran first and joined Yuno. What on earth is going on? They said they sneaked in and will be back soon. What should I do if they cause such a commotion? There were circumstances. Did all the children escape? Yes, they all escaped. We checked everything until the end and closed the passageway again, so there won't be any trouble. Good job. Jennifer, follow me quickly. There's no time. Yes, Master. Yuno personally picked up Jennifer and ran to the Farewell Palace with Catherine. As soon as they arrived at the Farewell Palace, Yuno led them to her underground secret room. Catherine and Jennifer, who saw the devastation in the underground secret room, were also speechless at the gruesome sight, but came to their senses when Yuno shouted that they had to take care of the living children. Jennifer, what is the secret move you mentioned earlier? Is it a move that even the children can escape from? Oh, no. I tried to get all the children to escape through a secret passage. Originally, I was planning to feed the triple hellfire to the main palace and escape. The main palace is protected by a powerful magic defense that I created, but it's a different story if it's a hellfire triple stack. I was truly fortunate to have Jennifer on my side. Triple hellfire. Even though he was in the middle of a body change, Yuno had experienced hellfire once in person, and he was well aware of the power of hellfire recorded in literature. So even in this urgent situation, Yuno couldn't help but admire Jennifer's skills. That's the skill I still have even though some of the magical power amplified by life drain was lost. It's really a long way for Isabella to catch up with me. Anyway, then is there a way to escape from here? We have to get those kids back to the base quickly so they can survive. Wait a moment, Master. I'm connecting with Her Highness Isabella. After communicating with Isabella and talking about something, Jennifer began drawing her magic circle. Are you trying to use space movement magic? But there is no corresponding magic circle at our base. Right now, Her Highness Isabella is making it on the spot at the main base. It only takes 10 minutes for me. But Her Highness Isabella takes about 15 minutes, so you have to buy that time. Damn, I understand. And after the magic circle, save the miserable appearance of this room with the image save magic. I need to show this directly to the people. They too need to know the truth about Enrich. Yes, the image save magic doesn't even require much magic power, so it doesn't matter. Once Jennifer accepted her orders, Juno went back out with Catherine to the main gate of the Farewell Palace. The garrison troops were gathered there, and their number was over 300. Well, if you want, you can blow it up like before, but you don't do that again. Then, if you run out of mana, what if an unexpectedly strong enemy appears? If you're doing it because you want to see your teacher die from heartache, then do it again. Do you understand? Yep, Master. I'm sorry. I'll be careful. Yuno returned to teacher mode after a long time and bowed his head in apology to Catherine, who was scolding him. He then looked at the garrison that had begun to confront him. Surrender. Third Prince. This place is already surrounded. If you surrender obediently, your life will be guaranteed. HMPH. Do you guys know what happened here? And say things like that. At Yuno's words, the garrison soldiers tilted their heads and looked at each other. What are you talking about? That's the second palace, right? It's a palace that no one is using right now. Come down later, and you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't understand. Are you saying that you have no intention of surrendering? In that case, we have no choice but to use force. Even if you are a master, you won't be able to avoid all the magic tools of our garrison. Come as many times as you like. But you all know that at least 90% of you will die. The first one who comes in, I will immediately crush his head. The garrison soldiers' complexions turned pale due to Yuno's threats. This was because in front of their eyes, Yuno was seen clenching his fists and emitting vital energy, and the woman next to him was also emitting energy from his fists. Damn it. How can we stop two masters? In fact, the garrison commander who was threatening Yuno knew very well that, if he was careful, he would be annihilated without being able to catch Yuno. Therefore, he was unable to give the attack order hastily, and while the breathtaking confrontation took place, Jennifer relayed a signal to Yuno that space movement was ready. If you don't want to come, go here first. Take advantage of my full power. Block. Use the barrier magic tool. As Yuno tried to swing his fist, the soldiers overlaid shields with defensive magic and closed his eyes tightly to deal with the pressure that might pour down on him. However, when nothing happened after a few seconds, they cautiously opened their eyes, and when Juno and Catherine, who had been lying in front of the front door, disappeared without a trace, they only realized that they were in trouble. Woo. I was fooled. But in a way, I'm glad no one died. By the way, does the third prince say there's something hidden here? The soldiers, who were curious about Yuno's words, searched the second villa as Yuno said, and were unable to keep their mouths shut at the terrible sight they saw there, and had to shed tears of anger. This is crazy. I can't believe the rumors were true. Well, then the second palace garrison stationed here also knew about this. Crazy guys. The third prince didn't kill them for nothing. I can't believe that the reason I've been protecting the palace all this time was to protect the emperor's crazy behavior. Captain, we will no longer serve the emperor. Me too. An emperor who does things like this is not an emperor. Let our garrison also come under the command of His Highness the third prince. The garrison commander also nodded to the opinion of the garrison soldiers. Damn it. I think so too. I think the third prince let all the children escape. Without the hostages, the citizen army confronting His Highness the third prince's rebel army will be disbanded. So now we are the third prince. I follow you. If we keep quiet, this fact won't be reported to the authorities. Let's fuck that damn emperor. Henry, after seeing the terrible scene in the basement of the second villa, the imperial palace guards began to harbor extreme hostility towards Emperor Henry, and they decided to switch their flag to Juno's side. Therefore, in the morning, Heinrich, who asked about the details of the commotion that broke out early in the morning, received only a simple report that the intrusion of the troll that had escaped from the cage and caused the disturbance was suppressed. Her girl dying after being attacked by Heinrich. Chapter 149. Adria battle. Finish. Adria battle. Finishing. Yuno, who escaped safely to the base thanks to Jennifer's space movement magic, quickly ran to Uriah's tent with the out of breath children. Mom. Yuno, you're safe. I'm so glad. Mom was worried about you. Huh. But what about these kids? Uriah, who had been praying for Yuno's safety despite being unable to sleep, even though it was early morning, quickly got out of bed when she heard her son's voice and opened her eyes in surprise when she saw the children Yuno was holding. Following Yuno, Catherine, Jennifer, Isabella, Mary, Kiramu, and Miruku came in with their children. The spirit beings, Mary, Kiramu, and Miruku, were holding on to the children's dying lives by healing them with spirits, but their condition was so serious that they were slowly losing their breath. So Uriah urgently got up and began to check their condition. We must act quickly, starting with the most dangerous child. Isabella, put him down here on the bed. Quickly. Uriah, who began healing Isabella from the child she brought with her, radiated beautiful light from her hands. Then, her child's complexion slowly recovered as she received her light, and her crackling breathing gradually calmed down. Uriah, seeing this, stopped healing her and called her child. Uriah was healing her step by step and reviving her urgent children, but Yuno's heart was becoming more and more urgent. This was because the complexion of the child she was carrying was getting worse. Of course. I know that the mother is treating the urgent child first, but this child is also urgent. She was the child who first spoke to her and informed her that they were dying, and as she was the first child she saw, Yuno's heart burned as her attachment grew. Point at that time, the door to Yuria's tent suddenly opened, and one of her little children came inside. Centauria, are you here? You can't go in here. Let's go out with the guys. You'll be a distraction if you stay here, right? I don't want to. My sister is over there. Let her go. Let her go. Her soldiers followed and tried to send the child out, but Yuno stopped her soldiers and let her child in. Point this was because the child who recklessly entered the tent was Sentris, whom Yuno had told to escape first and lead the children as captain. Point. When Yuno allowed Sentris to enter, the soldiers meekly retreated, and Sentris ran to Yuno, grabbed the girl he was holding, and cried, "Brother, what happened to our Centauria? Why is my little brother covered in blood like this? He Centauria, come to your senses." "Sentris, is this your sister?" "Ugh, Heinrich." Seeing Centauria like that, Yuno gritted her teeth and told him that Heinrich had tried to torture and kill Centauria, and that he had accidentally found Centauria and her children dying. Point at that fact, Sentris was furious, gritting her teeth, and Yuno was also furious once again. But when Yuria, who had already finished healing the other children, called, they calmed down their anger and ran to Yuria, thinking that they should save their lives first. Yuria also seemed to be having a hard time with her continued healing, but she was not one to give up on dying children just because she was having a hard time, so she began healing Centauria, squeezing out the last of her strength. A bright light emitted, and Centauria's complexion became increasingly relaxed. Her pale complexion, which had been pale due to massive blood loss, gradually turned a peach color as her blood was rapidly regenerating, and her once white fingernails also began to turn pink. Phew. It's over. Everyone's lives will have been saved. However, because the bleeding was so severe, there might have been damaged organs. Even with my healing, I can't bring them back. It's okay. Thank you for saving my little brother's life. Thank you. Thanks to you, my little brother survived. Without knowing who Yuria was, Sentris kneeled down in front of her and expressed her gratitude. Seeing Yuria smile kindly, she held his hand and helped him up. "But how can you call my son brother? What happened?" When Yuria called Yuno, the prince, her son, Sentris's face became pale, as if she realized that Yuria was the empress, but Yuno smiled and said that it was a child she had met while rescuing, and that she liked her spirited appearance, and that he was her son. He told me that he told me to call him brother. So there was such a connection? Anyway, I will be taking care of the children, so you can go out now. Mary, Kiramu, and Miruku will stay and help me. Yuria gave orders to her guests, excluding only the spiritists who would help her heal. Still, Yuno felt fortunate that her children were alive, and after taking her Sentris to where her comrades were, Yuno returned to the command barracks. "Lord Leverkin, are food distributions going well for the rescued children?" "Yes, your majesty. I fed everyone to their heart's content." Heinrich ate it hungrily because he didn't even provide food. However, I gave him oatmeal that doesn't weigh on his stomach, so he won't get sick. "Okay. But Arjun didn't return. Will it be okay?" "If it's Arjun, there won't be a problem. He probably dealt with the soldiers appropriately and then hid in an alley in the capital. If Arjun decides to hide his presence, I can't guarantee that I'll find him." "Okay. If you do that, there won't be a problem. Let's go." "Yes, brother." Yuno went to the front of the camp with Prince and shouted loudly as he looked at the soldiers. "Now, it's time to finally take back Adria. It's time to put the empire right by toppling the crazy man who enjoys torturing and killing young children and conscripting their parents to use them as meat shields. Raise a flag to announce the advance. Move up, soldiers. March to Adria." After hearing about the events of the previous night while eating breakfast, the soldiers responded to Yuno's speech and raised their spears high. And the children that Yuno had rescued last night gathered courage and held the hands of the soldiers at the front to free their parents, and they slowly began to advance, united in their desire to defeat Heinrich. As the sound of Juno's army's advancing footsteps shook the ground. Heinrich's side also reacted strongly. The rebels are advancing. Raise your shields and spears. The commanders waved their whips and gave orders, but the citizen soldiers who had been forcibly brought in and became soldiers because of the children were showing no motivation and were hostile. Get into formation. Will you come to your senses if you see your children dying again? However, when they heard threats against children, they had to grit their teeth and take up arms. How long do I have to do this? I miss my son here. My daughter's health is not good, but is she eating properly? How will you feed the children when we, who have to fight, don't feed them properly? They deserve to be punished. The citizen soldiers were forced to raise their weapons and let out voices full of dissatisfaction. The expressions of the parents who had not seen their children for several days were a mess, but after a while, when Yun-Tian approached them, their expressions changed to incomprehensible expressions. Mom. Dad. We escaped. You don't have to force yourself to fight, Dad. The number of children screaming at them was enormous, and wizards such as Isabella enlarged the faces of the children they rescued using image magic, and made them float in the air. Then, the expressions of the citizen soldiers began to brighten. How is my son over there? My daughter is alive and safe over there. Thank you, God. Yuno shouted at the citizen soldiers. Citizens of Adriatic, there is no need to fight for Heinrich anymore. That vicious Heinrich used children as hostages for his power and used you as meat shields. So last night, your children, I have rescued you. Dad, Mom, His Highness the Third Prince rescued us. Let's go defeat the bad emperor together. Although the children screamed as the soldiers told them when feeding them, there was nothing false about them, so the children also screamed loudly with the thought of saving their parents, and the sounds shook the hearts of the citizen soldiers. His Majesty the Third Prince risked his life to save our children. The Emperor is capturing children and holding them hostage, but His Majesty the Third Prince personally comes forward to rescue them. Damn, who is the Emperor? The final blow was dealt to the citizen soldiers who were in tears when they saw the children. Jennifer had saved the terrible scene in Heinrich's secret room last night with an image save spell and had sent it up into the sky. Also, as a member of the royal family, I would like to apologize. As you can see, Heinrich tortured and killed the children in the secret room of the second villa for his own enjoyment. Because of Juno's unscrupulousness, he was not able to save all of those children and some of them were killed. I could only save the children. After this situation is resolved, I will kneel and apologize to the children who were killed. The gruesome sight in the secret room of the second villa completely rolled the eyes of the citizens and soldiers. Several parents of the murdered children were seen fainting, and the parents of the children Yuno saved were also shedding tears as they thought about the pain their children had suffered. Have you seen this crazy emperor? Emperor Heinrich must be killed. This is not the time. We should kill the emperor ourselves and make His Highness the Third Prince the emperor. That's right. Let's advance to the imperial palace. Wow. The tip of the militia spear instantly turned in the opposite direction. The commanders with whips and swords were embarrassed and shouted to not be deceived by the rebels' false propaganda, but such cries did not work for the citizen soldiers who saw the children with their own eyes, and the commanders were instantly killed by the citizen soldiers' spears and knives. Let's advance to the imperial palace. Kill that bastard Heinrich. Open the castle gate. Do you know that we can't go beyond the castle wall and do this? If you don't want to die like the emperor, open it right away. The defenders, whose countenances turned pale at the citizen army's sad roar, quickly opened the gates. They also felt that the tide of war had completely turned, and that Emperor Henry's fate had ended. The gates were opened, and 50,000 citizens flocked to the imperial palace through the Adriatic city. The imperial palace guards, who were looking at the citizen army, did not intend to defend, but instead smiled, as if they were welcoming this situation. It looks like His Highness the Third Prince did a good job persuading the citizens. Good. Are you ready? Yes, Captain. We are fully prepared. Good. Change the flag and open the door. Following the command of the garrison commander, the imperial palace guards lowered the emperor's flag and raised Yuno's flag brought from the 3-star palaces. and at the same time, the main gate of the Imperial Palace began to slowly open. Huh? What is it? The Imperial Palace guard is opening the palace gate. I guess they don't want to die either. As the citizen army attempted to enter the main gate of the Imperial Palace, the garrison commander spoke to them. We also saw the horrors of the second palace last night. Let's drive out enriched together. You detained our children too, you bastards. I'm sorry about that, but it was the Emperor's order, so I couldn't help it at the time. But now we have decided to no longer recognize Henry as Emperor. Are you saying that the disaster at the second palace had nothing to do with you? That's right. We really didn't know either. The garrison that guarded the second villa died at the hands of His Highness the Third Prince. Okay, I'll believe you. Instead, we have to do a good job preventing Heinrich from escaping. When the citizen army listened to their excuses and was satisfied, the garrison joined the citizen army and advanced to the Imperial Palace point. Since the Imperial Palace was already empty, it was quickly occupied, and some citizen soldiers invaded the mansions of the nobles who had been loyal to Heinrich and sucked the blood of the people and began to massacre them. Meanwhile, Henry, who was drinking with his mistresses at the main palace, frowned when the Chancellor, the Marquis Dietrich, hurriedly entered. What's going on, Prime Minister? Are you saying the 8th and 9th Corps are late again? Tell them that, if they are any longer late, I'll cut off the head of the Corps Commander. That's not true. You must avoid it right away. The citizen army has betrayed. They are currently advancing towards the Imperial Palace and are pushing towards the main castle. What? What are the Imperial Palace guards doing? Order them to repel them immediately. Dietrich beat his chest as he watched Heinrich give orders drunkenly without understanding the situation. The Imperial Palace Guard has betrayed and joined the enemy. Now we have no troops left. Please quickly escape to the secret passage. Heinrich felt sobered when he heard that even the Imperial Palace Guards had turned their backs on him. Damn it. I have no choice. First, take my mistress and treasures even in this situation. Dietrich, seeing that Heinrich was trying to take care of his mistress and his belongings, began to forcibly drag him away. Ruthless. Prime Minister, you touched the Emperor's jade body. Your Majesty, now is not the time for this. Our enemies will become our true nature right now, Kwang. As the sound of the castle door breaking was heard, Dietrich's complexion became even paler. The enemy will soon storm into the royal palace. Quickly, through the secret passage. Only then did Heinrich grasp the situation, throw away everything, and head toward the secret passage point. However, due to Spear's tip, Yuno had already identified all the secret passages in the main palace, and Jennifer and Isabella had destroyed all the passages under Yuno's instructions. Oh, what should I do now, Prime Minister? Prime Minister? When Dietrich saw that even the secret passage was completely blocked, he began to think deeply. Now that it's like this, Prime Minister. Chiang. Dietrich suddenly pulled a sword from his waist and attacked Heinrich. What are you doing, Prime Minister? How dare you attack the Emperor? What can the Emperor do in this situation? Even the country must survive. If you sacrifice your head, your life will be spared, right? Seeing Dietrich betraying him, Heinrich gritted his teeth at the prospect of betraying even his best confidant. This traitor. However, neither Dietrich nor Heinrich were that well versed in martial arts, so they could not kill each other. In the end, even though the citizen army arrived at the royal palace, they swore at each other and behaved indecently until the end, and both were taken away to the square in front of the Imperial Palace. In the square, Prince, his staff, Yuno and his women were already seated, and Ajin, who had come alive from the alley, was glaring at them with all his might. The citizen army was at first taken aback by the appearance of the troll, but when they saw Ajin showing utmost respect to Yuno, they cheered and mocked Heinrich, who was dragged out, saying that the troll was also loyal to the third prince. TSK, even trolls are loyal to His Majesty the Third Prince. You're stabbing the Prime Minister you appointed. That's the Emperor too. Heinrich let out an angry look as he looked at those citizens. If you hadn't betrayed me, this wouldn't have happened. You traitors. You all will pay for betraying this Emperor. However, Heinrich's anger only aroused ridicule rather than fear, so he ended up kneeling in front of Juno and Prince Illustration of Juno's entry into Adriatic chapter 150. Heinrich's End. 1. Heinrich's End. 1. Prince and Juno frowned as they looked at Heinrich kneeling in front of them. "Why are you looking at me like that? What did I do wrong?" Huh. To be honest, what do you think would have been different if you had sat on the throne? Heinrich, who had continued to behave in an indecent manner even here, only closed his mouth when the soldiers surrounding him thrust spear blades at his neck. Prince ordered the soldiers to drag Heinrich away, and although Heinrich tried to resist by shaking his body this way, he had to be dragged away by the soldiers' strong hands. "I want to kill that guy right now. But anyway, since he has once sat in the throne of monarch, the punishment will be decided according to the trial." In most cases, it was Borken who recommended suicide to enemy monarchs when executing monarchs, but Prince had no intention of recommending suicide to Henry, and the same was true for Juno. "It would be better to give up the idea of being executed quietly," Heinrich even as he was being dragged away by the soldiers. Heinrich maintained a shameless and proud attitude, so Juno gritted his teeth. A short time later, a public trial began to judge the crimes of the captured Heinrich and Dietrich. It was decided that the former Minister of Justice, Count Redberg, would act as the judge in the trial, and Juno and Eliza would be in charge of proving their agreement as prosecutors, and other royal family members, including Prince, Eunice, and Uriah, were watching the trial from the front. Looking forward to Juno and Eliza's performance, we will now begin a summary public trial to punish the former Borken Emperor Henry II and former Chancellor Philip von Dietrich for their crimes. When the trial of Heinrich and Dietrich began with the words of the Count of Redberg, nobles and numerous citizens who had been hiding in the mansion to avoid Heinrich's evil spirit rushed to watch. Prince and Juno created a summary court in front of the fountain in the middle of the square in front of the imperial palace, so that the citizens could better see the trial, and made it possible for the citizens watching to participate in the trial as well. Defendants Heinrich and Dietrich have ruled the Borken Empire for the past year, and led this empire to catastrophe. From now on, we will count their sins. Juno swallowed once, and recited his sins one by one. First, the crime of assassinating Carol III, the previous emperor and his own father. He assassinated the monarch at Dietrich's estate using parasites that were not found in toxicology tests. This was testified by Heinrich and Garscha, a former secretary who was instigated by Dietrich. "That's what I do." Marquis Garcia agreed to testify on the condition that his family members would not be implicated, and that only he would be beheaded, and he was quietly brought out to testify. Second, the crime of conniving with an enemy nation while in the position of emperor and prime minister of the empire. The plain of Zenon was completely dedicated to them on the condition that the master of Tacito, the empire's archenemy, be used as a mercenary. This is the first princess of the kingdom of Leon and military leader. This is what Fiona Sinclair de Leon had testifies. Princess Fiona testified to what Henry and Dietrich presented to her country, as agreed with Eliza. This alone is enough to warrant the death penalty, but the defendant's crime is not the end. Third, the crime of conspiring with Dietrich, who was the Minister of Finance at the time, to embezzle the empire's budget from about 10 years ago. This is the budget execution plan discovered in the secret room of the second villa. I will prove this with a secret ledger, and I certify that the handwriting is identical to the handwriting written on the defendant's personal letter. Wait a minute, that's fabricated evidence. I've never stolen the budget, Dietrich protested, saying it was unfair, but the attitude of the judge, the Count of Redberg, and the citizens watching the trial were cold. Dismissed. Juno continued to recite Heinrich and Dietrich's sins, and the expressions on the faces of the citizens listening became increasingly distorted. Meanwhile, Eunice, who was looking at it, asked her husband, Prince, as if he was curious about something, "We are going to execute him anyway, so why not just punish Heinrich? Public opinion is probably going to want him executed anyway, so is there any reason to go to trial like this?" Eunice, I want to make Juno and Eliza more famous through this trial. The citizens of Adria will naturally respect Juno, who saved their children, as emperor, and the eastern region will also support Juno, who led the war to victory. What about the west and the south? There may be some opposition. So, You really entrusted the role of prosecutor to Master Yuno. That's right. That's why we planned this. Juno, the righteous third prince who exposed the sins of the vicious and corrupt Emperor Henry in detail. If we create and promote an image like this, public opinion in support of Juno will surge even in the west and south. Then it wouldn't matter at all if the third prince, Master Yuno, ascended to the throne. Even if Eliza, the princess of Leon, ascended to the empress, no big deal would come out. Oh my, why did such a smart person hide his wife and put her through so much trouble? Me, Image making was important to me too. So let's just move on. While the prince couple was talking, Juno was talking about Heinrich's final sin. Lastly, I will tell you about the decisive crime. Not only did I kidnap the children of conscripted citizen soldiers and take them as hostages, but I also tortured and killed some of them for my own pleasure. This is the crime of Centris and Centuria, who survived there. The siblings will prove it. As soon as Yuno finished speaking, Centris, shedding tears, and Centuria, who had an eye patch on her eyes, came in and sat down. Guys, it may be difficult, but can you explain what happened in the Imperial Palace? Centris opened her mouth first at Eliza's words. Mom and dad were conscripted into the citizen army, and we stayed at home doing what mom and dad told us to do. But then the soldiers came in, tied our arms and legs, put us on a cart, and took us away. There were a lot of kids there besides me, and I was the other kids. I was taken to the basement together, and that guy over there said that my sister had a pretty face, and took her to another place. I see. Then Centuria, if it's okay, can you talk about it too? At Eliza's words, Centuria's body trembled, and she screamed, and when her centrist sitting next to her hugged her tightly, she finally calmed down, and opened her mouth. I was scared. I was so scared. A blonde-haired man wearing a crown came and stabbed my stomach with a knife, saying it was cute and desirable. It hurt so much that I screamed, so he said it was noisy, and stabbed my stomach again. I stabbed it. It hurt so much, and I was scared, but I held back, because I was afraid that if I screamed, it would stab me again. Centuria's testimony shocked not only the citizens who heard her, but also Yuno and Eliza. Oh, you can't see anything? Seriously? When Eliza asked in confusion, Centris answered for her. Yuno Hyung over there saved me, and my younger brother, but my younger brother's bleeding was so severe that blood stopped flowing to his eyes and his eyes were damaged. Empress Mama over there treated me, and I'm wearing an eye patch just in case. It's probably hard for your eyesight to come back. And my parents didn't want to fight, so those bad guys stabbed them to death. The citizens exploded with anger and swore at Heinrich every time Centris spoke one by one. So Yuno Hyung, please let me get revenge on those bad guys. I really want to get revenge with my own hands on those guys who killed my parents, blinded my younger brother, and broke my heart. As Centris finished her testimony clearly with eyes full of anger, Juno once again showed Centris's testimony and Jennifer saved image saved magic into the sky, proving Heinrich and Dietrich's guilt. It's a lie. It's all a fabricated lie. And you said it was fun when I stabbed you. You said it was fun too. As Heinrich struggled and screamed at her, Centuria once again screamed in fear, and the citizens, who became even more angry, cried out in unison for her execution point first. To protect Centuria, Juno ordered the soldiers standing next to Heinrich to be gagged. This proves all the crimes committed by defendants Heinrich and Dietrich. When Juno proved both of their crimes, the Count of Redberg looked serious and pondered before asking Juno, then, what kind of sentence will His Highness the Third Prince seek for the criminal? Even as someone who has studied the law for a long time, I have no idea what kind of sentence should be imposed for this enormous crime. Looking at the troubled Count of Redborough, Juno opened his mouth with a cold face. I request that the criminal Heinrich be sentenced to death as a human pig, and Dietrich be sentenced to death by execution. *ILLUSTRATION of Centuria testifying in court. The dark background represents Centuria's field of vision. Chapter 151. Heinrich's End. 2. Heinrich's End. 2. At Juno's sentence, the Count of Redberg blinked and looked through the law book he had brought with him. Human big punishment and tomb punishment? I've never heard of such punishments. Is this the punishment written in the Imperial Code? No. As the minister knows, the best methods of execution listed in the imperial code are hanging and burning. Yes, I know that well, but although burning by fire has enough effect to show the citizens, the pain is only momentary, so it is not suitable for them. Burning at the stake lasts quite a long time, but the smoke prevents citizens from seeing them properly. If they do it wrong, they will suffocate from the smoke and die. So I can't give you pain for long. Then what are the human pig type and the tomb type that you mentioned? The Count of Redberg only looked at Juno's mouth, as if he was curious, and the citizens watching the trial also focused all their attention on the court, as if they were interested. And the punishment that came out of Juno's mouth shocked them all. The human pig punishment is a method of execution written in an ancient book I read. It was a punishment given by the Empress to a traitor who challenged her power. First, the criminal's eyes are gouged out, molten sulfur is poured into the ears, and the eardrums are destroyed. After cutting off the tongue, they cut off the wrists and below the knees and put them in a pig pen, and then feed them lots of milk mixed with honey to make them vomit and have diarrhea. They feel the pain of being eaten by insects attracted by the sweet smell and feel like pigs. The method of execution is to die on human excrement. Then the Numju type is after tying a criminal to a pole, the flesh is torn off alive. It is sliced as thinly as possible with a razor-thin blade. After cutting off the flesh, a potion is applied to heal it, and then the flesh is cut off again, very slowly cutting off all the limbs. After that, they cut the abdomen and dig out the internal organs, so you can feel the greatest pain before you die. The Count of Redberg shook his head, as if he was horrified by Juno's explanation. Well, such a punishment is difficult to carry out. You are trying to carry out a punishment that is not even in the law. Such needlessly cruel punishment is a punishment that should not exist in the reign. The Count of Redberg's speech was interrupted by Juno. Then, to satisfy his own desires, he drove the people of the empire into chaos. He sold the country's territory. He cruelly tormented children and tortured them to death. How can you just kill those evil bastards once and for all? No, you can't do that. You can't do that while the victim is crying like that, can't you? Adria citizens? When Juno turned and asked the citizens of Adria, Jennifer, with just the right timing, once again projected the images of the children Heinrich had tortured and killed in the secret room onto Juno's head. Moreover, with perfect timing, the bodies of children began to be recovered one by one from the second villa, and the anger of the citizens was once again ignited. Citizens who were looking at the bodies of children on stretchers behind the court began to stand up one by one to answer Juno's questions. What the third prince said is 100% correct. Guys like that should taste the most painful death in the world. Isn't there a more painful way to kill them? Those children would have died much more painfully. My daughter is dead, alone in that dark palace. She died looking for her father and mother. Please avenge my daughter. Your Royal Highness. Huk. My husband, who worked at the Imperial Palace, was murdered by that bastard. He left behind my youngest child, who was just 3 years old. If you want to die in peace, please save my husband, who died unjustly. You bastards. When the citizens rose up and demanded that Juno's punishment be carried out, the Count of Redberg was embarrassed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The number of citizens who support His Highness the Third Prince's opinion continues to increase. If I continue to argue against it here, I might be beaten to death by the citizens. In any case, the Count of Redberg himself only tried to follow the law, but he also had ill feelings toward Heinrich and Dietrich, so he eventually raised the gavel. Quiet. Be quiet. Then I will judge. This presiding judge, Redberg, acknowledged all the charges against the defendant and decided on the sentence by referring to the opinions of the citizens gathered here as a jury. Order. Apply special law to the criminals Heinrich and Dietrich. For this one case only, I sentence you to human pig punishment and tomb punishment. Earth, land. The gavel was struck and the punishment of Heinrich and Dietrich was decided. You. Up. The two were struggling and seemed to be trying to say something, but their words were blocked by the gag point. Looking at the two, Count Redberg opened his mouth once again, but there is a problem. Since it is a cruel punishment unprecedented in the history of the empire, There are concerns that the spirit of the person who carries out it will be damaged. Yuno tried to answer his question, but the answer came unexpectedly from the witness stand. No, it doesn't matter at all. I will take revenge on my parents and Centuria for losing her eyesight. I will take care of it myself. The person who made the remark was Centris, who was comforting Centuria by hugging her at the witness standpoint. He pulled out the sword from the waist of the soldier next to the witness stand, ran quickly without the soldiers having time to react, and cut out the eyes of Heinrich and Dietrich, whose hands and feet were tied, and then pulled out their eyeballs with his hands. Don't be so harsh. Centuria must have been in a lot more pain. The other kids who died must have been in a lot more pain too. You bastards. Then, Centris began to cut off their ears, and Heinrich and Dietrich continued to moan in pain. As the Count of Redborough and Juno looked on in bewilderment at this unprecedented incident where the punishment was being carried out in the courtroom, the soldiers rushed over, took Centris off, and pinned him to the floor. Let go. I will execute it, you bastard. How dare you take out a sword in the presence of members of the royal family? Watching the soldiers subdue the Centris, Yuno slowly approached him. Centris, I know how you feel, but this is a court. It's a place to decide punishments, not execute them. And taking out a blade without permission in the presence of the royal family is a serious crime. You bastard. Centris pouted her lips at Yuno's words and soon shed tears. I'm sorry, your highness. Third prince. But I really wanted to avenge my parents' enemies and my younger brother's grudge. Looking at Centris, Yuno gently stroked his head and squeezed a honey chestnut. Calm this guy. He was nice to me earlier, but he's telling me to tell you again. Yuno young soldiers. Let him go. I gave him the punishment of honey chestnuts, so he will pay for his crime. At Yuno's words, the soldiers released the Centris's restraint and retreated, and Yuno hugged the Centris, whose face was splattered with fresh blood, and who had injuries here and there on his hands and arms due to mishandling an unfamiliar knife. I patted him on the back. Centris, let's stop at this point in your revenge. Your heart is still too young to continue. If something goes wrong with you, who will your sister rely on? Sniff. But Yuno opened her mouth once again, comforting Centris, who still seemed to have not let go of her resentment. And there are many people other than you who hold a grudge against the authors. So, shouldn't we give them a chance too? Only then did Centris see that there were many people in the audience who were shedding tears filled with resentment like herself. And Yuno once again shouted loudly at those people. Anyone who has the courage like this child here and wants to punish them directly, please come in front of me. Those who want to see their end with their own eyes, please come to the side. Then, almost 300 people gathered in front of Yuno, and about 3,000 people who wanted to see gathered. They were all glaring at Heinrich and Dietrich with evil eyes and radiating anger, so the Count of Redberg sighed, and gave the order to take the criminals to the execution site. Count of Redborough. Then, can I regard this as my intention, to do as I wish from now on? Yes. Do as you wish, your majesty. When the judge's permission was granted, Yuno asked Eliza to take Centris and Centuria and headed to the execution site with those who volunteered. First, I sentence the criminal Dietrich to death by execution. Those who volunteer must use this knife to cut off the criminal's flesh as thinly as possible, starting from the toes. Yuno held out a sharp knife that he had cut himself. The volunteer citizens took turns cutting off Dietrich's toes one by one as thinly as possible. As each piece of flesh fell off, Dietrich let out a groan full of pain, and each time the executioners uttered curses and killed Dietrich more brutally. As Dietrich's toes fell off one by one, then his fingers and the flesh of his ankles, wrists, forearms, and shins was cut off little by little, like thin ham. Dietrich fainted from the pain and woke up again and again in excruciating pain. I had to taste it. Heinrich, who heard Dietrich's screams right next to him as he was repeatedly healed with potions and suffering from pain that could not even kill him, began pleading with Juno, even urinating his pants. Yes, little brother. I was wrong. Furthermore, I was wrong. Furthermore, I admit that I murdered my father, and I also admit that I killed and committed the crime of children for my own pleasure. Furthermore, I don't want you to live. Just kill me in peace. Please. Hey, I think it's wrong to ask. Shouldn't it be to the parents of those children over there, not me? At Juno's cold response, Heinrich forgot his own situation for a moment and burst into anger once again. I was the emperor. Even though I've become such a mess now because of traitors. I was the emperor. How could I beg those stupid bastards? Ugh. Heinrich, who was venting his anger, screamed from the pain of the blade cutting off the flesh of his toe. Hey, is it okay for a former emperor to scream like this? My daughter threatened to kill me when I was taken away as a civilian soldier if you screamed. So even though my eyeballs were gouged out, even though a knife was stabbed in my stomach, I held back my screams. But you screamed, even though you were only a toe. Are you saying you can't stand one thing? If you save my son, you will kill you comfortably. The resentment of his parents upon learning that their children had died under torture was beyond Yuno's imagination. In the end, Heinrich felt the pain of having every piece of flesh on his limbs cut out, and his tongue was cut out. Boiling sulfur water was poured into his ears, turning him into a lump of meat with barely enough air left on. Dietrich's internal organs were cut out piece by piece, and he died after 3 days. Finally, Heinrich, who was barely able to breathe, was force-fed milk mixed with honey, and numerous insects flew in, and began to eat his body. Kara. Hoo. Kill me. Kill me. Heinrich died in pain, having his body eaten alive by insects for 2 long days, but not a single person sympathized with his final moments. Illustration of Sentry successfully cutting out Heinrich's eyeballs. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.